What is going on, everybody? I'm Aslan Hajavandi. That is the man of the hour for the next 5 hours, 7 hours. I don't know what you signed up for, Michael, but buckle on up. He's Michael Langston, recruiting analyst for Warchant.com. This is the Walk-Ons Signing Day Live here on Warchant TV and Warchant.com. Our great friends over at Walk-Ons. Walk-Ons for the win. Y'all might want to grab your dinner there, your lunch there.
It's great, man. Go there. It's phenomenal. I've been there twice, recently, and it's phenomenal, guys. Go there.
I was going to guys give you the testimonial, but Michael Langston just did the testimonial because he's feeling the energy. He's feeling the good vibes. We appreciate you all being here. Hit the thumbs up if you think we earn it at some point. Just ping the video out there. Let everybody know that we're out here hanging out 8 in the morning and all the way up until the Jeff Cameron show starts at 1 o'clock. He and Tom Lang will then take things over. Tom will be hopping on here, driving the show as well. We got Matt Lasser back there. We got Ben Spicer, the brainchild, some might say, of the wildly popular Coach
Spice
Speak
Man
series.
Spice Man. That's what I call him.
That's what Michael calls him.
He's awesome.
If you don't know already, there's a signing day special over at warchant.com. I think it's still active and going up. $54.99 for an entire year of premium access to warchant.com. Oh, look at that. I didn't have to even hit anything because Ben Spicer, a.k.a. the Spice Man, on the ones and twos, $54.99 for an entire year. Listen, these situations are fluid, but a lot of this information was probably available to you courtesy of Matt Lasser and Michael Langston over at the Premium Recruiting Board. But we're going to land this plane together. Join warchant.com. Again, unlimited access for not only our website, but also all the websites on the On3 network. You can go read Miami when they don't get Jeremiah Smith and see how they feel. In Florida when they realize that they're stuck with Billy Napier for another year. So enjoy all of that. Michael, I'm going to stop talking now. Has anything changed since you and I spoke at like 10 o'clock last night when it comes to some of these higher end 5-star guys? I guess KJ Bull and Jeremiah Smith, probably the two names at the front of everybody's mind.
I think with KJ, everything's kind of, it was the same. I haven't heard anything different. I feel still the same way that, my prediction would stay the same, that I think it's going to be, I think he sticks with FSU. Now, Jeremiah Smith, there's been a little, small little shift as far as confidence with FSU. As I put in last night when we did our predictions, I lean more towards Ohio State because of just that latest intel I got that, there wasn't quite as much confidence in that, but at the same time, that's still fluid. But as I did that last night, that's kind of my feelings at that time was, I would lean a little more towards Ohio State, and that's why I decided to, slide with them. But I know that thing's ongoing. It's fluid. He announces at noon today, or signs at noon, or whatever you want to call it. So that's still fluid. So trust me, if I'm expected to get hopefully some intel around 9 or 10 a.m. Leading up to that decision, kind of give you more solidified stuff. But that's what I have as of last night on those two big ones.
We mentioned it when we spoke last night. I know he's been like a candidate. He's been on Flip Watch or Flip Alert, but like you really can't say that Florida State lost him because he's never been committed to Florida State. But again, the fact that they've made such a push has just been so enticing because he is such a high level prospect. But I guess people probably need to keep that in mind as we process what could happen at noon.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've had several big signings already this morning. I don't know if the total is up to, I think maybe 5 or whatnot. Could be 4, but obviously the big one everyone was stressing about was just Charles Lester signed with FSU. He's in there. I think a lot of people got nervous when Charles put up a tweet saying, "Hey, I'm gonna do it on the 22nd." Immediately I checked on that just to make sure there was nothing good. Everything was good with FSU. They weren't worried and concerned. And then maybe a minute later, Lester sent in his LOI or whatnot. So that that had people having Travis Hunter vibes all over again. But I wasn't really that concerned with this one from the start. It didn't feel like that. The relationship was different with FSU, with Lester compared to what they had to deal with Hunter, where Hunter wasn't talking to them. There was constant communication, and there was and two, Lester was on campus for a week after his state title game. So I think I wasn't really that concerned, overly concerned. Even when that tweet went out, I wasn't that concerned, but I still checked on it. But still, pretty big and significant. Kind of maybe it puts a solidify on just those Dion vibes of Dion's going to do it again. Certainly a big signing, adding Charles, and then as you're pointing out on the screen there, four-star wide receiver Elijah Moore also, signed his LOL and turned it in. So another big one I think is going to help them a lot at the receiver position. And I said it before, don't be surprised if you see, Charles maybe end up at receiver because that's a place he's very natural at.
Mm.
So I mean, that's not inconceivable of happening, throughout his career. I mean, he's very natural as a receiver. So overall, Charles, incredible athlete. Elijah, another incredible athlete. Micah Danzy also signed this morning. Speedster out of Florida High. That's just got incredible. He'll add a lot to FSU's football program and the track team. I think Jaden Todd was the first signing of the day, and so it's we're rolling. We're rolling, Aslan.
That is correct. The full list again: Jaden Todd, Jake Weinberg,
Okay.
kicker extraordinaire,
Yes.
Micah Danzy, Elijah Moore, and Charles Lesser, as noted there on your screen. They're all in there. Matt Lasser, Tom Lang helping us out, letting us know what's going on with that. Next up, it looks like Luane McCoy, perhaps at any minute now.
Yeah.
Kai Bates, 8:30, BJ Gibson, Jamori Flagg, Jamari Howard, all at 9 a.m. Any potential surprises there, Michael? Do you feel pretty good about that quartet, McCoy, Bates, Gibson, Flagg, and shoot, let's make it 5 guys, and let's also throw in Jamari Howard.
Nope, should be pretty smooth. Should be everything which should be pretty smooth and good to go. And I think really it's just that 10 a.m. spot is where we're eyeing some things. Yeah, because you got LJ McCray. But I think between now and 9 a.m., I think it should be business as usual.
All right. LJ McCray, is it a Florida State race, Michael? Who do you think it is at this late hour that it's going to be between for that 5-star standout from Daytona Beach, mainland?
Well, I think it's all three: Florida State, Florida, and Auburn. Auburn's made a strong push overall. He likes the staff over there. He visited Auburn and FSU. Those were his last two visits, to my knowledge. I don't know if he went over there to Florida, but I was told that Auburn and Florida State. We certainly reported after his state title game that he went to see FSU, visited there, and then after that he followed that up with an Auburn visit. So all three of those I think are certainly in play. I don't change what I said last night that I feel like he's going to stick with Florida. It's just like that's the feeling. That's the constant. There's more confidence with that than anything. So you lean with what you're hearing, and as far as consistent, vibes, and that's kind of how I'm feeling. But yeah, it's like you can't just lock it in either. You don't know. There's a possibility that guys wake up and they might have a change of heart and like, you know what? I don't know about that. Like coaches might not be there, or staff, just something where it turns them. So certainly one we'll keep an eye on, throughout the morning.
Listen, I'm kind of a cynical guy. I think we've noted that many times on all the different programming across the great platforms here on warchant.com. Hit the thumbs up, everybody. Vitus33 said, I rewatched KJ's post-visit interview from Sunday. Body language says he's gone. Now, hey, listen, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen here. Like, I never would feel comfortable being in Mississippi for 4 years, and I think Hugh Freeze being there for 3. I would never feel comfortable about a kid in SEC country spurning an offer to go play for Hugh Freeze at an SEC program when they were probably promising that kid the world. But there's nothing from that post-visit interview I thought was like totally bizarre. Like everybody else, like, Azon, are you crazy? Like you can tell. I'm not telling you folks to buy KJ Bull in the Florida State stock right now, but I would not put the way he reacted after that interview as part of my, evidence I would lay out before the jury here on this, Michael.
No, I'd say here's the thing I'd say on that, Vitus. I would say his decision wasn't final. That's the body language I got. Like I was looking for something like, "Hey, I'm shutting down. I'm going to FSU. I'm signing there Wednesday. Done. Forget it. That's where I'm going. I know I want to be here." The body language is given off like he's not, like, whether he hasn't called the coaches for other schools or even, made a final decision of, "Hey, is it for sure going to be FSU?" That's the only thing I read in there, and I've been reading these guys forever, and even that's not a given. But that's the take I had. I think that's the take of most people that were around it, that it's not totally finished, but I didn't get a sense that, oh, he's gone, he's history, he's peace out. Like, I mean, I didn't get that at all. Not to that level, but I did get the sense that, hey, my thing's not totally finished.
He used to just be Trauma Boy. Now he's Mr. Trauma Boy. Our guy's all grown up. Throw $10 in the jar too. Thank you, Mr. Trauma Boy. Says he appreciates you guys. He appreciates Mike Langston, Michael, Matt Lasser. I have not probably slept more than, I don't know, like 3 hours consecutively in the last 3 weeks. So we thank those guys for being here. Michael pulling his Shefty right now, checking his phone out,
Yep, yep,
keeping you
yep.
guys updated. Michael, is there any chance a portal guy could crash the party today? Or do you think there's lanes to this and there's probably communication with guys like, hey, like, we want you want to be here. All right, how about you wait until Thursday to announce, or could you potentially see like some portal guys maybe announcing they want to come play football here for Mike Norvell in Tallahassee?
I mean, it's possible. I mean, I haven't heard anything per se that it's expected like today. Portal's kind of different because there's not a lead into like, hey, I'm deciding at so and so time. It's usually just they don't make any announcement or pre-announcement like, hey, decision coming up. It's kind of like they just pop. So yeah, it's conceivably possible. I probably lean towards what you just said, Aslan, that they wait until this day is over, and then bam, they'll go like maybe tomorrow or something. If you that's just my perception on it. But you never know. It's a possibility. I mean, it's not impossible.
Yeah, I will save on the horn for only commitments. It is signing day, so we're getting a little too excited. I got like the sun coming through, hitting my camera. It looks like I'm like on the moon right now,
Yes, you
probably like
do.
I'm on
You
the
do.
sun surface. I'm not trying to be an Instagram influencer with my filter game, everybody. I promise you. We'll work through it here. Listen, can we just call him just spell DJ, everybody? We know DJ would be DJ Uwe Ungalale. We don't have to make fun of the kid's last name coming from a guy named Hudjavandi. When my kid's going to be getting recruited, if I ever have a child, which probably will never happen, and you guys come on the live chat and you're like, is that Junior Hudjabarara coming to Tallahassee or not? I wouldn't appreciate it.
Yeah.
But Noel Dad 77 wondering any word on when Cam Ward or DJ Uwe Ungalale would be announced. And we talked about this last time. I mean, end of this week, is that asking for too much, Michael, or is that a possibility?
That's a possibility. I was told, either this week or in the next week or so. That's what I was told. Not, I don't think it goes beyond Christmas personally, in my opinion. I think it'll be before that. So obviously today's the 20th, so that's not too long. So that's not. I don't think it's too long as far as Ward goes. But uh, DJ, I don't know for sure. That's kind of dependent upon how this shakes out, but I can see it before Christmas. That's the safest way I can do it. I mean, I was always told like within this week or the following week. That's kind of what I'm expecting.
Jeffrey Bell, welcome to the Terror Dome. Anybody sign yet? Yes, there have been signees so far. Jaden Todd, Jake Weinberg, Micah Danzy, Elijah Moore, Charles Lester III.
Hmm.
Other than Lester, which somebody had a nice comment in there, is he going to troll us like Travis Hunter with his Amazon Prime registry, which I thought was funny. He's not. He's signed. He's locked and loaded, ready to go.
Yeah.
Um, who else? I know you want to walk us through. Let's just, I guess, walk through all these as we wait for some other signings to kind of come across. What is Florida State getting in a guy like Jaden Todd, 3-star offensive lineman, Michael?
Yeah, very athletic, long reach, a guy that worked out at camp that I didn't originally think when they first started that there would be a push, but they worked him out. And like I said, when he worked him out, they were like, man, this kid just gets off the line so quick. We love what he does. He loves his technique. He just fits everything we're looking for. Peach State kid, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Hmm.
But a guy that just fit everything they want in offensive lineman, as far as whether you can move around at different places. Kind of a guy that does similar stuff to Darius Washington, come out of high school. Could play a few different places. But one they fell in love with once he camped. I think once he camped, it was kind of a lock that FSU is going to go and make a push and go all the way and go all in. So I would say early in the spring, it was really just The guy we'd heard was Jonathan Daniels, who, by the way, supposed to sign in probably, let's say, this morning. Keep in mind they're, you know, behind us a little bit with time over there in Pensacola. So probably he signs like, probably at the I would say the 8 9 o'clock hour, but either way, Jaden's a great addition to have. I mean, that's a great addition that they pushed for and they wanted and got him on campus multiple times, and they just really coveted him. As we watch the Micaiah Danzy highlights, which is pretty ridiculous, you see kind of the speed, what I've talked about. A lot of Lawrence Toafili vibes when you watch his game. Just a lot of stuff, but even faster than what you've seen out of Toafili. Now, there's going to be obviously some growth with him getting bigger. That's going to be something that he'll have to do when he gets to the college ranks. But man, get this guy in space, and he's ridiculously with his speed. So a lot to be excited about when Micaiah Dancy.
How about Elijah Moore? In this day and age, can you be I don't want to say underrated because everybody can be underrated, but just maybe underappreciated for just how talented he could possibly be for Florida State from the jump?
Yeah, number one player in Maryland this year. Really good receiver. Came to the Seminole Showcase, put on a show. He's a guy that early on we felt like Ohio State was probably going to be able to pull him, and then FSU came in there, got him on visit. As soon as FSU got him on for a visit, he just Elijah just fell in love with everything. Eventually committed to FSU. They knocked it out, and then today got him signed. And I think this is important. Probably one of the most important, signings in my opinion, just overall because they don't have a lot of guys like him that are 6'4", or that you can run across the middle, consistently can use that. And I think he brings a lot to that, certainly that offense. So that's a big deal. And adding him to this class, I think sometimes, Aslan, all these guys that are already being committed, I think they get overlooked of the ones that we're stressing and going through of, hey, they're going to stick or not stick. I think people forget the type of talent that they have overall in this class. And Elijah Moore is a great representative of that. I think he's a phenomenal talent, and I think he's a guy that I could see playing pretty early because, like I said, they don't have a lot of guys that fit his mold that they use. There's certainly guys young wise on there, but as far as high school kids they're bringing in, they don't have a lot of those guys. So adding a guy like Moore is a massive signing for FSU.
They got so many screen options, I can't even get us back home here. But Michael doesn't do this all by himself. He's got plenty of help.
Yep.
We don't do it all by ourselves on warchant.com. He also helps out with team coverage. Matt Lasser, our pulse with the youth, some might say. Our pulse with the youth. So let's bring him on here and get his thoughts on some of the players that are out there right now. Matt joining us from suburban Dallas.
Yep.
Look at that, man. That's a backdrop. Is that Shefty's house, actually?
I wish. I took over my dad's office for the day.
Matt, what prospect? I mean, I'm going to make you pick one. What are you most excited to hear from today? Is it a Jeremiah Smith? Is it a KJ Bolden? Is it somebody else? Which one kid here are you most looking forward to hearing making their decision on signing day?
I think obviously Jeremiah Smith, because we've gotten this far with FSU having so much momentum. Whether it works out or not, I'm just excited to see where it goes. And it's been a fun ride to kind of follow him going from, I even talked to him in Gainesville. So we've talked to him everywhere, even not in Tallahassee.
What did you see from him during the state championship game? Did anything, I guess, seeing him like on the field, live in action, anything like that stand out to you and change your mind on maybe just, or make you believe this is the reason why he is so highly ranked?
So I sat down, and then 2 minutes into the game, he scored, just to start off with that. So he's pretty good. Also, he was wearing FSU gloves for that game, for those who forgot. But yeah, that whole team, Chaminade, is dirty. Jeremiah was open all day. They were using him on bubble screens too, which newsflash, FSU loves to do also. So it was really fun to watch. The game was over by half. I think it was was it 42 points, like 42-0 at half, something like that.
Yeah, it was 42-0. That's a kind of normal game for Chaminade. They pretty much kill everybody with their talent. Jeremiah, I could tell. I looked over to the Chaminade coaches, and he kind of just almost winked at me like, "Hey, we're about to unleash it." And it's 4 straight passes to Jeremiah. Bam, he was gone 60 yards on the maybe the third or fourth time. But yeah, Jeremiah is an elite talent, a different talent. That's why he's the #1 player in the country. He does things that nobody else can do. You shouldn't move that way. The way he moves over 200 pounds and 6'4". I mean, the guy is just a ridiculous guy, a ridiculous talent of skill, and which is why certainly FSU covets him so much. But yeah, he's just special, Aslan.
Shout out to our guy Z-Chan. He should be your dentist if he's not already.
Dollar bills, y'all.
We're going to save those air horns for the commitments. Thanks, Z-Chan. Tribe 2024. Let's keep climbing. $20, 24 cents. See the 2024 thing all there in play. It is signing day, but we also have hearts and live in the real world and have a bowl game to play on the 30th that maybe not everybody's all that stoked about. Florida man in Texas says it would be nice if every signee released a statement saying something to the effect of screw the college football, screw college football. I'm going to FSU to win a championship. I think CFP is what we meant.
Yep.
But we get the gist of it. Thank you, Florida man in Texas. We'll give you a little background soundtrack.
Dollar bills, y'all.
KJ Bolden. So Matt, you distill everything. You're consuming all media, all times. What did you take away? You're not our Irish O'Fell body reader extraordinaire, but like his visit, the way he handled the interview, which I guess like if people don't realize, it seems like that was like a second interview. Like he already spoke to everybody and then maybe left and then came back. And I don't know, just what are your thoughts right now on KJ Bolden? Where do you think Florida State sits for this highly coveted prospect out of Buford?
I mean, I think Florida State's fine. What I've been saying the whole time is that he'll go other places and he loves all these visits. Like he loves to play the game and go through the process. But whenever he came back to Florida State, it seemed like he had a different feeling, I guess, than the rest. Like it just kind of, every time he came back, it confirmed, okay, I want to stay at Florida State. I would go to Georgia for the games. I'd watch the games. At that point, he said he's wasn't talking to the coaches when he was just going to games. It seems like that has changed. But I still like FSU where they are. Yeah, I don't think the interview was great. It was he did have to come back and all that kind of stuff, but because his family wanted to get on the road. But it was bad body language, but and not great, right? He just goes, "Oh, I can't really speak on that right now." And it's like, that's not great to hear, but it's I still like where FSU stands. The visit still went well. Pretty sure he got his letter of intent when he walked out. So he has it from FSU. We'll see if it's the one he signs. But I think he is.
All right. Matt Lasser will be joining us throughout the day here. Again, we'll be live from now until the end of the Jeff Cameron show, which will be at the earliest 3 p.m. Eastern time. So everybody buckle up. We'll have to bring Matt on a lot just for that backdrop alone. Very jealous. Maybe I'm going to spray paint mine like some sort of walnut color tone there. So,
embarrassing us, man.
Matt, keep us posted with what's going on out there, man. We appreciate you hopping on here with us.
Will do.
All right. Welcome back. Let's see. There we go. Thanks. Somebody's back there helping me out, so I know what I'm doing sometimes. Signing day live, everybody. Presented by Walk-Ons. Walk-Ons for the win. Michael.
Yep.
Looking through all these comments here. There was one I wanted to pop up. Skip right by me. Our guy, Tommy Salami, says he wants the Don Julio sounder for Ray because Ray's giving us some perspective. Ray's dropping $100 in the jar. And boom, dropping 100. Just give us some perspective, Michael. I know it's going to get hectic here as we wait for more announcements to come in. We got numerous signees already. We got that posted over on warchant.com. But as we wait for some guys to commit here, just it's crazy, right? As Ray kind of talks about, to look at where we were just 3 years ago and where we are now. I'm grateful that the Noles are super relevant again. Thank you for your super hard work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, everyone was sitting here. Obviously, like Travis Hunter was everything, and then that did not work out. Obviously, if for some reason one of these 5 stars doesn't work out, it just feels like it won't be as catastrophic because there's so many other great prospects in this class. Plus, now you know for sure. Some of you out there believed from day one that Mike Norvell was the guy, but now you pretty much know you got a really good head coach and you're on the right track. So I feel like even at our worst today, we shouldn't be anywhere near as sullen as we were maybe 2 years ago.
No, and the thing is it's all about what your product is. You want to, I mean, yeah, you want to get every 5-star and 4-star, But do you want to win recruiting awards, or you win championships? You win them games. What your product is, and the product's so much now refined that you don't have to worry about that. You don't have to worry if you say you miss on a Jeremiah Smith or somebody else. Like, you don't have to kill yourself because you feel very confident that one, if they don't do that, they can go on the portal and get whatever they need, whether it's even prospect or even maybe a more impactful guy early on. So you're not concerned with that anymore. Plus, where the product is now, it's just totally different from that 3 years ago, which was brutal, man. Even recruiting, when I was covering even the high school guys, you're panicking like, okay, is this guy actually going to sign because the product isn't there, and you just never know what other schools can come in there. But I think overall it's been such a massive transformation. Mike has done a phenomenal job of building the culture that I think a lot of fans and FSU fans won them over of some of the stuff he did. Just the way, the accountability, cleaning up the roster of guys that don't buy into what they're doing. And so I think it's been incredible, and it's not even close to the same feeling what you have now. Like, what you have now is like, you don't worry about if this or that happens. Yeah, there'll be disappointment if you don't get a top guy here and there, but overall you're not worried, like I said, because of what they've done in the portal. I think that's the key is, but product plus the portal, because they have killed it in the portal, the last 2 years, and they're going to do that again with guys that want, because I think I look back when everyone asked me about the change, and for me the change was when you landed Jermaine Johnson. Once you landed Jermaine Johnson, that was a successful career. It took off from there, and then now we've seen FSU just kill it in the portal. So whatever holes you have from high school, you can fill it with the portal, and that's a positive. That it should take some stress and anxiety off of FSU fans when that you have that, and you've been successful with it. So you can certainly get any guy that you want. Y- you know, as far as pursuing in different positions. So that's why I think there's not a lot of anxiety. Plus, the product is incredible. 13-0 is 13-0.
Our guy Eddie Mathis wondering, anyone we following having a TV announcement? I don't know, but our guy Ace Teamer says he lives in Gwinnett. I'm heading over to Beaufort for KJ's ceremony. So maybe Ace can go ahead and live stream that ceremony from his phone, drop us a link, and we'll broadcast that. KJ, again, one of the big names out there for Florida State, as we sit here wonder, what time is his announcement there, Michael? I actually have it on my screen, I think, somewhere here. What do you got, KJ? 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. Yeah, you got a while.
All right, well, there we go. Up on the screen, somebody's wondering who's the next signee to come down. We'll see. Pretty much everybody at the top of your screen there, other than I think Jonathan Daniels, which that might have been a local time thing, and him being on Central Time in Pensacola.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to.
They might be having that starting up maybe right about now. So, but Jaden Todd, Charles Lesser, Elijah Moore. Is it Micaiah or Micah Danzy? We'll go with Micaiah.
I go with Micaiah. That's the one that I've always said. And he kind of answers to it. So
they're all in the fold here. So we're thinking Lawayne McCoy, Kai Bates, Jamari Howard. Those guys could be coming up here shortly. Jamari Howard, BJ Gibson, Jamori Flagg as well there at the 9 o'clock hour. You are watching the Walk-Ons Signing Day Central right here on warchant.com. 3390 Capitol Circle Northeast in Tallahassee, but you can go to any Walk-Ons because that's where the winners go. Walk-Ons for the win.
Game day at Walk-Ons is just different, and it starts with the way our teammates prep each dish from our scratch menu. No shortcuts. We are hand-cutting every single mozzarella log straight from the block, hand-peeling, stuffing, and bacon wrapping each voodoo shrimp, hand-carving ribeyes for our steaks and po' boys, and hand-slicing, then tossing our boneless wings and our house-made sauces. With wall-to-wall TVs and food like this, why would you want to watch anywhere else? That's game day. The Walk-Ons way.
I mean, I'm a big breakfast guy, so I woke up at 7 this morning so I could get my big breakfast in me, Michael, but all that looked absolutely delicious. I think our guy, Ira, if I'm not mistaken, is he goes with a pepper jack chicken sandwich.
Okay.
But I've heard, now I don't know for sure, but I think Miss Ann Bowden's banana pudding recipe, or the bread pudding recipe rather, I heard it was maybe commandeered by some of the folks at Walk-Ons, and they went ahead and partnered up with like Krispy Kreme and made it even better.
There you
Not
go.
100% sure on that tale. Maybe myth, maybe urban legend, maybe a real thing. But check out your local Walk-Ons. It's always a great place to catch the game at. Florida State, December 30th, taking on Georgia, 4 o'clock. Maybe you don't want to listen to the commentators. So go to Walk-Ons with all your
Yeah.
buddies and yell at the screen. Like,
And, b-
go. Keep
and by the
scoring.
way, guys, when you go to walk-ons, obviously there's a lot of things to choose from. But the dessert part, they have these small little beignet type things that you get,
Mm.
when you go to New Orleans. They are phenomenal. I forget what they're called, but they are fantastic. So those are really good. So yeah, definitely go to walk-ons.
Are we going to start? Can we start banning people that are coming in here with like Charles Lester nervousness or whatever? People are saying that he signed everybody.
He's
Charles
done,
Lester
guys.
signed everybody. Relax.
It's done. I don't know what's wrong with these people. I did get further confidence on Jeremiah Smith likely sticking with Ohio State. Just a
Okay.
few minutes ago. So I think that's likely to happen, based on the consistent um, stuff I've gone with. But there you go.
All right. So Jeremiah Smith, obviously a 5-star plus out of Chaminade down there in Miami. Michael, I mean, he was a guy that, sometimes didn't want to speak to the media when he would come to campus. You saw him
Mhm.
obviously here on state championship weekend. What do you think? All the Ohio State fans were constantly talking about Brian Hartline this, Brian Hartline that. And I think he spoke to another network last night and said that for him, it's not all about NIL. He named Florida and Miami as 2 schools that were just throwing crazy money at him. If
Right.
it ends up the fact that he does stick with Ohio State, is this more about relationships at Ohio State, less so than maybe something that Florida State wasn't able to do?
I don't think it has anything to do with FSU. I think FSU did everything right. I think it's more about what Ohio State does with their pedigree at receiver. And just in the end, just feeling that comfort with them, that program. Now, I do think Mike Norvell was one of his favorite coaches to deal with. I think certainly Dugans was a guy that he really liked a lot. And I think he was very sold on the product of what FSU was doing. And like I said, until up to late last night, which I think Ohio State had to go in there and make a strong surge, to finish it off. And I think once they did that, then that's kind of what solidified it. But I think going into the early evening, I was expecting a flip. Even though a lot of people from Ohio State were confident, I think even their confidence was like it was almost like a cautious confidence, even though everything they've heard is like it's going to be Ohio State. I think they had to go in there and make a one real big surge to put it away, because I think they didn't. I think the chances were real that FSU could pull it off. So I think FSU did everything right. There was nothing FSU could have done differently, and I think it speaks to kind of where the program's at. The number one player in the country. It should be a no brainer that you go to Ohio State because of what they do with receivers. It should be a no brainer. But this one was really tight, and like I said, Ohio State had to go in there and finish it off and make that final push. But yeah, it's I think it speaks to where the program's at.
Hey, Rusty, don't be that guy, Rusty. Look at him. The fact everyone thought we was going to get the top player in the country is crazy. No, it's not. Florida State went 13-0, and this kid was really interested in coming there. Like, Florida State's not at a place where shooting for the moon is like a absolute pipe dream. I mean, they were in
Yeah,
the thick of this with a kid. Listen, man, Alabama's not going to get him either. Miami didn't get him either.
I just feel like that's such a natural reaction when things don't turn out good.
Right.
It's like nothing against Rusty. Not trying to jump on Rusty, but
Oh, I'm jumping on Rusty over here.
it feels like a natural reaction when it doesn't happen. Like, yeah, if they get them, then these are the same people that say, "Oh, what an incredible day for FSU." So it's like let's keep it in perspective too. Like FSU's there. FSU's right there at the top tier of all the teams. Um, so I think sometimes we let emotion get into it of controlling it, but yeah, Rusty, they were very much a huge player and certainly had a chance to do it, pull it off. But I think people still maybe it's the snub thing, maybe it's just just complex or whatever, but FSU's there with the top teams, guys. Like they're there. Like they've proven they're there. So it's not inconceivable for them to get the number one player in the country. In fact, that's kind of what I expect going forward. Like they should be able to get that because of what they've done with their product and how they developed their product.
Shout out to our guy James B, dropping $100 in the jar.
Dollar bills, y'all.
I almost hit the Dion sounder. That would have been a bad thing. I know you guys are working your tails off right now. I just want to drop a little something to say thank you very much for all the hard work. Now, if we could just get these FSU fans off the cliff, I think we'll be okay. Yeah, we're going to be all right. But hey, listen, this is a year-round thing. I'm not going to tell you not to be emotional at this point, but
Exactly.
let's a little perspective out there. Like, even Bobby and Jimbo at his height didn't always get everybody we thought we were going to get. So as other teams lose other teams, say that other guy was on scholarship too. These other schools have other things to offer as well. So let's keep that in mind here. Shout out to our guy, Tanner Godwin, who I think accidentally dropped us 2 super chats to clarify the fact that he works at Florida High. And I'm going to guess that that's not phonetically what I would spell Makai to be, but we're going to call Micaiah Danzy Micaiah. I know he spells a little bit different. LOL, he says. So just want to make sure the guy that's coming in here, we're not butchering his name already.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it, man.
For that.
That's awesome.
Benjamin Haygood also here, Michael. He's got $20 in the jar. Go Noles. Thanks, Ben. Does it seem like Armando Blunt was chasing the money or just an undecided kid? Go Noles. Thank you, boys.
I don't think so much him. I would say people around him. But it's kind of a mixture of both. I think he's a very incisive guy, but also, the NIL that FSU had, FSU NIL battles in or whatnot. I think it was very strong. And at that one point, it's like, is it about the school or is it about NIL centric? And I think that as it went on late, it was. I think FSU kind of let it slide for a while, but then after a while, that they just like washed their hands and like, we're done with this. Because it's like at some point it's got to be about what the program is or the product is, and I think at that point, I think FSU was just like, once he didn't come over for the official visit and decided to go to Miami for official visit, it was kind of like it's done. There wasn't a time where I know people are going to ask me like, hey, did FSU still try to go? No, they're done. It's
Okay.
done. Like they moved on. So I think it gets to a point where different people have different influences of what they look for, and I think at that point when it got to that stage, I think FSU kind of felt like, hey, this is more NIL centric than it is actually football.
And yes, as Ben's pointing out, Rusty, we do still love you. I'm just giving you a hard time, man. Everybody be easy on Rusty. It's going to be all good. And I'm so perplexed by this whole reclassification thing as well, too. So,
yeah,
I mean, Florida State's in the mix for that defensive end who's also reclassified himself. So,
correct.
I mean, they're going to show they're going to be like, what, 16 years old, maybe 17 years old when they get on campus. So
exactly.
That's wild, man.
And it's wild, and it's kind of like there's no guarantee when you sign these things that that kid stays. Like that kid literally doesn't have to stay. Like he could play somewhere. Say he goes to Miami, he could play there 1 year and just say, you know what, I don't like what's going on here, and just leave. So and go somewhere else. But it's crazy. Just the way the NIL can impact things in a lot of ways. And I'll say it straight up, and I said it the other day. There's no NIL problems with FSU, guys. Stop with that narrative. It's not. There's no problems. Enough. They're fine. They're doing more than fine. So it's not about that. Every time FSU loses a kid, it's not because they're broke or they're stingy with money. All that silliness. It's not about that. So there's a lot of factors that go into it. The other factor with Blunt was the pressure to stay home. There's a lot of people around him that pressure him to want him to stay home. And Aslan knows about that in different states. How it is. So that happens. So that's part of the equation too. And when you have this much indecisiveness too, it's kind of a sign, warning sign that well, maybe I don't know if this is it. If it has this much trouble, indecisive. And Armando's a great kid. I've dealt with Armando and his parents and his family. They're all great people. So I want to make that clear. I'm just saying each kid is different of what they value, what's inside. Some are more indecisive than others, and yeah, that's the way it goes. You're not going to get everybody. And I expect FSU to go to the portal and get some talented defensive linemen. Already got one in Marvin Jones Jr. Big time ad. So I
Right.
think more are coming from the defensive line, and they'll fill the hole of whatever they didn't get with Blunt. Hopefully they get the Amari Williams kid who's likely to sign in February. But overall, they're going to feel the need. They're going to fill the hole, whether it's a portal kid or whether it's with a high school kid. Probably both.
P. Simpson wonders if the guys who signed today, other than Bolden, and let's not take anything for granted, who
Yeah.
is someone that can make a day one impact, do you think, Michael?
Whew. I've already mentioned Elijah Moore. I think Elijah can play early because I don't think they have too many guys that are physically imposing of what he does as far as a receiver. That's certainly one. Is Ryan Fitzgerald coming back next year, Aslan?
I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, so that
Jake, one of those guys you got a good feeling about?
Jake could be. He's the number one kicker in the country. So that's one that I know people forget about because he's a kicker. And then I think guys like Micaiah and Charles can be impactful guys on special teams. I have no doubt saying that. Like they're both very good on special teams. I think they certainly are big weapons that they can do a lot of different things with their game. Especially Micaiah, just what he does on kickoffs. Man, he would be a massive weapon. So I expect that. I don't know if you consider that a starting spot or impact, but I think it's certainly impactful guys there at special teams. So those are some of the main ones that for sure I'd say. Cam Davis, you would say because of the running backs they've lost, maybe he gets some burn. That first year. As far as getting on the field, that's another guy that you feel like hey could get in there. And do different things. Offensive line probably more that'll take a little longer because it seems to you don't want to lean too much on freshmen. The first year, so probably not any of those that just jump out to me. I think we could see D.D. Holmes flash a little bit as far as he's supposed to sign around 11. By the way, he's a guy that I think great pass rusher, great edge guy to get off. His body frame seems to be ready for the college level, so he could be a guy that you see get some action in there. But I think those are some of the guys, and then my guy Jaden Parrish. I think FSU fans are going to love him. I don't know how much he's going to play the first year, but I think he fits everything that you want in FSU linebacker. Runs well laterally, great sideline to sideline guy. I think he's a fun guy that I think FSU fans will fall in love with pretty quickly as a young linebacker.
Signing Day live here on warchant.com, presented by Walk-Ons. Thanks for being here, everybody. Hit that thumbs up. We certainly would appreciate it. We're going to have you covered all day long, up until at least 3 o'clock when the Jeff Cameron Show takes over from 1 to 3. Tom Lang, Jeff Cameron, we'll have you posted throughout the afternoon. We got Michael here. We got Matt Lasser back here as well, helping us out. Ben Spicer as well. So, again, hit the thumbs up. And we'll let everybody know how much they're appreciated here on the program here. We're going to pull up here shortly. Kai Bates is on the clock. He's live streaming his Instagram, so we're going to tap into that feed. Apparently, it's part of a larger class, a larger school commitment ceremony. So as soon as we get a feeling that maybe he'll be on the podium or on the microphone making his decision, we'll pull him in here. What kind of player? Go ahead, Michael.
I was just going to say, if you pull up Kai Bates's IG, you can watch his live signing at 8 right now.
All right, we're on. All right, let's go ahead and do that here. We'll turn our audio down and we'll listen in here. If we go a little too long about nothing going on over there, we'll chime back in. But you're watching Kai Bates's upcoming announcement ceremony and signing right here on Warchant Signing Day Live, presented by Walk-Ons.
He's somebody that represents exactly what I want the football program to be about. Being a lead and striving for excellence in every area of life. Academically, athletically, and also spiritually. His faith is very real in our program. His leadership is something something that I know you can miss tremendously with staff and program. He's set a legacy here of what it really looks like to be that keeper. He's headed to Florida State University, one of the best people.
All right, so we don't have the audio right now. That's my bad. Sorry, everybody. But you can see, I don't imagine he's going to flip wearing all that
No,
unless he just wants to go total. He's like Travis Hunter's like, hey, man, get these people off my back. Let me do this, help me out here.
There he is signing.
Yeah. You don't want to make a speech, Kai? Come on, man. Speech. All right, here we go.
I really want to say thank you to everybody that supported me through this process. I'm thankful for my family and for everybody that supported me, my guidance counselors, my teammates, and just definitely the brothers that I built relationships with throughout this season. Some times that I'll never forget with some of the best people that I've ever been around. I just really want to thank my mom, my dad, and everyone that supported me and just for all the love through this process. And I just plan on going up and making an impact and just showing what I can really do. And go Noles.
All right.
He said go Noles. He's excited. He's signing. So we'll get the next one here a little cleaner for you folks next time. But
That's
Kai
good.
Bates, four-star defensive back, officially on board now here with the class of 2024, Michael. He was a flip. Let's all appreciate what Florida State was able to do in getting him to come to join this program. What kind of player do you see in Kai Bates?
Yeah, I mean, just a guy that started off at receiver at a high school out of Edgewater, and then they moved him over to corner. Does a lot of corner things. And can even do some safety things. He even told me that like I could play safety if I need to. Very long athletic guy. Does a lot of familiar things of kind of what you see from a guy like Shaheem Brown, which is not a bad thing. He's a really good player, but I think as he gets more comfortable with technique and stuff like that, he's a guy that I think you're gonna see a lot of not blazing fast but good speed. But his instincts are phenomenal. I mean, he has incredible instincts on the ball, tracks the ball well. That probably goes back to his receiving days, just as a receiver. He's so natural with that. Kind of similar path to kind of what we saw with how Xavier Rhodes' career went, where Xavier was mainly a receiver, then got transitioned to a DB. I think Xavier told me at that time, like when they brought him in, I haven't played DB, and so it's like, don't worry, we'll figure it out, and it worked out pretty well for Xavier. So I think this kid falls in that same category. I always love receivers that move over the DB because they're so naturally understanding the tracking and technique and hand placement of where they need to be. And I always like, he's just a really fun guy to watch. I would say he's probably around 6'2". As far as height, he's a pretty tall kid. I don't know the exact weight, maybe 180, something like that. But overall, a guy that FSU highly coveted when they got him to flip from LSU as a guy that they want. I know Surtain is extremely high on this kid, as is the whole staff. So that was a major win for FSU, and that's what I kind of talk about consistently with everyone's like, hey, focus on the guys that they do have in this class as well, guys. They are some really elite guys that they're bringing in, especially that defensive back group. I mean, if you can finish it off with KJ Bolden, I mean, that's probably going to be one of the best defensive back classes they've ever signed. So it speaks to kind of where FSU is going as a program overall, and I think it speaks to certainly the recruiting ability of Patrick Surtain as well. That he is killing it. Obviously, Adam Fuller's also killing it. So be excited. There's a lot to be excited about, Seminole fans, about what your program is doing and where they're going.
Yeah, hit the thumbs up. Kai Bates in the house, everybody. Our guy Mike Daniel dropped $5 in the jar, but to say something mean-spirited about somebody on the On3 network, so we're not going to do that. But Mike, thanks for the $5. At least $50 if you're gonna slander somebody. We all got a price, Michael. We all got a price. Ryan Renfro's dropped $70 if my public school math does not fail me here. Seeing a lot of predictions for KJ to Georgia. Thoughts, Michael? ?
Yeah, I haven't heard anything new. I'll certainly check on that. I might hop off this a little bit and let Matt come in here and let me check on it.
All right.
But I'll check on that, guys. I'm not sure. I haven't heard anything new on my on my level, but I will certainly check on it.
All right. Is that your polite way of saying you want me to get Matt on here right now, Michael?
You could drop Matt on there. I'll do some checking, and then
Okay, all right.
I'll pop back in when I have some more.
We need to have like a message here on the screen that's like Michael is still here with us. Everybody just back behind the scenes working to make things happen here. So we got our own Matt Lassere, staff writer, Warchant.com, also our recruiting analyst helping us out here on our signing day live program with walk-ons. Kai Bates, that was a fun one, right? We had that one locked and ready to go when he was about to flip, but it took a little bit longer for him to come around. But excited to hear his name kind of officially be coming across here now, Matt.
Yeah, for sure. To go back into his recruitment, I think the turning point there was that LSU game in Orlando. Obviously, he's from Orlando and was at the game as an LSU commit, and we blew the brakes off them. And I think that kind of started to shift the tide a little bit there.
LA the God, it's not about NIL, it's about certain position coaches getting outworked in recruiting. TBE subscriptions went up, not down. Use your head, folks. But then our guy Benjamin Haygood, which is thank you, LA the God. I think that's how you pronounce GAWD, the God. Shout out to him. Benjamin Haygood, $10. I was just joking, by the way, LA. Our collective is elite, everybody. Stop with the negativity. If you think it's bad, you should donate. True. I contribute to the Battle's End and boosters, and it's the best. Go Noles. Yeah, man. Think about how many more. Listen, it's a fact, everybody. There are more University of Florida alum in this world than Florida State. It's just the way it is. They've been around longer. They've been bigger longer. They do not nearly have as much at their disposal to help their football team, as evidenced by the fact they don't have a football game to prepare for in the next few weeks. So you're not going to get all of them. Listen, Jeremiah Smith's going to either go to Ohio State or Florida State. Like Alabama's not going to get him. Remember when Alabama used to get everybody from South Florida, guys? Didn't matter. They get everybody. Everybody. Julio Jones, who's actually from Alabama, but I'm trying to think of all the guys from South Florida when I was out there. Jerry Jeudy, he was a South Florida guy. Was Jalen Wallace from Texas, I think. But you guys know what I'm saying. Let's see what else we got here. Can we please talk about what's happening with Charles Lester? So I think maybe we should just bring you on like at least just 1 minute every hour, Matt. Just like, what are you guys talking about? Just again to clarify, I guess for people that might be joining us late here, I guess there was some tweet that said maybe he was going to wait to make his announcement, but he has officially signed.
So yeah, he tweeted out he was going to wait, and then I think like 5 minutes later, FSU posted that he signed. So he just wanted to play the game and mess around with you guys is the best way to look at it. I think he did the same thing with Colorado when he committed back in, I want to say late July, early August. Just wanted to keep you on the edge of your seat, make you worry a little bit, have people tune in, right?
Yeah, that's right. Matt, right now, I think Florida State still sits, top 5 in class rank overall, if I'm not mistaken. Hard to imagine that it's not going to at least, I mean, that's kind of the floor has been set for this class no matter what happens here the next few hours. This is going to be a top 5 class regardless of where KJ Bolin and Jeremiah Smith and Armando Blunt end up.
Yeah, I mean, I would think so. You still got some other guys who we're looking at too. Like you got LJ McCray, who I'm not super confident there, but Florida State is still in it there. Amari Williams, who we don't expect to sign today right now, but are keeping an eye on it, is another one to watch later down the road. So yeah, you can definitely still probably still be in the top 5.
Waiting on some other commitments to come up here, but if you're over at warchant.com, checking out our social media, we do have a list of all the players who have officially signed and committed, and we also have some upcoming signing times as we'll hit the 9 o'clock hour. Expectations of BJ Gibson, Jamori Flagg, Jamari Howard to make their official announcements at 9 o'clock. Then at the 10 a.m. hour, we'll have Landon Thomas, Camden Fryer, and LJ McCray will be the first 5-star that's kind of on the fence that will officially make their announcement. Again, our Michael Langston behind the scenes working to confirm some information, I think, regarding the KJ Bolden commitment upcoming. If you're just joining us now, Michael received some information probably about 20 minutes or so ago that's trending in the direction of Ohio State to hold on to Jeremiah Smith. So that, again, though, a fluid situation. We'll see how it does work out. Jeremiah Smith scheduled to make his announcement at 12 o'clock. Is he still the number 1 overall prospect in the entire class right now, Matt, in 2020?
So for the industry rankings, yeah.
Who's ours? Who's like, do we know, like, do you know who the on 3 guy is? I mean, I don't have who we have.
On 3 guy. I don't know it off the top of my head. I know Jeremiah Smith because
hey man, I set you up for failure. That was bad. I was throwing you over the middle with the safety coming down.
I know Jeremiah Smith because I always type number one player according to the on 3 industry rankings. So it's just might be a quarterback is my guess. I'm not exactly sure.
All right.
Or no,
well, yeah, it could be our guy. But by the way, not a Florida State commitment, but it's official. Dylan Raiola,
yeah,
committed to Nebraska. Nebraska might finally be back. If you know Nebraska fans, shoot him a text. Tell him you've been thinking about him for the last 20 years, and you're glad that maybe they're finally going to be able to start winning football games at a consistent rate here. They haven't been able to really celebrate anything other than they thought they had the man when they got Scott Frost, those poor guys. Somebody saying DJ Lagway is the number one.
No,
right
it's
now?
I just pulled it up. It's Williams Nawarni. I don't know how to pronounce that.
Right,
Mizzou edge commit. Mizzou
right,
edge commit, and he just signed with Mizzou there too.
Can you touch on Bolden? We're working on that right now. Our own Michael Langston trying to get some sourcing to confirm some details on the recruitment of KJ Bolden. Again, KJ Bolden probably between seemingly Florida State, Georgia, as well as Auburn. And one of those is not like the others. But there's something out there now that helps level the playing field. And man, Hugh Freeze, everyone talks about body language, and I wish I had the photo up to pop it up right now. I don't know how much he tweets, so maybe I can scroll through there and find the actual photo. But man, when they made the home visit, Auburn at KJ Bolden's house, like his father didn't have great body language, like didn't seem all that stoked to have Hugh Freeze inside of his house. Like that's what I felt good about the KJ Bolden recruitment. But then he showed up to Florida State, and for whatever reason, you guys didn't like that body language. Maybe it's just his dad in general. It just keeps it pretty stoic because it looks like here with Kirby, he's just
he's not too happy.
Yeah, crazy man in my house trying to sell me the world. But he's actually somewhat smiling there. But yeah, he looked totally not interested when Hugh Freeze was over at the house. So, I could sleep better if they were to lose out to Georgia. I mean, all right, I get it. Kirby kind of knows what he's doing on defense. Homeschool, I get it. But to lose him out to Auburn to be like Hugh Freeze again, this guy, because what was the defensive end last year that they scooped out from Florida State's grasp at the last minute? So, don't want a pattern to be developing here, but we'll see how it goes. Again, our Michael Langston, he's with us here, as Matt Lasser is. Ben Spicer, Tom Lang behind the scenes, making things work. Tom and Jeff will be taking over. Tom might be taking over before 1 o'clock when he and Jeff Cameron take the airwaves right here on Warchant TV, as well as 93.3 Real Talk terrestrial radio here in Tallahassee. So we'll have some fresh voices for you to get you throughout the day and the evening here. So, P. Simpson, KJ's dad has on a Tinder date. Ooh, too real. Too real. Mark Cannon wondering about Jonathan Daniels at 7 a.m. and Lawayne McCoy 8 a.m. We're supposed to sign. No news yet. Yeah, let's keep in mind that some of these things, high school ceremonies sometimes are not the most segmented, regimented, on time.
You have to go down the line, a lot of them too, right? Because you have multiple kids signing, whether it's to Texas A&M Commerce or something like that too. You got all the guys, and obviously you're going to save your biggest ones for last to keep people sticking around. So it's that's probably what's taking so long. You just got to go down the line of everyone signing, and not just football too.
That's right. That's true, man. Yeah. There's always that mom and dad that elbows in their kids' track signing at, Cumberland School of the South. And you're like, all right, that's great. Go throw the javelin. Is he going to commit to Ole Miss or Mississippi State? That happened to us in Mississippi all the time. But hey, I get it. Your parents are proud of your kids. They're getting a scholarship too. William Samp's got jokes. Battle's End needs to work the NIL deals like Shohei Ohtani deal in LA.
Yeah, defer it all to the end.
When I saw that tweet, I was like, this isn't real, is it? It's real. All that money towards the end of the deal. I keep seeing people trying to create, bad vibes on the Bolden commitments.
I will say this isn't a great little nugget, I guess, but Jeffrey Lee of On 3 put a prediction in for Georgia to flip Bolden.
Okay.
That's all I see right now. And Michael's obviously working some stuff.
All right. Is it 2 E's, Jeffrey Did he tweet it, or has the On3 account tweeted it out?
I don't think so. I just see it if you go to KJ's profile and click the
here we go.
predictions.
I got it on the screen from 5 minutes ago. Michael's here just in time to put out a fire. That's why they pay him the big dollars. We don't need Matt to go through this trauma in his young career. Yeah, it looks like the Auburn guy. Yeah. I think I actually know that. I think he might have been on the podcast when I was working in Alabama. But an Auburn guy has logged an expert prediction for Georgia to flip 5-star plus safety KJ Bolden from Florida State. So that's an Auburn guy saying that the Florida State commit is going to flip to Georgia. This is the world that we live in. Matt, I'm going to let you get back to monitoring things out there on the internet as we roll into hour number 2. Not going to try to say it cool like Jeff Cameron or Corey Clark here on our Signing Day Live presented by Walk-Ons. Walk-Ons for the win. Shout out to our guy, Matt Lasser. He'll be out throughout the day helping us here. Michael's tapping back in here. Reaction to this, Michael, I'm sure you've probably heard some things that might also add some color to the tweet that came out about 5 minutes ago on KJ Bolden's status.
Yeah, there's some buzz building probably around 15 minutes ago where I was on the show, I was talking, and I got a text that there's buzz building of people for the first time around Bolden that told me like this is very real, that it could happen. It's trending towards that way. It's not like set in stone. I know FSU is still working on it, from their perspective, from an NIL perspective. So they're still working behind the scenes on it, but it's definitely I think trending that direction towards Georgia, unfortunately.
To me, it always kind of felt like Auburn was going to be the one that would be able to pull this off kind of at the last minute. Did Georgia come on late the last 48 hours, last week, last 2 weeks? How's it kind of unfolded for you think, Michael?
Well, I think I've always felt like, even when the Auburn stuff, as we heard, like even when I went down for his announcement, the expectation was it was going to be Georgia. That was the expectation. Like, I remember there was like 7 members, media members from the Georgia side, that they felt like it was going to be Georgia, and he ended up committing to FSU. But I think Auburn's kind of the more, I guess, the hype excitement. We heard a lot about the buzz, and I think he likes a few coaches there from Auburn. But at the same time, I think Georgia and FSU were the proven products. So I think when, in the end of the day, I mean, you're losing, potentially a guy that, I mean, it's a big loss. I mean, don't get me wrong with it. And I think they will certainly they will fill the spot, in, from the portal or whatnot. But at the same time, it's a big loss. But at the same time, it's a Peach State kid of potentially committing to the, 2-time defending national champs. They certainly have a product that's really good, and you can understand of why it potentially happened. Now, I did feel like going to last night, they felt like they would be enough to hold on, but we knew, I told people it wasn't done. The body language showed me that there wasn't a final decision, and maybe a final decision has been made finally, and it's starting to leak out. But I haven't heard that for sure, but I've heard it's trending that way. But Georgia's always been, you want to be fair in the conversations. Georgia's was the favorite when this whole thing started in recruiting. So it would be sucky news, but at the same time, it's not like totally shocking, because I've kind of hinted at people, even when I did that interview with him at FSU, that it didn't feel like, hey, this thing's completely shut down. I've heard through Georgia contacts, they felt like it wasn't over. And I think it's just everyone assumed like Auburn, but I always had Georgia in there where, like I said, they were the favorite before this whole thing started. We knew they weren't going to go away, and they just kept plugging away, and they got it done, but or likely got it done potentially. And then if that does happen, I think FSU will go in the portal, and they'll get a really talented defensive back that's experienced, that they feel like can come in and help them.
The life we have chosen to live, Michael.
It's never easy, is it? It's never simple.
If I even remotely seem like I'm taking a shot at a kid, everybody call me out on this, because I will not take a shot at these kids, because I can't imagine all they go through. But like, it's just wild to me that like me and my parents would drive 5 hours somewhere like a week ago
Hmm.
and go through the whole thing. Um, you know, even if I thought, I'm like, I'm probably not going to go there. There's a chance I
Yeah.
might go to Florida State, Mom and Dad, but I don't think so. I think I'm going to go to Georgia. I don't
Yeah.
think I'd make everybody go down there and do the whole thing. Like you guys talk about like the body language he has, not being comfortable talking to like Mike and the reporters out front more. Like, what would it be like going through an entire visit for a weekend? And be like, yeah, man, I'm not coming here, but like go through all of it. So
Yeah.
things change. I'm sorry, Mike, just real quick to like give you, not to give you like cover, but just to explain, like, let's all take everything into kind of perspective here about like, this isn't Florida State pro Florida State media propping up a prospect because he's on campus and trying to make it sound like,
Right.
they're the team to be. Like, obviously things can change like overnight, 48 hours later when it comes to the recruitment
Hmm.
of kids at this level with everybody that's involved.
It is, and um, I'll say this: it's not going to make anybody feel any better. But very rarely, when guys are committed that long, do they flip? LJ McCray, I think you will stick with Florida, and then obviously I've already shared my thoughts on Jeremiah Smith, and then this is the one that certainly didn't do that and went to a different direction. Yeah, I agree, Aslan. It doesn't make a lot of sense. You would think he'd just take a visit to Georgia and say, "Hey, let the tea leaves take itself," and go from there. But I guess he wanted to show like, "Hey, give it a chance to see how I feel." But I think if he does end up picking Georgia at the end of the day, I think being close to home, being in a productive program, certainly was a selling point for him. But I really felt like there was a good chance that FSU would hold on, but obviously they didn't do enough to finish it off. And but again, we have to wait until 1 o'clock. A lot could still happen, but it feels like that's the way it's trending. But it's not a, I mean, it's not a comfortable feeling, guys, to cover this stuff and just the way things can be fluid. It's very fluid. Like I said last night, hearing good things as far as holding on to them. We knew that was still wasn't over, but that's a world of recruiting we live in, how fluid it can be, and how teams can come in there late, and how a guy can go to bed one night and say, you know what, I feel like this is probably the place, but I'm gonna see how I feel in the morning, and then in the morning you'll feel a little bit more different. So it's the recruiting world we live in. It stinks, or it potentially stinks, but at the same time, you got to move forward, and they will address the position if they feel like they need another DB from the portal. They'll certainly pick a guy up. Um, but like overall, if I guess if you're looking for a glimmer of light, if you're looking for that, at least it didn't go one of your rivals that you play every year. It doesn't go to somebody that is going to affect you like Miami, Florida, or Clemson. But it still hurts. It's still a big loss. And certainly FSU will have to go in there and address that position.
I think Florida State's actually supposed to play Georgia like non-conference schedule, maybe 26 or something like that, but point taken nonetheless. Our guy, Jared Thompson, this is the worst part about this is that he's supposed to commit at 1 o'clock. So everybody's mad right now, and then we're going to have to relive the anger at 1 o'clock. Thankfully, though, Tom Lang and Jeff Cameron will take those arrows. Now I know what it feels like to maybe have been live on air when Travis Hunter did his thing 2 years ago. I
Yep.
wasn't on air for when that happened. But Jared, drops $20 in the jar, and thank you, Jared. This is not sour grapes, but an honest question. I'll throw some thoughts on it, and I'll let you go with it after that, Michael. What exactly are we donating to when we cannot close or retain at an elite level, especially to a program that totes is not overpaying, quote unquote? Well, let's realize that, certain guys have been retained. Patrick Payton did not put his name into the portal.
Yep.
Let's remember that this entire team was built around what this collective was able to do in terms of retaining the talent and adding talent to it. And the portal has only been open for not even 3 weeks yet. And there's quarterback prospects that you're going to get one of them. And they're not done yet. And I get it. You figure all this money, all this increased subscriptions, you can get whoever you want. But for some people, it's just not as clear cut cutting the check, Michael.
I just don't agree with the premise of what Jared's saying. First of all, their NIL is very competitive, and what you're contributing to is FSU being in the picture of doing that, and they're very competitive. I don't think he chose Georgia because of some NIL deal. I don't. I think he chose Georgia because of, if he does choose and pick Georgia, it's because he's going he's going to a place that, one, is in state, two, it's certainly a productive product, and three, he's comfortable with that staff. So it's like this narrative continuing I hear all the time when FSU doesn't get a guy is like, oh, we're not paying enough as a collective. Like, that's just not true. Like, it's just not true. Like, it's not true. And I can tell you this. I mean, as much as people mention the Georgia NIL, they're gonna covet guys, but they're not gonna covet it so much more than FSU. It's very competitive. It's very similar. Sometimes kids just pick a school because of overall other decisions. It's not just NIL. Not everything is NIL related. I think people want to pinpoint that to scapegoat somebody like they're doing something wrong, and they're not. The reason you do it is the reason you want to give is because you're contributing to FSU football and FSU possibilities of NIL. It's there. It's going to be there for a while, so you need to accept it. And that's, I think the FSU fans responded a lot. I think there's over 5,000 members now, so
Yeah.
they've gotten some kids through NIL that they've coveted a lot. So you can't sit there and have it both ways. You can't say, well, we got this guy, but then when you lose a guy, you say you didn't. Now you don't have it. It's like you can't have it both ways. They've coveted. They've gotten guys that are NIL related, but they're not going to be a program that's NIL centric on a kid, because it's not going to work. He doesn't fit the culture if that's your focus. Um, so overall, I think the collective is doing really good, but they didn't lose because they didn't, or somebody beat them NIL wise with the KJ Bolden sweepstakes. In my opinion, I think it's more about what Georgia is as a program, and not so much anything FSU did wrong.
And hey, again, it is 9:15 a.m. here on the East Coast. We appreciate you being here. The nearly 4,000 of you now. Maybe we got some people that want to come take joy in our misery. So everybody, brave face. Don't break. You're unconquered. You're not affected by this. But he's going to officially announce his intentions at 1 p.m. So
Right.
technically, coaches can't speak to players right now. But if you're one of these folks that subscribes to everything's about NIL, well, I'm sure, even at the 11th hour here, you can kind of try to make your last ditch efforts. Not sure that is going to work out in Florida State's favor. So we get to relive all this misery at 1:00, but it's not. I know we're speaking like it's officially over, but you never know. Just does not obviously seem to be in a good place right now as we sit here and talk about it.
Right. Exactly. And we'll see what happens. But guys, FSU is going to be fine. Relax. They're good. They're going to be fine. Yes, it's a big loss. They had him all year committed. He's a great talent. He's going to make an impact wherever he goes. But at the same time, it's not life or death. It's not like the end of FSU's program. It's not. They're going to get the player to fill that role. Like, I heard the same thing when they didn't get Travis Hunter. Oh, our program's going to fall apart. Yeah, that didn't happen, did it? 13-0. Turned around. 10-win season before that. So FSU will fill the void if that it comes to that, and it's a big loss. But at the same time, you don't need to just like feel it's the death of everything. And it's a really good defensive back class, a really good class, like a really good class that's going to certainly help them in for several years. But I think you have to put perspective on this stuff and understand not every situation is NIL related. Some situations are kid just wants to go there. Kid just feels that this is the place that I feel like I can go there. Yeah, I can go there. I can make an impact, and I feel more comfortable making an impact there. Um, maybe I definitely could say the snub maybe helped contribute to this. Not being in there, knowing Georgia's going to be in there more than likely, most cases. So just keep that in mind that they're not there yet, and they're getting to the process of getting where they want to go, where you get these guys every year, and it's just a layup and stuff like that. But It's just a reality of what we live on, that it's not everything is NIL related. And FSU Collective Battles In is a phenomenal collective. They are doing a great job. They've killed it. Like I said, they've got some guys that they've coveted. It's not like there's some broke group that doesn't pay or they're stingy with money or something like that. Like, they market the right people and they do their thing, and FSU is going to be more than fine. Yes, it's a blow, but let's keep it in reality too of what FSU has done as far as organizing the roster every year. Even when they lose big losses like the Travis Hunter and other guys, they always find a way, to find the right guy that is going to fit them in the portal. And I have no doubts if KJ Bolden does go to Georgia that they'll do that.
Mitchell Myers, I think, speaking for all of us that are going to be in front of a camera here for the next 5 hours, 24 hours, or however much. Cam Ward announced, please. Yeah, if you're the collective and you miss out on KJ Bolden, I know we were talking earlier, Michael, about having lanes set up where, like, maybe you let this be the day for the high school kids to enjoy it. But, if KJ Bolden perhaps flips, has been reported by one of the Auburn writers on our network here,
Right.
maybe at that point, kind of like when things didn't work out with Travis Hunter and Julian Armello was supposed to commit, I think, like on that Thursday.
Yeah.
All of a sudden at like 10 p.m. at night, he's like, yeah, maybe I'll go ahead and commit now. Because I'm sure he was kind of maybe, hey, here's a little bit
Yeah.
extra.
Yeah. And if you remember that day, Azare Thomas kind of took some pressure off of him. He committed around noon. So that kind of got the ball rolling. But I get it. It drains you when you lose something big. But as I said, you know, don't lose face of what the facts are of the class in general as a whole. I know it. I know it potentially hurts or what could happen, but like overall, I have a different feeling now, Aslan, than I did back then, because back then I didn't know what FSU was going to do in the portal.
Yeah.
Now we do.
Right.
Like, now we do know what they do in the portal. They're going to get talented kids. They're going to fill the holes and gaps of wherever it is. So it just is. It just, it's not, at the end of the world. Like, they will figure out whatever positions and holes that they need to fill, and go from there. I know everyone wants like positive news to make them feel better of somebody signing or committing, but maybe a transfer portal. But just give it time, guys. Let the process go through it.
Kevin Gonzalez, can you guys please explain the difference, if any, between the Battle's End and Rising Spear? I think the easiest way to differentiate the two, Kevin, is that I guess Battle's End is also kind of exploring the golf space, but Battle's End is primarily, solely, nearly focused on football, and that is retaining the players that are currently on roster and going after guys that are in the portal or in high school to bring them in. Rising Spear has a handful of I think, football players under their umbrella, but Battle's End, mostly football. Rising Spear, your other sports, your women's soccer, softball, baseball, basketball. So not to say that they all couldn't be under one, but Rising Spear was actually first on the scene, and then Battle's End came off the top rope with a real strong mission statement and got things done. So no matter who you give to, it's helping out a Florida State athlete, but Battle's End is going to the guys that you cheer for on Saturdays. So
yeah, I will chime in, interrupt.
Lawayne
McCoy is doing his live thing on Instagram. If you want to pull that up, Aslan.
I'm being told that it's in progress. As soon as it gets closer to maybe him going ahead and making his decision, we will then bring that up as well. But nothing imminent right now, I'm being told.
Okay.
Let's get out the. This will be our venting half hour. We'll continue to the bottom of the hour here. Nico Sharkey, that's a strong name, Nico. Almost as strong as his suit. Let me get a little. Yeah, look at that. Cream colored suit, yellow tie. Sharp, Nico. Some of us on here are irritatingly oblivious. Jeremiah Smith made it clear he is not going to the highest bidder, but to who gets him most NFL ready. NIL won't miss he the needle. Not sure the last part of that was.
Yeah, I don't get that last part, but yeah, I agree with Nico that it would, and it never has with Jeremiah. Like I said, it's different guys that are important, but there's certain, I think it makes people feel good to say, well, our NIL isn't as good as somebody else. When sometimes it's just, sometimes they just, go to a place that they feel more comfortable with, that they feel like it can get you ready for whatever you're going to, where it's the NFL or just in general, maybe there's a coach they're more comfortable with. So sometimes it just works that way. Life's not perfect and life's not easy, but this narrative of just using the NIL every time is just silly at this point. I mean, I think FSU's landed so many guys NIL related that it's kind of silly to mention it now that we got problems when there's not problems. When you add 5,000 members and it's rolling the way it's rolling, the NIL is not a problem for FSU at all as far as getting kids or getting players. So I think that's a problem. I think Lawayne's getting ready to.
I'm late to the party. We keep banning people. I want to see what they said for us to ban them. I love that. I love seeing like the angst, and then we just go like, "You're out of here.
You're gone."
There was a comment here I wanted to pop up, but
Okay.
yeah. Listen, Michael was receiving information as well earlier in the 8:00 hour regarding KJ Bolden's status. So I know we had the tweet on the screen for maybe a little bit too long from our On3 network, but yeah, we're not everything that we've been discussing is not because some guy from Auburn reported this.
No.
Michael's, dialed in here on our side. So he's,
we've heard similar stuff. So it's not something that news to us, and that's why I got off, really quick just to get more detail, let Matt go in there and talk. But I'd heard as well. So it's out there. We know it's out there. I just had to do more digging to find out more, finishing stuff on it.
all right. Michael did mention that we've got a upcoming commitment live on Instagram. So let's take you there. Let's tap into the feed. You're watching Signing Day Live presented by Walk-Ons here on Warchant.com. Lawayne McCoy, Michael.
I decided to take my time to James Madison University.
Kaden, my boy.
He's not going to James Madison, but his boy is going to James Madison. So just relax here.
Yeah.
It's a nice ring.
Yeah. Boy going to James Madison.
Congratulations. James Madison, Division I. Quarterback. Let's see that.
I'm bugging. I'm saying about to go. Yo, I'm scared as fuck, yo. Bro, calm down, bro. I see you over here.
How many guys do we think we got? Like 3 other guys?
Open the door,
I can go take a break. I'm not going to talk over a guy, Lawayne, but
I'm gonna go out there. Yo. I'm going there. Yeah, I'm going.
No, you ready? You gotta go. You gotta go.
He talking about you gotta go.
it's happening to maybe some unsavory conversations happening in between announcements. So if the kids are in the car with you, I apologize.
You can't forget the hat. Yeah, you scared.
But
you scared, bro.
we await the announcement from Lawayne McCoy. 4-star, Michael?
Yeah. 4-star receiver.
Y'all chill, man.
Tell him about it, Lawayne.
Raw, so you tripping. You see him, Raw? He geek, bro.
You are solid now. Way in those trenches.
We've hit the over 4,000 mark, everybody. We're here. You're watching us live. Sign Day Live presented by our good friends over at Walk-Ons. Walk-Ons for the win. Michael Langston, Aslan Hutchigandi, Tom Lang, Ben Spicer, Matt Lassere. Awaiting the announcement from Lawayne McCoy. Plenty of content over on Warchant.com. We've got breakdowns from several of the prospects already committed to Florida State. Lawayne ended the video. Come on, man. But as I was saying, we got plenty of content, including breakdowns with Tom Lang and Dominic Robinson on several of the prospects here that have committed to Florida State. Kai Bates is the most recent guy that has committed, but Charles Lesser is a guy that everybody was a little bit nervous about because of some Twitter misunderstanding, but he has signed. Florida State has received his paperwork. So let's get a little bit of a closer look at Charles Lester, what he means for this program, what he's going to bring to the backfield, which you're all a little bit concerned about the back end of this defense. But let's hear what Tom Lang and Dominic Robinson see when they turn the tape on and look at Mr. Charles Lester, one of the standout prospects in this 2024 class.
Breaking down another big-time defensive back for Florida State's 2024 class. This is Charles Lester III. He's been a 5-star, upper 4-star throughout the process here. Florida State lands another big-time member of the secondary. And breaking it down for us is Dominic Robinson, lead football analyst here at Warchant.com and Warchant TV. Please do us a favor, hit the like button under the video because it's eval time. Dominic will break it down based upon the film, and then we'll also get to a scouting scale as to how ready Charles Lester is for prime time at Florida State. So, Dominic, when you take a look at Charles Lester, what is it that stands out to you about this prospect for Florida State?
So anytime especially when you pull up DB's film, I hate seeing pass breakups early in the film. If I'm watching a highlight film, I want to see ball in the air and ball in your hands. I don't want to see it on the ground. I don't want to see you celebrating the pass breakup. And that was the first thing that jumped out on the page when I saw him was the ball was in his hands, from the jump. The other thing that I love seeing is him. There's a lot of wide receiver, on this film. And that tells me a lot as a defensive back coach. That gives me a lot of information. One, in order to play offense, you got to know offense. And so in order to be good at defense, you got to have an understanding of offense. If we can go back on this, Ben, the thing that I don't get to see a lot because there's so much offense is his technique here. Like you see this technique, there's really nothing there in terms of technique. He's standing straight up at the snap. This is just an athlete being an athlete. And you see this a lot with DB film, so I'm not being critical of him specifically. It's very tough. I was this way as a defensive back. If you watch my defensive back film, I had 21 interceptions, but there was 0 times that I had good technique on any of those interceptions. I was just an athlete. Defensive back coaches in high school, they don't do as good of a job as college coaches do. So you don't see a lot of high level technique because you're going against inferior athletes. And so you see that a lot when you pull up defensive back film. And I see the little bit of that with him. I don't see a lot of his technique because a lot of times he doesn't need to have good technique. And then I also don't see him, we don't get to see a lot of his highlights because most of his highlights are on offense because he's such a good corner. They don't throw his way and he doesn't have to play with great technique.
So let me ask you.
Okay, go ahead.
I was going to say, putting the pieces together really quickly, if you see that he's an offensive player, which tells you he's got football.
Run that one back again, Ben. Go ahead. Sorry.
So if you see an offensive player, a defensive player could play offense, which tells you he's got IQ points, would that give you hope for technique? Because that means he's smart with the game.
Yeah, and the other thing that it tells me is like he's an athlete, so he has the ability to learn. Mm-hmm. If he's on offense, that means obviously he's having to learn a bigger chunk of the game than a guy who just stands out on an island and plays corner, and he's just playing press man corner for 60 snaps or 80 snaps, on a game. If he's got to go over offense, it tells me that he's at least having to think the game the whole time. And so that's always a great sign. It tells me about their athleticism. Here he is taking a wildcat snap. Again, this is great. These are great signs as an evaluator and as a recruiter, because it tells me if the guy's taking a wildcat snap, he's probably the best athlete on your team. There's a reason we need to score, and I don't want the ball touching anyone else's hands except for the guy that's the most dependable on our team. So you love seeing that. And so, yeah, there's some snaps where a guy is playing defensive back and also wide out. When I see that right away, I'm thinking, okay, this is a guy who at least is attempting to learn the game on a little bit of a higher scale than maybe a guy who just plays DB.
I know it was way back in the film, Ben, probably about 2 or 3, director Ben behind the scenes, 2 or 3 minutes, but you wanted to circle back to, looks like a route he undercut when he was playing in what would that be? Some sort of deep safety or deep zone, I should say, at corner. Why did that play stand out to you?
Well, there's a lot of these plays where, again, he's ending with the ball in his hands, which we love, but he's also playing with a 10 yards off, sort of bail technique, and he's just baiting the quarterback to make throws, and then the quarterback does, and he goes and picks off. Here it is. He's 10 yards off here. There's no sort of technique there, and then he goes and he just makes a play on the ball. That's an athlete making a play, and we love to see it. But that doesn't fly at the college level.
Yep.
I can't watch that and then project that guy's going to be a good corner. When I see that, there's nothing there redeemable from a college standpoint. A college corner could never get away with doing what he did on that play. So I have to sort of discard that rep. And what I can take from it is an athlete doing athletic things. I can see how athletic he is. I can see that he can catch. I could see that he has the intuition to go break on that was a seam route, and he was responsible for the deep third. So I can see, okay, maybe he has good anticipation on knowing what the offense is going to do there. So then maybe that's why he's baiting him and playing off.
So thanks to our Dominic Robinson, Tom Lang. Sorry to bring you back on camera so abruptly there, Michael, as you're fueling the machine there. But they've got plenty more breakdowns that will be available on our YouTube channel that you all should check out. As we did step away there for a brief minute, BJ Gibson, Luane McCoy, these guys coming into the fold here for Florida State.
Yep.
I think McCoy might have, I biffed on it. I'm sorry, everybody. I think we missed him announcing his official commitment, but looks like if we can pull him up on the screen now here, looks like he's got Florida State apparel on.
Yep.
So I'm going to guess that he's gone ahead and announced his intentions to join Tribe 2024, although he's got family around him now. So
he's got family, and the family's wearing FSU stuff too.
Yeah. So we'll take them full live. I think I might be able to do that. I love saying that back into television days. We'll go full live.
Yeah, look, guys, look slightly to your right.
I think they're doing the photos. Yeah, these are all the photos. I'm sure he's made his commitment public. If he's got any other comments to say, but let's get Michael's shiny face back on his cutting away, Mike. See, I woke up early. I had my breakfast before I got on air. Mike doesn't have that luxury because he's constantly on the phone all day for the last 3 weeks. So Luane McCoy announcing live from his high school his intentions to come to Florida State. This on top of the heels of, I think, BJ Gibson as well. Did not have a live stream, but perhaps tweeted it out. I think we've socialed that out on our accounts. So
okay.
Florida State bringing in guys, this class going strong as well. As we entered the day, I think Florida State was they were 4th in the nation or maybe 5th in the nation. So those guys that signed their names up and verbally committed now starting to send their NLIs over. You're watching live here, signing day coverage presented by our great friends over at Walk-Ons. Walk-Ons for the win, says Drew Brees.
Game day at Walk-Ons is just different. And it starts with the way our teammates prep each dish from our scratch menu. No shortcuts. We are hand cutting every single mozzarella log straight from the block. Hand peeling, stuffing, and bacon wrapping each voodoo shrimp. Hand carving ribeyes for our steaks and po' boys. And hand slicing, then tossing our boneless wings and our house-made sauces. With wall-to-wall TVs and food like this, why would you want to watch anywhere else? That's game day. The Walk-Ons way.
That's right. Drew Brees, man. What a good pitch, man. Need him to pitch our content. You should join warchant.com. 50% off for new subscribers for the first time. Come home, everybody. Although I think a lot of people are upset right now, Michael, and it's fine. We're going to get through this together. Signing day times. These are not official, but these are what we were told earlier in the morning, and we created this great graphic, we being Ben Spicer, Tom Lang, Jaden Todd, Charles Lester, Elijah Moore, Micah Danzy, still don't know. Luane McCoy, not how to pronounce his name, not that he's going to be a Florida State Seminole, everybody. Kai Bates, They've all either announced publicly on a live stream or sent their letter of intent into Florida State. BJ Gibson might not be far behind either. So Jamari Howard, Jamori Flagg, those are guys that were also scheduled to drop at the 9 a.m. hour. And then at 10 o'clock, we'll start getting the first 5-star to make his decision. That's kind of been straddling the fence, if you will. But LJ McCray that was one that Florida State was usually seemingly on the outside track on. So it was always going to be a tough one to figure out. But we'll see. Never know. Maybe as one door closes, another one opens. So if KJ Bolden indeed intends to go to Georgia, then maybe resources are opened up for somebody else to get into the fold. Have you heard anything on Jonathan Daniels, Michael? Everyone sees that 7 a.m.
Yeah, 7 a.m. was more like
time, so it's not that far behind. But Kyle Bustamante wondering what's the word.
No, there's nothing. We're just waiting for him to send it in. We expect it to be in. There's, like I said, they're on a different time, So, and a lot of these times, these things don't go through. I know we have the time on there when they're doing it, but these things, the ceremony goes on. It's longer. As far as they have to go through compliance and make sure everything's cool, when they do it. So they're in. So there's a lot of different things that go on. So it's just because the time's up there doesn't mean it's going to go exactly like right at that time, but especially when you have ceremonies. And I'm sure, Daniels has a ceremony, they might have had a ceremony where they're telling us like it's 8 a.m. and then maybe it's more like 8:30, or something like that. So, it fluctuates. It's fluid. It's fluid in there as well with ceremonies and stuff. So
it's the word of the signing period is fluid. But who's not fluid is Luke Kromenhoek. Let's give it up for a guy like Luke Kromenhoek, right? Like,
yeah,
tweeting out that other schools are still at him, and he's like, "Thanks, but no thanks." So we appreciate that. Let me see here. Okay, let's pull up Marcus. Thank you, Marcus. I'm gonna give you a little appreciation.
Dollar bills, y'all.
It seems like we have a hard time securing elite recruits. What are your thoughts?
No, they don't. They've got some elite recruits in there, but there's certain guys in certain recruitments where you're battling big time programs that were able to pull it off. Like I've said before, KJ Bolden's from the state of Georgia. Georgia's 2-time division national champions. Armando Blunt's from South Florida in Miami. That was a back and forth thing. I don't think it's a closing problem. I think it's more just what matters in the recruitment for each guy. And not everyone's the same. The Armando Blunt recruitment was not the same as the KJ Bolden one. I don't think there's a closing problem, especially with the guys they've added. I think it's more so, individual of the recruitments. Like there were recruitments, they got guys, so when they got the top guys that they got, when they flipped the Kai Bates, does that mean they can't close for top teams? Is LSU not a top team? So I think you have to be careful how you word it. Yeah, they're not a finished product. No, they're not to that level yet. But at the same time, they've closed with a lot of elite guys or really good players as far as this class, whether KJ Bolden's in it or not, or Armando Blunt's not in it or whatnot. It's still really good class. Like it's not as good as we anticipated and hoped in being a top 5, but I think you have to be careful of just because something didn't go our way or the way for Florida State that all of a sudden there's some closing problem. I don't think there's any I don't think there's any I don't think there's a closing problem. I think you're still in the process of developing as a top tier program to get up there with the Georgias. Are they there yet? No, but they're close. And that's the main way I would take it.
Shout out to David Pearson. People act like Hakeem is some scrub. Yeah, they close on Hakeem. That was something that we quickly forget. But I understand everybody. I understand the angst. Let's just channel it to the right places here and not Let's not slam the hard work of Michael all these months, weeks, years, sometimes in the case of some of these guys that have been around forever here.
And I
So.
don't take it that way, Aslan. I mean, I understand emotions, so I get it. I have emotions sometimes too when it comes, to different things. But I mean, you have to put proper perspective on what they do, where they are and where they're going. So I'm not, like I said, the portal has changed things totally for me. It's different if you're going after a 5-star plus guy and then you lose them and then you're just done. You can't add anybody from the portal. It's like knowing you can add players from there to fill the holes that you came up short. And other teams do this too. It's not just FSU. Guess what? Georgia loses kids too. Alabama loses kids too. They don't get kids of every kid that they have targeted. It happens. Obviously, this one's highlighted because this is the now. With a guy like KJ Bolden, but at the same time, you know, they're going to fill the void of what they need. And I know I get it. There's pain. It's a big loss and all that stuff, but you have to look at things in perspective of where they're growing as a program. You went from 10 wins to 13. You have 13-0. You obviously get the snub, which I think I was more concerned of just the recruiting ramifications of it. I didn't think it'd be devastating, but I thought it would be challenging for FSU because it puts them in a tougher position that they should have to be. Now, most of the recruits have been like, this is BS. It's ridiculous. They're targeting FSU, or they just want to put a certain team in there. So that's how most recruits felt. But at the same time, it does have an impact, and it's something that the coaches have to overcome on the recruiting trail. But they're doing everything right. There's not a closing problem. There's not an NIL problem. Sometimes kids just want to pick somewhere else, or for whatever reason, whether they feel comfortable location wise or whether that program just fits them better.
Yeah. Listen, I probably did say it at some point in all my babbling to not be upset, but y'all can be upset. I get it. This is, but it seemingly happens everywhere. That's my only kind of like retort. Like even Kirby misses out on some guys, and that's probably a bad example because, things are trending towards, KJ Bolden going there. But I get it. I mean, I'm seeing these comments. People are talking about this has been, 3 years in a row. It's closing problems. My thing, I guess, Michael, is that, it's like if when you talk about, oh, it's a scheme, like the coach just doesn't have a good scheme. Okay, well, like expound then. Like what is bad about this scheme? Like what would you like the scheme to look like otherwise? Like I just don't know what closing to me would probably be NIL. So I can't imagine that they're as well heeled and organized as they are on the NIL front, and everything is not falling their way because they're somehow squandering that aspect of the recruiting. Like to your point, Michael, is just, when they didn't get Jalen Key last year, I think most people, it was a lot easier to digest because it was in the summer. You had brought Keon Coleman in. You had brought Jaheim Bell in, Morlock, Fisk. You felt good about those guys. Verse was coming back. Jordan was coming back. So you were taking this big picture perspective. Yep. But right now we're just focused so much on what's happening today and this one specific player. But like Jalen Key made sense to go to Alabama. He had 1 year left. Florida State was coming off a 10-win season, good, but Alabama was a little bit more proven. And Nick Saban puts defensive backs into the first round of the NFL draft or the second round. So like that made sense. You could kind of understand that. Like KJ Bolden being from Atlanta, Kirby being the defensive-minded guy, like you could maybe see that if you're getting offered, let's say $100,000, and somebody's like, well, we'll give you like 75, but you can't even outbid, I don't think, what that would mean to somebody being able to stay at home and play for somebody they think that might be a little bit better of a fit for what they want to be at the next level.
Right. And I'm comfortable, saying like from what I've gathered, the NIL for FSU was higher. Like, so it had nothing to do with NIL. Sometimes kids just want to go somewhere. Kirby Smart is a former DB. He's played at Georgia. Certainly he is successful in winning championships, and so that's not a closing problem. That's a problem where sometimes guys just favor the other ones. Like when they got Hakeem Williams, was that a closing problem? He was a 5-star receiver. Like you can't you we can all pick and choose whatever arguments we want to point when they lose somebody. But it's like people forget the guys they landed, flipping 4-star Kai Bates, getting the strong defensive back group, the players they've landed, the DD Holmes, 4-star defensive end. You know, you it's not there yet, like where I think it should be, as far as the standard of recruiting consistently every year. Um, they need to do better at a lot of different positions. And when he says closing, I don't think he's just referring to NIL as on. I think he's referring to he feels like they could use better recruiters. Like that's what I think he's hinting at. My opinion. The guy that put that little comment
Right,
up
right,
there.
right.
That's my opinion. That and I've heard that from several people. And it's a justified point to a degree, that hey, you want to be better. But at the same time, I said this before the start of our show is, do you want to have recruiting awards or you want to win on the field?
Mm.
Um, I can honestly say, I'm very comfortable with all the coaches of what I see development wise from the players. What I see. Odell speaks for itself development wise. Certainly defensive ends, we've seen the development of Patrick Payton, certainly what they've done with Jared Verse and these guys they've had there. Running backs, phenomenal. Yaks to killing it. Quarterbacks, Tony Tokarts, certainly they did a hell of a job with Jordan Travis. All that stuff. So you could go through top to bottom of development. And like I said, I keep hammering this point. The portal guys, they can get players from the portal. They've done it every single year. We know they're going to do it again this year. So whatever holes they have, they can fill that. Yes, does it need to be better in high school recruiting? Absolutely. My standard is higher than what I'm seeing. And obviously this day kind of confirms that. It wasn't the day that they anticipated or that you hoped. Certainly when you lose guys, it hurts. But at the same time, I can tell you this, Aslan, if they go out there and get, let's say, the number one DB out there in the country off the portal,
Hmm.
how much are we talking about KJ Bolton? Probably not as much. It'll still linger, but I think fans are all in the moment of what's happening, and in the moment we're happening, it's looking like KJ Bolton's likely going to somewhere else. So, and I get the sting of it, but I think sometimes the emotions of people clouds what is actually happening in the recruitment. Not every recruitment's the same way. I've told you guys, Armando Blunt's not the same recruitment as KJ Bolton of the reasons why. Um, KJ Bolton's is very clear. We've laid it out. No sense in rehashing that. Armando Blunt, same thing. All these guys are. It's not because their NIL wasn't competitive or stuff like that. Is there a closing problem as far as finishing? Not really. I think the message is very clear. 13-0, product on the field, development is very high, culture is phenomenal, brotherhood, officially visits everywhere. I think they're doing very fine. Is it as good as I want it to be? No. But is it a really good class? Absolutely. To Moffrey's point.
No.
So I think people need to kind of put some perspective on the day and what's going on.
You're watching Sign Day Live, everybody, on Warchant TV. Hit the thumbs up. Over 4,200 of you watching us live. 9:51. Your boss doesn't know. So that's awesome. I'll tell him if you guys are going to be mean, be angry. Like I said, you guys can be angry. It's fine. Yeah, I get everybody. The closing issue. They said 3 years in a row. Who did we lose last year, Michael? I know 2 years ago, obviously, with Travis Hunter. But somebody was saying 3 years in a row, you've lost the top guy in your class. It's not official yet either, everybody. Again, there's just information coming Michael's way that trends towards maybe something happening at 1 o'clock when KJ Bolden makes his announcement. So,
trying to get
I don't
kind
know,
of draw.
the defensive end ended up going to Auburn. I don't don't think he was the highest rated
Keldrick
guy.
Falk. No. Keldrick
Because
Falk
Hakeem was ranked higher than him. But again,
like I
I'm gonna tell
said,
you guys not be angry. I understand. And
I get it, it's kind of one of those things where nobody remembers all the great plays you made. They're going to remember what plays you didn't make. And the Keldrick Falk one was certainly one. But But if you look individually into these recruitments, you see why. It's like Kendrick Falk was from Alabama. Auburn. He'd been flirting with Auburn for a while. So it's not inconceivable that he goes to Auburn. Just like it's not inconceivable that KJ Bone could eventually end up at Georgia. And then Armando Blunt's from Miami. A lot of pressure to stay home. So these aren't closing problems, guys. These are just guys that are in the area. There's specific reasons of why they chose a school. It's like, doesn't mean that you can't recruit and you just ignore all the wins that FSU has. Like, it's just, you can't. I mean, I get emotion gets into it, but people, I think, are too emotionally connected and they're not looking at the full picture of each one of these recruitments and what FSU's adding on their team, whether that's portal or high school. And I don't know. I I just think sometimes people, and I'm guilty of it too, guys. Sometimes when something bad happens, you're looking to ma- magnify it than worse than what it is, instead of looking at the grand scheme of things. And I'm guilty of that as well. But I this is a very good class, and FSU is going to be fine. Like I said, they will attack the portal like I expect them to. It should be a really, really positive offseason for FSU again in the portal. But I get the anger and upset that you're losing a top player. I get that. I can put myself in that fan point and understand people feeling that way. But at the same time, they're going to be fine, guys. The class is going to be fine. The team is going to be fine. The roster will be fine. And as I've always said at the beginning, do you want to win games or you want to win recruiting championships?
Yeah, that's right.
That's
That's
it.
right.
I mean, that's what it comes down to. Do you want your team to be good or do you want to just stockpile talent as far as recruits? And here's the thing, too. There's no guarantee these kids stay at whatever school they go to. There's no guarantee that KJ Bolden's his whole career at Georgia. There's no guarantee that Armando Blunt's at Miami. I'm not saying I'm thinking that FSU would go back after Armando Blunt, but we've already seen this. Like, how many people went crazy when Marvin Jones went to Georgia? Where's Marvin Jones now? Yeah.
Tallahassee, Florida, Michael Langston.
Okay. So my point is you have to let these things go. And the main thing is the roster, what you're building, not so much like, oh, we got to get every high school kids, or we can't lose any top kids. You're going to lose players. You're competing. Recruiting's hard. It's not easy. It's not easy when you're going against top powers. So you're going to get some, you're going to lose some, and then you can fill the void of what you do in the portal. They're going to be fine.
All right, okay, all right. Jamari Howard is on the clock.
Yep.
I wish we had I should have made like a ESPN draft music, but we'll get you out there live as soon as Jamari Howard's ready to make his announcement. We thank you for being here, everybody. The happy, the angry, the indifferent, all there in the middle. David Glitz is wondering, when can portal guys sign with their respective teams? Anytime they want, David. Anytime they want. They can come on down. Portal is open. It stays open until I think the 2nd. And the thing is, you can enter your name in until the 2nd, but you don't have to commit until whenever you want. So you can, as long as you get your name in before January 2nd, you can then ultimately end up going to a school. So the portal doesn't necessarily close. I mean, it won't close for business, but you can't put your name in after the 2nd. So
Correct.
Any kid, because there's a kid, I think, with the running back from Mississippi State, I think is tentatively scheduled to come on an official visit like after that January 2nd date. So
Right.
as long as your name is in now, you're good. So
Yeah, as long as your name's in before the window, you're fine. And then it can commit. There's a certain like guideline between dates that you can commit, that you have to be committed by, and then you have another window, I think, in May. So how about that? Jamari Howard with the old school FSU logo on his
nice
Instagram.
I'm being told that Hayes Fawcett
Mm-hmm.
has tweeted out that LJ McCray will not be signing today. High possibility. There's a high possibility. So imagine if your team didn't make it to a bowl.
Yep.
You had a coach that was taking you seemingly into the abyss, and all you had was this one guy who's hoping for. And he's like, I might need to win. Although I guess they're going to get Lagway. But, is Lagway going to end up winning a lot of games with Billy Napier in Gainesville? Who knows? Probably.
Makes you wonder, like, if LJ is going to actually take a visit to Georgia.
That'd
With the word with KJ. So you don't know. That's interesting. I thought for sure he would stick with Florida. That's kind of the gist I was hearing. Everyone, I think most people are hearing that LJ was going to stick with Florida, but that it ain't just FSU, guys. It's like, so I try to tell people this stuff is fluid, and it's not just FSU that's hurting. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I would much rather win on the field than even stuff I do. I'm a recruiting guy, but you want to win on the field. The main thing is your roster and what you build with your roster. As long as the roster's there, you can work on the recruiting stuff. You can fine tune the stuff, what's going on.
Kevin Johnson, LJ driving his price up. That's probably what I would do. I mean, like if 40-year-old Aslan had like the skill set of like 18-year-old LJ McCray and it had like the know-how of it, like, yeah, like y'all football coaches better hope I never have a kid and he's good at football because, man, well, everybody will have a silent commitment. Everybody will go to bed that night thinking that my kid's coming to your school. And then 5 minutes before the signing ceremony, like, I don't know, man. I just don't know.
You can do like Charles Lester and say, I'm doing it to 22nd, and then just next thing you know, you're sending in your LOI. 5 minutes later.
I'm going to see if I can pull that up here. Can you? Is there like a personal? I want to look up his wish list on Amazon just to see. Like, it's a real thing, right? Like he has, like Charles Lester has an actual gift registry, I think, on Amazon. I just want to see if I can actually pull it up to see what he wants. Dorm gifts are appreciated. Register on Amazon. Charles Lester. Let me see. Is everybody okay if we do this? Will this upset anybody if we actually? I think I found it. I don't know. Will this not be part of compliance? We're gonna pull it up unless somebody has a real big.
You're on your own here, so I'm out of this territory. I'm not sure on that.
All right, let's see what our guy Charles Lester wants. We all need to lighten up here for a minute as we wait for Jamari Howard to make his college announcement. We'll take you there live when it does happen. We also need to pay homage to our guy Joel Davis.
Yes.
But let's go to Amazon.com, everybody. Charles Lester, some dorm supplies. I have these. I don't have this color, but I have these exact plates and bowls, Charles. So I appreciate your recognition of good style. He wants a microwave. He's just like you and I, everybody. And just like your kids when they go off to college. He wants an air fryer. Somebody already got him an air fryer. He wants a humidifier for his bedroom so he can sleep better. Look, he doesn't even want like the expensive stainless steel trash can. He just wants a plastic trash can. So he's smart and prudent with his purchases. I like this. Look at this. This is all very reasonable stuff to want as an 18-year-old kid, Michael. I'm proud of Charles. He's my favorite kid now in the class.
There you go. I love Charles. Like I've known Charles for a while. He's a great kid. And I had a lot of fun when I was over there covering his, commitment announcement. It was long, but it was fun. I think he's got a really good heart, and certainly I think he will bring a lot to that locker room, like from a positive standpoint. That was the one thing I'd heard through my different FSU contacts that really attracted him. Wasn't just the talent; it was just the kid that they had that they felt like he's the type of player, kind of the Hakeem Williams type. Of we heard that too. Sound the same thing. So I was pretty interested in the supplies, but kind of just lighten the mood. But yeah, I think the world of Charles. I have a lot of respect for him. I know the people around him a lot. Obviously, started his career at Sarasota Riverview, then transferred to Venice for his final year. He stayed with Riverview until that final year, and he wanted to have a chance for a state championship and play in it. And so he did that. Obviously, that didn't work out in the winning, but I think overall, he's a great kid.
Absolutely. Shout out to our guy Nick. Shout out to Charles III. Kid wants to cook. He does, man. I love it. I love it. This needs to be a new thing every single year.
By the way, shout out to D-Rob. That was a really good breakdown
Yeah.
on Charles Lester. If you're not following that, man, go follow that stuff. I mean, that guy, D-Rob, does an incredible job. Tell you who else who does an incredible job is Joel Davis.
Joel D. Joel, I cannot give you the proper air horn because we have to save those for commits, but Mike Breen says thank you.
Yes.
Everybody's probably yelling at him. Give that to Battle's End.
Oh, gosh.
Trust me. Joel's helping out. Joel's helping out the cause. Everybody.
I think Battle's End's doing pretty well, guys. I feel confident in saying that.
Joel with 5 bills with Benjamin Franklin's face on it. You're the man, Joel. He's a pillar, by the way, which
yes,
maybe this will make it down to Miami. I don't know if we've been so hurt. We haven't even announced if we're going to have like an official party down in Miami for the bowl game, which we should. There's so many Florida State fans down there.
Yes.
But Joel Davis is a guy that's constantly around here helping us out. And the father of Josiah, who we should get Josiah on the phone. I feel like Josiah is probably the voice of the fans right now. And he's going to be emotional and upset, but he'll be able to kind of really communicate how he's feeling. But Joel says Norvell will win with whoever he gets. The trolls can't stop what's coming. Thank you, Warchant, for all the hard work. Agreed.
Yeah, I think the main thing is you want to have Joel on. I think Josiah would be a little too emotional right now. It's like just a little bit too much.
Thank you, Joel. You're the man. Appreciate the heck out of you. Jonathan Cook. Marvin Jones Jr. went to Georgia to get 2 years of development and 2 bags. Where's the lie? Where's the lie? Yeah, that's true.
Where's he at now?
Exactly. Jonathan pointed that out to us. We appreciate it. Thank you, Jonathan. We've seen Jonathan at these events. I think we saw him in Orlando, maybe before the bowl game, before the Cheez-It Bowl. I don't know if it was for the LSU game, but I remember seeing Jonathan out at these events. Maybe at the CP. Who knows? Mike Daniel with $50 in the jar. That's going to get you a little bit of sauce.
Yes.
Thank you, Mike. Just remember, stars aren't the end-all, be-all when it comes to how talented a player is. Some of it is who they play. I'm from Wisconsin. How many of their great offensive linemen and defensive linemen are highly ranked? Trust this staff's eval of players. Love you all. Heart emoji.
Great point, Mike. I love your name, by the way, obviously. But
how it works.
Some great points there, and that's what I've kind of been solidifying. And we all get caught in emotion of losses, but it's about the roster you build. At the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. That the 85 is it 85 now, Aslan? Is that how many players you can have? 85?
Yeah,
85. So it's the 85 that you put together. It doesn't matter if it's high school or college, or portal. You want to build your depth with high school. And yes, the point is to land guys like KJ Bolden, Armando Blunt, all those guys. You want those every year, but sometimes it's just not going to work that way. And that's okay. You just adjust it and pivot to what you need to get from the portal. And they'll be fine. And the avals are what matter. Like, do you rather have a guy that can recruit, or you rather have a guy that can coach? Obviously, you want both. But if you had to choose one, what are you going to do?
There's a tweet from earlier from Hayes Fawcett about LJ McCray and his status. So we'll see how that works out. Plenty of people still throwing, really just want to get their names here and get their voices heard. So we get it. No top 100 defensive lineman in 3 years. Hoping for Jared Verse or Jermaine Johnson every year is dangerous, says C. Black.
I mean, the first part of what he's saying is true. Like, I will, have no problem acknowledging that they have to do better. And I've said that on these shows several times, C. Black, that they have to do better recruiting high school defensive linemen, top 300 defensive linemen. But at the same time, if you're going to state that, why didn't you mention C. Black that they got Brendan Fisk, Daryl Jackson, all these guys from the portal? These are top players. So you're right about that, and they do need to do better in high school, but you can't sit there and just ignore what they also added to that defensive line. Is there too many defensive lines that are better than FSU's this past year? Probably not. So While I do think they have to do better in as far as high school recruiting and at the defensive line, it goes without saying. You got to get top guys. Odell has to get guys. Whoever's there has to get guys. But you also have to acknowledge what's going on or what their roster looks like. What guys did they get from the portal that helped them? Because the portal counts just the same as a high school kid. Last time I checked, a high school kid is a player and a portal kid's a player. They count the same. It doesn't matter who makes the plays. They're all the same. Conrad Hussey is the same as Jamie Robinson that came over. It's the same thing. So overall, yes, need to do better in high school, but let's not lose sight of what they're doing also with the roster in general.
I wish I could pull up my phone. Our guy Josiah's like too depressed over KJ.
I told you.
Laughing emoji. It's a laughing emoji though, everybody.
Do I know? Do I know my dude or what? I told you. You want to get Joel on because he's too upset. Like,
I'm not gonna say we're not talking about him any longer on the program. For now, it's fine. People got a little upset. We're talking too long about KJ Bolden. We'll keep you updated if we hear anything else coming across here. Tom Lang will be joining you guys at the quarter hour mark here. Tom, the dude, doing the breakdowns with Dominic, so he's probably got some more insight into how these guys will be able to integrate into Florida State when they do arrive. Mr. Kool-Aid Maker dropping $10 in the jar. Thank you. Says you can't get offensive linemen from the portal. We have to recruit better in this area. So what is needed to do that? Lucas Simmons is a guy that you feel good about that they recruited high school.
Jalen Early,
Armella, his time.
Jalen Early's the guy I've heard a lot about. Certainly Lucas, I think, is going to be a phenomenal talent. They've certainly recruited guys out of high school. Now, you don't want high school guys starting as freshmen, but you have plenty. I think they've done well in the portal as certain guys they've gotten from the offensive line. Is it a for sure fire guarantee? No, but they've gotten some talented guys. They just have to do. I say this so much, and people complain and bitch, whatever way you want to word it.
Whoa, hey, family show.
Whatever way you want to word it. But like you have to get the right guy, and they do a really good job with that. I think they're going to continue to do that. I think they can get kids from the portal offensive line. I mean, they've shown it almost every year. They've gotten guys. And I hear people say this all the time that the portal is not sustainable when you get guys. Absolutely, it is. There's guys every year. It's going to get bigger. There's more guys in the portal almost every year. It's a part of the process. They're a player just like anyone else. Yeah, you want to stack depth at certain places from the high school ranks, but you have to have that mixture of both.
Yeah. Well said, Michael. Again, Jamari Howard will try to pipe in that feed when it does happen, if it does happen here. And we're keeping you updated, obviously, over on warchant.com. If you're a first-time member, or if you've never been a member of warchant.com, I know you're like, this team sucks. They're 13-0, but the team at warchant.com's got you covered. So come on home for $54.99 for only 1 year. Full access to everything on 3. You can check out all the other boards, every other program. Tim Scala, love him, good guy. I know it's crazy, but as a game passing by Odell, I counterpoint. I lob the question back to you, Tim, my guy. Did you feel that way after Braden Fisk's third TFL 3 weeks ago in Charlotte? That's all I ask. That's all I ask, everybody. That's all I ask.
Yeah, I mean, from a development standpoint, no way, Tim. Like, I'll answer it for you. No way. From landing high school kids, maybe.
I mean,
I guess
he's as old as Dion. Everybody, like they were roommates, guys. Like we're not talking about like an absolute false. But again, I get it. I hope I'm coming from a place of like we're ribbing. We're all having fun around the beers that we're having at walk-ons at the bar after a game. And we're all just talking because we're all friends. My opinion is no more valid than yours, everybody that's watching this. But like we can, I'm a believer in Odell. I see him at practice when we're out at practice. Can't report what we see at practice anymore, but we've been out at practice. And the way he coaches is just as intense as he did 5 years ago, which was as intense as he was doing when I was interning for Warchant. So, but I understand though, we need some other players of high caliber to be able to get here and get integrated quickly. So I understand, but no Odell slander, no more Odell slander. What else do we got here? We got so many comments. It's great.
I bet we do.
Benjamin Haygood, which Benjamin, I love you, man. That's like your 4th super chat of the day, man. You're good. You can cruise the rest of the day. You can just comment. We'll pop you up on the screen. Although it helps when you do the money because it makes it a different color and it goes into a separate column so I can find it quicker. So, but we're posting everybody's comments because that's how we are. We're a very egalitarian thing at Warchant. He says, all we got, all we need. Mike knows what he's doing. One player does not make a team. It is a team sport. Go Noles. We appreciate that sentiment. Thank you very much. So, yeah, it looks like LJ McCray is probably not happening today. Anything on Landon Thomas? His signing was at 10 a.m. Wonders. Wait for it.
It's 10 a.m. It doesn't mean he's signing at 10 a.m. Just means the ceremony starts at 10 a.m. So keep that in mind. A lot of these signings are 30 minutes, sometimes an hour. Depends on compliance, getting everything transferred over and when these names are official. But just because the name on there says 10 a.m., that's the time that they're going on. It doesn't mean that it's happening like right at 10 a.m. I think it's 10:13 right now, Eastern Standard Time. Just give it a few minutes and these things will come through, guys. Like I said, they're not like automatic, like you're ordering a McRib at McDonald's and you're getting it in 2 seconds. Like it takes a little time for things to go through. There's no problem. So if there's an issue, I will tell you, but just keep that in mind.
Again, as you see there on the screen, those are the scheduled ceremony times starts for several of these prospects. Again, Jaden Todd, Charles Lester, Elijah Moore, Micah Danzy have officially got their letters of intent received, if I'm not mistaken, here by Florida State. Luane McCoy, Kai Bates did their commitments live on their social media. BJ Gibbs is another guy who I think is officially received and in as well. As you can see, Zay Mincy, Landon Thomas, Camden Fryer coming up here in the 10 a.m. hour. We'll be going until at least 3 o'clock. Jeff Cameron Show takes over from 1 to 3 o'clock. But y'all need more Tom Lang in your diet. So let's get Tom in here now. Working hard for you folks this entire time we've been doing this show. Let Michael and Tom give you some fresh perspective on what's going on. You've heard my voice plenty long enough. Tom, you've read all the comments. Hope you know what you're getting into.
Yeah, man.
And I wish you Godspeed, and I will be here if I can help in any other way. Good to see you. Take it away, my friend.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Hi, Michael. How are you? It's been a long time since I've seen you.
Yeah, long time no see. Already busy day. I can say that I was told, I know we're waiting on Jonathan Daniels. I was told it's signed, but I have not seen the letter of intent yet. So we'll wait for that. But that's kind of what I've been told.
We are watching, you are enjoying, we are living, Michael and I, Walk On Signing Day Live with the entirety of the Warchant staff behind the scenes and in front of the camera. Ben Spicer is directing the program behind the scenes. Matt Lasser is sitting in front of Adam Schefter's background, as they called it. They deemed it earlier today. Just pining through all of the information, mining through all of it for all of us. It has been a not-so-ideal start to the day for Florida State when you're talking about the high-profile players that Florida State was either in on or were committed to Florida State. They might be leaning one way or the other. But there is no doubt that Florida State has gotten a lot better as a football program today, even with the signatures that are already in. Players like Charles Lester, Elijah Moore, among others. To the 4,250-plus of you who are watching right now, hit the like button underneath the video because we're going live for another 4.5+ hours. My goodness, close to 5 hours here on Signing Day Live, presented by our friends at Walk On. So I'll give Walk On some love in a little bit, Michael. I know that you find their food delectable, but
I do.
What would you say, Michael? Is I kind of want to reset the program because there's a question I've been asking from behind the scenes. I understand where things are leaning with 5-star plus safety KJ Bolden, and it's not in a good direction, even though if you go to on3.com right now, you see that he's committed to Florida State. this a dead and buried issue, or could it still be fluid? Because it sounds like you're feeling it's kind of already gone in a direction that's a little bit wayward.
I mean, it's trending towards that way, Georgia, but I don't think it's like completely done. Certainly, I know people are making calls and talking. So I wouldn't completely dead, but I'd say it's likely, trending towards that direction. Um, as we talk about DBs, as Jamari Howard has now sent his letter of intent, so there's that. But I think it's more of a trending thing, and I'm probably going to hop off here in a few minutes, let you hit up with Matt, and maybe see if I can find some more information on that situation. I'll talk for five more minutes, and we can get Matt to pop in there. But that's kind of how I feel with the situation right now, Tom.
That's understandable. Like Michael, I'm of several minds here. I fully agree with you that Florida State in general doesn't have a closing problem because there are a lot of high-profile players, high 4-stars and 5-stars that have signed with Florida State over the last several classes. I was also sitting with you when Travis Hunter tossed the hat on the floor a couple of years ago, so I do remember what that felt like. To me, Michael, I think it boils down to a couple of things. You feel good about where Florida State is from an NIL perspective. You've been, beating that drum loudly.
Yes.
You feel generally good about what Florida State is doing at skill positions on both offense and defense. You feel good about what they're doing in the portal. Like a lot of things that you're stacking that are positive. There might just be a place or two if you're talking about position groups and you're talking specifically maybe high school where you're saying, all right, that's got to get better. That's got to get tightened up a little bit. It's not that they can't account for it in the portal. They usually do, but you don't want to have to live and die on the portal every single year.
Right.
Is it fair to say, Michael, at that point that maybe a position or two, there's got to be improvements on being able to close talent, like maybe defensive line, if you're talking broadly?
Absolutely. I've beat that drum a lot that you have to get better. Certainly development is great, but you have to have guys that ultimately pull guys in from high school. You can't have 3 years where you don't get a top, 100 or 150 or 200 to 300 player. To be fair, they did get KJ Sampson last year. He's a 4-star defensive lineman, defensive tackle. So there have been talent, but it needs to be more consistent, in my opinion. So that's something they'll have to address that to see where this is going, because development's great, but that needs to improve. And I think I'm glad you worded that way, Tom, because there is certain areas that they do need to fine tune. What they're doing is not as good. Find out what the problem is, what the issues are. Is it the message at the end? Is it something from a recruiting pitch that people are using against them that they need to counter? Just something is missing as far as getting certain guys at that position, whether it's defensive line, whether it's defensive end, or more so defense tackle. I'd say I think defensive end, they've gotten some guys. So there's some areas that you can get better. Linebackers are another one that we don't hear as much. That you have to finish better. They have one right now, and it's certainly a position that you have to fine tune and see what's working and address it, and kind of see where you can go from there. But like I said before, you can get players in the portal. Yes, that's sustainable, but you also have to get those high school kids, because those guys are ones that you can develop at your own pace. You don't have to. You can go, and some are ready to play and some aren't. But you still, high school is very important. So that's kind of the next step. And I think what today shows us, if things do go the way KJ Bolden looks like, I think it tells you like they're close, but there's still a process of growing of where they need to go. They're not quite yet to that Georgia level, but they're close. They're right there. Certainly one of the top teams in the country, but they're not to the point where every year, like when they get a kid, okay, it's done. He's signed and you're good to go. So I think they're not at that point yet. Even with a 13-0 season, you have to show competitive stuff every year. Georgia's been good for 6-7 years. So I think it's a thing where there's still growth for this program to go higher. Certainly they do kill it in the portal every year, and I think they'll do that again. But certainly from a high school in positions, I think there's areas they can get better.
Last question I'll ask you before you go mine for more intel, Michael. Like, there's no doubt, this is my own personal statement, linebacker high school recruiting has to get better. It feels like Blake Nicholson is more of the exception, not the rule. And that's a great get, but there's got to, come on, we're Florida freaking State. It's got to get better there. But with the Odell Higgins thing, I'm curious because I heard your conversation with Aslan before I jumped on. Everybody talks about Odell like he's 85 years old here.
Yeah.
He is a peer of Deion Sanders. Dabo is within 2 years of age of Odell Higgins. Like, you don't think of it that way because Odell is like a lovable grandfather, but I feel like he's been that way since he was in his late 40s. So is the reputation about Odell's age an overblown topic on message boards, or do you think it's something that is being knocked when it comes to other schools recruiting against Florida State for interior D linemen?
I don't think it's necessarily his age. It's how long he's been at FSU. That's the thing. That's what I feel. Like, I feel people use that against him. Like, how long is he going to do it? Because he's been there so long. The age part comes in where the length of his career at FSU. I don't know how many years he's up to. It's a lot as far as been at FSU. So I think that's the part where they get used against him on the recruiting trail is, other schools are using like, well, he's not going to be there for your whole career. They can't say anything about the man because outside of a very select few, nobody's put more guys in the NFL than Odo Higgins. As far as development, we saw that this year with an incredible defensive line. They're unreal. Fisk was unreal. All these guys were unreal. That's why I think they do so well in the portal because guys know what they're getting. They're going to get developed. You have to do all the pitch and recruiting stuff. I think there's parts to it of schools using that for a high school kid, and with a high school kid, you're talking about 4 years. So it's like that's a long distance away from if that guy's going to be there. So sometimes it's that merit it works. But I don't know. It's just something I think FSU will have to address. Is this working, or is there something we can adjust to do this to help our defensive line recruiting? They got to do something to change it because they tried this for 3 years, and it's obviously the plan for high school is not working. So they have to come up with something that is a more sustainable plan as far as getting some of these top defensive linemen in here, and get some really good defensive tackles for the high school market. They came close a few times this year, but there's obviously something missing of that final touches to get it done, get it signed, get these guys in here from a high school standpoint.
We'll get back with Michael Langston in a little bit. Michael, thank you very much for the information. In 30 seconds, we will return with Warchant recruiting reporter Matt Lasser.
Game day at Walk-Ons is just different. And it starts with the way our teammates prep each dish from our scratch menu. No shortcuts. We are hand cutting every single mozzarella log straight from the block. Hand peeling, stuffing, and bacon wrapping each voodoo shrimp. Hand carving ribeyes for our steaks and po' boys. And hand slicing, then tossing our boneless wings in our house-made sauces. With wall-to-wall TVs and food like this, why would you want to watch anywhere else? That's game day. The Walk-Ons way.
A really good commercial. That food looks delicious. Matt Lasser, what's going on from Texas, Warchant, Texas headquarters? It's been an interesting morning so far, Matt. What are your initial thoughts on the first 2.5 hours of this broadcast and what's happened since we came on the air?
Feels like a KJ Bolden funeral, doesn't it? It hit Penn still hasn't hit paper. Like Michael said, there's still stuff going on behind the scenes. Anything can happen. We've already seen Charles Lester try to play games with us earlier this morning and then sign. Not trying to be optimistic because it's trending towards Georgia for KJ, but it's still anything can happen, and we've seen anything happen here already.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to be state-sponsored media that's everything is always positive all the time. But then also you don't want to be completely negative all the time because the truth is somewhere in the middle. Yep. We've seen, Matt, in the last 15, 20 minutes or so that Florida State finally confirmed a couple of signings. I know there's an updated graphic on the signings that have been received in-house by Florida State. You're seeing that on the ticker in the bottom as well. But here it is, the official signings board. Jamari Howard, I think, Matt, with how long that ceremony was going to go for his signing, they're probably still giving out season awards. So he just said, the hell with it. I'm gonna send this into Florida State. Let's confirm it. So Florida State has a 4-star defensive back in Jamari Howard. We saw Lawayne McCoy's ceremony. That was interesting. Like he was live, and then I think he went off the air so he could sign, and then he came back on wearing Florida State gear. So Florida State has a 4-star wide receiver in Lawayne McCoy. These are two confirmations from Florida State that have come down again in the last 15 to 20 minutes or so. And then the list of signees from earlier in the day include B.J. Gibson, Kai Bates, Charles Lester, the aforementioned. Matt said he was playing games for about 5 minutes. 4-star wide receiver Elijah Moore, who's a player that I really love. 4-star running back Micah Danzy. Florida State's kicker of the future in 3-star Jake Weinberg, and then the first signee of the day, offensive lineman Jaden Todd, a large body to work with for Alex Atkins. Matt, I'll give you the floor here. Maybe a storyline from one of those kids or a couple of those kids, because you've covered on the ground and you've watched this process of being able to get these kids on the field or on the practice fields for maybe a junior day all the way through today. What do you think about any of those kids who have signed and are officially Florida State Seminoles? Go ahead.
I think everyone's going to love Elijah Moore is my top one out of that list so far. It's not just how good he is, because he is really good. He performed well at elite camp over the summer. But also his personality. This is someone who is very good on camera kind of thing, where it's like he's fun to talk to, like a Jared Verse or something. Everyone always thanks, Chang. Everyone always loves watching Jared Verse talk and how much he talks on the field. I think Elijah Moore is very similar to that, to where it's just going to be fun and a lot of fans are going to connect with him. BJ Gibson's also a good kid. Really like him. He's all about the work. Him and Dugans have been very tight. He hasn't wavered at all. LaWay McCoy is one that we thought a while ago we're like, maybe he might flip at one point. And then he came back. I think he went to a game and then he stuck. Also really like him. But I'm still sticking with, I think Elijah Moore out of the kids who have signed right now is going to be everyone's favorite.
We're going to run in a few minutes a clip of Kai Bates and this Dominic Robinson's breakdown of Kai Bates. But before we do that, Matt, I'm curious. You said the turning point was the Orlando game against LSU. This is a kid that Florida State flipped from LSU. It took a while. He was uncommitted for a little bit, but everybody kind of knew where it was going the moment that he said, I'm opening things back up. What was it about Florida State that got Kai Bates to turn the tide? Was it simply beating LSU on the field? Was it a relationship maybe with Coach Sertan or somebody else? How did Florida State land a quality player like Kai Bates?
I mean, honestly, I think it's a little bit of everything there. Obviously, when you're committed somewhere and you see him play in your hometown and get beaten by a place you chose them over, it's not like a great look. That's not a good feeling. It's like it's like if you go into the portal, go to a new team, and then get beat by your old team. That's not a good feeling, except he still had the chance to change his mind and did. He's got a great relationship with Sertain. Once he opened it back up, it was between Florida State and Tennessee. I remember him saying Mike Norvell is also someone he talked to a lot, and which isn't something you hear about it, but not something a whole lot with like Mike Norvell hits up these kids every day. That's normally goes down to the position coach, but he was also very tight with him as well.
We've got breakdowns here that are going to air on the channel on Warchant TV. If you haven't subscribed to us yet, it's absolutely free to subscribe to the channel. Hit the like button underneath the video. But there's going to be a series of videos for Florida State's top signees in which our own lead football analyst, Dominic Robinson, breaks down what it is they're going to bring to the table to Florida State and just how ready are they to contribute right away, or might it be a little bit more time before they make their mark at Florida State. So here are Dominic Robinson's thoughts on one of Florida State's newest defensive backs in Kai Bates. Another installment of breaking down defensive back play for Florida State's 2024 signing class. This time, it is with Kai Bates, a former LSU commit that Florida State was able to flip late in the cycle. Alongside Dominic Robinson, the lead football analyst here at Warchant TV, warchant.com. My name is Tom Lang, and these features are specific to breaking down what we see on the clips from high school players and using Dominic's expertise to project what they can bring to the table at Florida State in the years to come. So, Dominic, when you look at Kai Bates, this particular defensive back, what do you think? What do you see and what stands out?
You know, of all of these guys that Florida State signed, one of the constant things that keeps showing up is these bigger body supreme athletes. I don't even know what his height and weight are. He definitely doesn't seem heavy, but you'll see his arms are incredibly long. And all of these guys, every defensive back that was signed, all have incredibly long arms. I mean, you could see in those white sleeves, you could see his arms are really long. So I see that. The other thing I saw right away that I love, he's catching footballs right away off the bat. The first three clips are him catching the football. The thing that I would caution myself in terms of evaluating him is I definitely think the technique that he's playing. So here he's playing press man. This is a good press man rep. You can see he's very proficient in that technique. but a lot of his clips, he's playing right there. If you can go back to the start of that, Ben, he's playing in a position that I call dead man's land. When you are not in press, but you're not in off, you're in dead man's land. So that's like anywhere past 1.5 yards and anywhere under 3 yards, you can't press a guy from there, and especially at the college level. And you can't, and you're not playing off, and you'll get ran by. And you see that wideout right there just ran right by him. He ends up, having up makeup speed. That will happen a lot in high school. That will not happen in college. That will be a touchdown. 6 points going the other way. So that a lot of these clips, I was getting a little frustrated with his coach that's allowing him to line up there on a lot of these snaps. And but we love to see the wide receiver clips. I love. Again, you see speed, you see athleticism, you see ball skills, you see change of direction. And then more than anything, it's a guy who has to learn the offense. And if a guy has to learn the offense, he'll be a better defender. He'll have a better understanding of what the teams are trying to do to him. And, you can speed up the learning curve that way in college if a guy has knowledge of offense, because that's what a lot of the teaching is we're going to do this based on what they do, when they do that. And so a lot of guys will struggle with that learning curve because they've never looked at it from an offensive perspective if they only play defensive back.
Just watching some of these clips, Dominic, it looks like somebody who tracks the play well, not just the ball with the ball skills, but he's aware of what's going on around him. And also I'll add something really quickly. He's listed by On3 at 6'1.5". So he's got the wingspan, but then also the height to go along with it. I know it's just, short clips and the short spurts here, but do you see what I'm kind of talking about, where it seems like he understands what the offense is trying to do on a given play?
Well, I love you bringing that up. That's actually a great question, because the last note that I had on him is that this guy may be a plus coverage safety. And a safety has to be able to do that thing that you just said, which is track the play well, not just the ball or the man that I'm guarding or where coach told me to be. Sometimes the play will dictate you need to be over here. And that may not be the man that you're guarding, that may not be where the ball is going. If you're responsible for cutback, I can't run to where the ball is going. I gotta be back here in case it cuts back, type of thing. So those are attributes that I think he has. A lot of attributes that make me think that this is a guy that, like, you're talking about an off the chart safety. When you have a guy that is a proficient as a corner, but now you put him at safety, he has much better matchups in terms of one-on-one, if he's going against a tight end or a lower end wide out, and he has the ability to track the play and go make a play because he has great ball skills, because he played offense, and he can communicate because of his offensive knowledge. I think this is a potential, and I don't know, again, I don't know anything about the way that he was recruited. I'm just watching the film and going, I could see where this guy could eventually be like a plus coverage safety, because most safeties can't cover the way that, he's a pure corner that could move to safety or be in a nickel or dime package where he's playing safety, and has the physicality to do that also.
So we'll take it to the scouting as well, this side of it. This is Dominic Robinson's scale of readiness for college, and what he sees from high school to college. It's not necessarily about 40 times, about star rankings. This is about a scale of readiness and polish in the game. How ready are you for Saturdays versus Fridays? So, Dominic, as it applies to this scale you've created, what do you think about Kai Bates?
Yeah, I have Kai at a 2.5. He's definitely college ready. Physically moves really well. But just like I said earlier, technique-wise, I feel like that's going to have to be developed. And it's hard because me as an evaluator, I don't know him personally. I don't get to sit down with him and have conversations with him about football. So different guys pick up on the things that they need to make that transition faster than others. So he could be higher than a 2.5 in terms of, his actual contribution. But I definitely think he's a college ready player, but he has multiple elements of his game And I also say if he's going to be a safety, with that position change, that will take a little bit longer for him to get out on the field. But he has the physicality to do it. His physical attributes are good enough to do it, but he's got some technique issues that are going to have to clean up. And then he may have to, learn a new position to get him on the field, sooner. But long-term, he may be a guy that, like I said, he could be an absolute stud at safety, just based on the little bit of film that we're able to look at on Huddle.
We're breaking. That was Dominic Robinson, the lead football analyst for Warchant.com, Warchant TV, with his thoughts on Kai Bates. A good get for Florida State, Matt Lasser. There's been another name added to the list of official signees since we aired that feature. That would be defensive lineman Jamori Flagg from Booker T. Washington. Tell me about Jamori and some of the circumstances of his recruitment now that Florida State has landed a 3-star defensive lineman, 6'3", 285 pounds.
Yeah, like you just said, he's a big dude. But if you he's been locked in for a long time. Just looking at his profile, he's been committed since before I was working at Warchant, almost a year ago, or over a year ago now. A year ago yesterday, since he's been committed to Florida State. So he's been locked in a long time. I like him. He's not going to be a guy that sees the field right away, obviously. Compare him more to like Sampson this past year, where he's probably going to be scout team, but he's going to develop. We've always heard Odell talk good about Sampson, and Odell's a wizard when it comes to development. So this is someone who we could see end up being good in the long term.
That makes sense. KJ Sampson towards the end of the year looked pretty impressive.
Yep.
And that bodes well for Florida State. So if that's the comp, that's obviously a good place for Florida State to go. We've seen, there have been a couple of delays today in terms of signing day against the schedule. I'm going to pull that up right now. But in this 10 a.m. hour, there have been reports now from On3 that 5-star defensive lineman LJ McCray, it's highly likely that he is not going to sign today, which that is bad news for Florida. Don't know who it's good news for just yet, but that would be definitely bad news for the Florida Gators if LJ McCray is not going to follow through and sign. Now, if there are any updates on that, we will keep you abreast of the situation for LJ McCray. Zay Mincy, probably not a Florida State consideration at this point in the 10 a.m. hour, but you never know. Landon Thomas, a Florida State commit at the time, the number 1 tight end in the country when he flipped from Georgia to Florida State in the 10 a.m. hour, also expecting Camden Fryer. And then Jonathan Daniels is one of those names that lingers from earlier on in the day. Matt, as you're looking at the list and maybe some of the names that I just mentioned, anybody that stands out as either a good get for Florida State or a fun storyline in terms of some of the guys that are about to submit their NLIs?
We'll go with Camden Fryer, the legacy. I have a Sports Illustrated of his dad on my wall at home, so it's that's a really cool one. He's also been locked in for a while. It was really cool on his OVE when he came back, wearing vintage FSU gear, 93 specifically, all weekend. That's a cool one. Obviously, Luke at 11. We all know Luke. We all love Luke. Great kid, going to be a very good quarterback down the road, presumably at this point starting after Brock Glenn. Who knows, down the road there could be a little battle.
Yeah, for sure. And then, of course, what Florida State is potentially trying to do in the transfer portal, too, with either a Cam Ward or a DJ Uiagalelei. Actually, out of curiosity, let me pivot to the portal real quick, because you were able to grab an exclusive interview with Cam himself after he left campus this past weekend. And he seemed like he was very impressed with what Florida State brought to the table. Now, Matt, that's already kind of self-evident. You're not going to show up on campus as a transfer unless you're interested and impressed by what a program is doing. But as it pertains to perhaps the quarterback of the now for Florida State, if Cam was to say yes, what was your sense of how he enjoyed Florida State, why he's interested in Florida State, and where it stands?
I think he really liked it. I think the biggest part of it was the fact that it feels like a college town. Tallahassee is a college town. Miami obviously doesn't have that feel, the other place he's looking at. And that kind of, when I talked to him on the phone, he compared that to Pullman, Washington, where it was a more close-knit college town. He was also very tight with Tony Tokars since he entered the portal. He said he talked to him on the phone before. And then obviously looked like every single time we saw him outside of Moore, he was with Coach Tokars. So that seemed to have started a good relationship. I honestly think before all the visits, we said DJU is the number 1 choice. Currently, I'm going with Cam Ward as the number 1 choice, and that if he doesn't come here, we're going with DJU. And I think I heard you say it on one of the streams this past week, and there's been a lot of them, that it feels like DJU is the if you want me, I'm here kind of thing. I agree with that to the point of if we don't get Cam Ward, DJ is a very, very good option to have as a backup there as well.
It felt that way. Now, you were there. I mean, you were there all day on Sunday in and around the Moore Center, in and around College Town, where there were a couple of interviews. Yep. But it seemed like DJ's assessment was, I could get used to this. I could get used to being the quarterback at Florida State University. You would agree with that? Because, again, you felt it more than we watched it through a camera lens.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe it was the Madso BLT dip that he had at breakfast or something like that. But, yeah, definitely. I mean, you saw in the interview afterwards, he was talking about the history, the legacy of Florida State. He's obviously played here. That's a question I wish I would have asked is, like, how is that? Like, you've played in this stadium, you've seen the environment. How does that affect it? But obviously didn't get that. I think that has to play something into it. But, yeah, the feel there is great. He obviously loved it. He hung out with Derek Ray a lot, and he has ties to Oregon State in the past because he used to be there. So a lot of connections there, and I think he would be a great fit. I honestly, personally, I think I've said it on the board once or twice. I think he's a better plug and play to the offense than Cam Ward. And we've talked about it. It's just because of the way the offense is and what they've come from.
Yeah, Jonathan Smith's offense at Oregon State is as multiple as Mike Norvell's, and it's got more pro-style elements to it. I think it's a natural fit as well. You know, it would be nice, Matt, if one of the two quarterbacks, this is just me editorializing, but if you could announce that, perhaps it helps push some things over the finish line here on the National Signing Day for the high school recruits, because a lot of these guys think they're going to play immediately. I know that there is one large wide receiver out there that Florida State was in on into late last night. That would be Jeremiah Smith, whose signing ceremony is after lunch today. We're right at noon. It's supposed to be. So we'll get word in that 12 p.m. hour. Seems like overnight, last 12, 24 hours, things had gone from, man, Florida State's maybe going to do this thing to, well, Ohio State might hold on to Jeremiah Smith. Give us a recap on that.
Yeah, so, I mean, you guys, if you watched last night, saw my pick. That was pre-recorded, so I didn't know anything about Ohio State. Michael at that point said Florida State too, and then switched a little bit this morning. Again, I thought Florida State had all the momentum going into today. You obviously had the last visit. He hasn't – I don't know the last time he's been to Ohio State. I can't think of it off the top of my head. But he's seen Florida State play multiple times since the last time he's gone to Columbus. The main thing here, again, it's just Brian Hartline, a good wide receivers coach, can develop. That's what you're dealing with. It's not NIL, in my opinion. It's none of that. He's even said it – I've seen it on Twitter today that he's even said that money isn't the end-all, be-all in his recruitment. It's more about getting to the NFL. So right now, from what we've heard, obviously it's an Ohio State lean that he sticks there. Like we said with KJ, some things could be going on behind the scenes. You never really know. But right now it is Ohio State.
Well, that's unfortunate. What's not unfortunate is that at walk-ons throughout the Southeast, and a little bit of love here for walk-ons, our sponsor, you know, wings are in play now over there with a new dry rub flavor. Matt, I don't know about you, but as I get older, the dry rubs are the way I'm going rather than the sauces. The Louisiana Kick is now available at your local walk-ons. If you do live in Tallahassee or you're in town for the Noles game, head over to the walk-ons here at 3390 Capitol Circle Northeast, just off of I-10. It's easy to get to. You take that I-10 exit for Thomasville and Capitol Circle. It'll be there, especially if you're coming from the west. It'll be an easy right-hand turn over there to walk-ons. We appreciate their support of today's presentation of Signing Day Live here on Warchant TV. So again, over the next hour, we're going to see several signing ceremonies and get some announcements from Florida State. Here are the names that have already faxed in, shipped in. I don't know what they do these days. Maybe scan and send their NLIs or their letters of intent, as they used to be called. Jamari Howard, Lawayne McCoy. Those have come in the last half an hour. That's a 4-star defensive back and a 4-star wide receiver. BJ Gibson, Kai Bates, another combo of wide receiver, defensive back. Charles Lester, who gave everybody a heart attack for about 5 minutes, I think even on the Warchant group Slack and group text, that he was going to wait until Saturday or sign on the 22nd, but then have the ceremony on Saturday. That didn't happen. Charles Lester is in the fold. 4-star wide receiver Elijah Moore, 6'4", was very interested in Ohio State himself, but Florida State was able to pry him away out of Maryland. 4-star running back, local product Makai Danzy here in Tallahassee. The kicker of the future in Jake Weinberg for Florida State. Offensive lineman Jaden Todd. And then the most recent addition was defensive lineman Jamori Flagg. Cam Davis is not going to surprise us a little bit later, Matt, and that's one of the bell cows of the class. A wrecking ball of a running back who played a lot of quarterback in high school because he was the best player on his team. But the future of Florida State's running back recruiting, when you have a player like a Cam Davis and then a speedster like a Mekhi Danzy, I know there's a lot of players that have entered the portal of late for Florida State. That's one hell of a 1-2 combination that they're bringing in today.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And like Danzy is the next Lawrence Toafili, and that's what kind of, I think, brought him to Florida State too, is like that's how they marketed it to him. And we've talked to him about it too. He's excited, really excited to get into that role. Cam Davis, he's going to be a great leader on this team, whether it's in the first year or if when he actually gets on the field more. He is a great kid. Talks to everyone. He's one of the few guys that when he arrives at Moore, he makes sure to shake all of our hands. They don't have to talk to us when they walk in, but he always shakes all of our hands and says, "What's up?" Always make sure to give a chop when we need a picture of him. Great kid, like super athletic. Obviously, you said he played quarterback. I didn't even know he played quarterback for the longest time. And then I looked at his film and I was like, wow, this kid is actually slinging it. Like, wow, maybe there's some trick plays there, like the Deuce Span versus LSU coming soon.
Yeah, and he's also a hell of a baseball player too.
Yeah.
There'll be a breakdown if and when he signs from our own Dominic Robinson. But Dominic's got a history with him all the way back to elementary school, where he was one of the top under 12 baseball players in the country. So Florida State would be landing if and when Cam Davis signs and sends it in to Florida State. An excellent player. Matt, that's another thing that people don't hear about a lot. On a signing day, it's about who did you get, and that's the most important thing, don't get me wrong. But when it comes to dealing with the kids behind the scenes, and either you're texting with them, you're calling with them, they're here on campus, they might be here for a showcase, maybe some of the guys that have stood out in Florida State signing class so far to you that are unique and people, the fan base, the people here are going to like.
Obviously, we just said Cam Davis. When dealing with him behind the scenes, he's awesome. Like when I texted him on Monday to try to get his ceremony time, I think he answered literally within 30 seconds. Great kid. Another one, I have to look at the list so I know. I'm a big Ricky Knight fan. He's a fun kid, very easy to deal with. Good kid, really fun. He's always been talkative and one of my favorites to talk to. If you pull up the list, I can see it. I'll pull it up on here. It's hard to names to come to mind. There we go. Charles Lester is fun. He obviously he likes to play the games like we all saw, giving us heart attacks. I think what happened there was that he does have a party / like a signing / going away party scheduled for Saturday that he's tweeted. Yep. I think he wanted to make it public there, but then Florida State put it out. Is what really happened. That's what just me like scrolling around trying to see like what was this kid trying to do. Danzy, again, we just talked about him. Another really good kid. He's quiet. You'll probably see on whenever we do these newcomer interviews who's quiet and who's talkative. Danzy's very quiet, but he's someone who I've heard behind closed doors is a great kid once you get to know him and actually are close with him.
Got a question in the chat just now about when is the next signature. Looks
like we just got it.
Florida State just got it, and this is a big time get for the Noles. This is Landon Thomas, the tight end. The signature is in. He is officially a Florida State Seminole. That is a big time boon for Florida State to finish the job there. That's going to be a feature, Matt, that I'm excited for everybody to see on the channel, because Landon Thomas' skill set for what Mike Norvell asks out of his tight ends, the multifaceted nature with which they play. He's got really two different types. Landon Thomas can kind of do it all, and I'm sure that his reputation amongst fellow recruits was pretty high as you were covering this recruiting class this year.
Yeah, for sure. He's awesome. He's all around awesome tight end. Like you said, how Norvell likes to use him. Something I like about him too is he actually loves blocking. Like, his favorite thing to do isn't to go out and catch a pass, it's to block, which I think if you hear any press conference from any Florida State coach, that's what they want, right? You want someone who's going to block first and put their team on their back, not when they're in the spotlight, and that's something Landon loves doing. I went up and watched him practice with Michael earlier on in the season. Fun to watch, fun kid to talk to. He can be a little quiet at times, but he's going to be really good here.
6'4", 238 pounds. Of course, as the day goes along, Florida State releases the heights and the weights of players officially with what they check in. But that is the frame, and you're right, Matt. He's got the attitude that you need as a player here at Florida State. You've seen the culture shift in the last few years in terms of how wide receivers block. Micah Pittman was one of the first to really take that on. But with the tight end room as well, that was something that people were crying about, and rightfully so, for the first part of Mike Norvell's tenure. But then that room has flipped in the last year. When you get a Jaheim Bell and you can feature him, and you bring in a Kyle Morlock, recruits take notice. And I would venture a guess, this is speculation on my part, but when you bring in a guy like Jaheim Bell and he produces in Morlock, that only solidifies Landon Thomas' opinion of Florida State and what he can do in this offense, because the proof is in the pudding now for Florida State. A position that was a question mark is now solid in terms of reputation. Would you agree?
Yeah, and they're both South Georgia boys, so that helps even more.
Yeah, that's true. That makes a lot of sense. So Landon Thomas now, that signature is in for Florida State. You can cross him off the list to the good guys. We had the list updated before Landon Thomas, and here it is. In fact, it is just updated now. Director Ben doing yeoman's work behind the scenes. But a bunch of blue chippers here to Florida State so far today. This is about 3 hours into the live stream. We're going until 3 o'clock this afternoon. Warchant TV will be your home for Signing Day Live, powered by our friends at Walk On Sports Bistro. It will be a Warchant TV exclusive until 1 o'clock this afternoon. But then beginning at 1 o'clock, the Jeff Cameron Show takes to the airwaves. It is this exact same link. You do not need to leave anywhere. And then the JCS is going to drive this bus all the way through to 3 o'clock. So Landon Thomas adds his name to that list. Here were the signing day times. Again, these things are always fluid, as is recruiting in general. But for the most part, the guys on the left side of the graphic have indeed signed for Florida State. Jaden Todd is the second man on that list. He was the first LOI in the building, NLI in the building for Florida State. Charles Lester, Elijah Moore, Micah Danzy. Yes. Lowain McCoy, Kai Bates, Howard, BJ Gibson, Jamori Flagg. We're pretty much on schedule here. Just on the left side of the column, we're waiting on offensive lineman Jonathan Daniels out of Pensacola. And then in addition to that, you see third from the bottom on the left, five-star defensive lineman LJ McCray. On threes, Hayes Fawcett tweeted out, I'd say, what do you think, Matt, about a half an hour ago? Does that sound about right to you?
Probably.
About a half an hour ago, that it's highly possible, quote unquote, that LJ McCray does not sign today. Now, I think there have been maybe some confirmations out there to fortify that case. But LJ McCray, leading into signing day, was a Florida commit. And I believe Matt had him going to Auburn on signing day, and Michael Langston said he's going to stay with Florida. Well, it sounds like he's going to do neither, because if he's going to wait until February to sign, it's anybody's ball game again for LJ McCray. So that would be another devastating blow to the Florida Gators recruiting class, which has been falling apart bit by bit over the last few weeks. I know they had just another player, a safety, I believe, flipped to Texas in the last day or two.
That kid who flipped is from about 20 minutes from where I am. So yeah.
Hometown pressure got to him, huh?
Yep.
Yeah. And then I don't know anything about Lagway just yet. There were a lot of reports that DJ Lagway was considering Texas A&M, and I forget one other school, maybe USC.
It might have been Houston.
Okay.
Yeah.
That would be very surprising.
Yeah.
No reports there, at least that I'm aware of at this moment, that there's been a flip. But Florida recruiting, which was number 2 or number 3 in the country just a few months ago, has gone like their football season, 5-7 and kind of into the gutter. Florida State has not had an ideal start to the day. Going to be on balance here on Walk-Ons Signing Day Live. It has not been all roses for Florida State, but it's been a successful day so far if you're talking about improving your football team. The latest developments for Florida State, intel on wide receiver Jeremiah Smith, who is set to sign at about high noon on the East Coast, roughly speaking. It went from, if he's going to flip to Florida State, and that might just happen, to apparently Ohio State has been very aggressive down the stretch to try and lock it down. So the lean for Jeremiah Smith, in short, is Ohio State. Then as it pertains to KJ Bolden, the latest wave of information has been a surge for Georgia out of nowhere. I mean, Matt, maybe you can establish the timeline. In fact, I know you can better than I, but it feels like in the last few days, if there was going to be noise for KJ, it was mostly surrounding Auburn, not his home state in Georgia. But make sense of where we stand with KJ Bolden, if you don't mind.
Yeah, so as for the timeline, it always felt like he was going to flip. This past 2 weeks, I would say it was going to be Auburn. He visited there, I want to say the Monday before that, his official visit. Took that visit to Auburn as his last visit there, obviously. There were also rumors while he was at Florida State that he was going to go visit Sunday night. That he told us that wasn't happening in his interview afterwards, right after he told us he intended to sign with Florida State. But after he said that, he then went, well, I can't really speak on that right now. So obviously that wasn't super confident. Right now, as it stands, Georgia lean. I'm sure Michael's on the other side of the screen still gathering info on that.
Yep.
It is what it is at this point. But again, it's all still fluid. I think we dove in too much of thinking it's a done deal. I think it's still fluid right now. Anything can happen. We already saw anything could happen with last night. We went to bed thinking, he's coming to FSU. We're going to be okay. Yep. An hour into the show, less than an hour into the show, it's Georgia lean now. So things move quickly. Don't be surprised if it keeps flopping back and forth.
I wouldn't be. And, that 1 o'clock signing time, as I'll put up the schedule again on the right side, is where we're kind of fixing our eyes moving forward now. It's slotted for 1 p.m., and that would be at the start time of the JCS. It usually kicks in right about 5 after the hour on 93.3 FM in Tallahassee. I wouldn't be stunned if that thing goes to 125, 130, 140. You know how these signing ceremonies can go. And then also if there's a delay, it feels like KJ Bolden, and this is not me taking a shot at the young man, but it feels like KJ Bolden will take and listen to every last person that he needs to talk to before making a decision. Matt, if he hadn't changed by now in terms of solidifying to one school, why would he hold to a 1 o'clock deadline firmly? I could see that thing going a little bit past that particular marker. Would you agree?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Also keep in mind with all of these it's a ceremony for everyone at that school and normally not just football. So that's why it hasn't happened at I think Todd was the only one to happen at exactly 7 a.m.
Yep.
You have to go through everyone, and they're going to put their best player last, which most of these players are obviously the best on their high school team, just so everyone sticks around. If you have ESPN there or media there and all that, that's why it takes a little long. If you guys see he's supposed to sign at 2, and he hasn't yet, that's probably the reason.
We have another signature that has arrived in for Florida State, and this is one we were waiting for some time. It's actually the first name on the list, top left. Offensive lineman Jonathan Daniels is now in for Florida State. That per our Michael Langston. I just got the text. I'm sure that means that Florida State themselves has acknowledged this, but Michael Langston texting that Jonathan Daniels' LOI has been received, NLI, by Florida State. So that would be another big get for the Noles on the offensive line. That would mean that Jaden Todd and Jonathan Daniels are both in for FSU. Again, coming up in the next hour, you can expect the quarterback of this class, Luke Kromenhawk, to send in his NLI as we hit 11 a.m. on the East Coast. We're going for another 4 hours here on Warchant TV. For the 4,300 plus that are watching, thank you so much for your support. If you don't mind just finding that thumbs up button if you're on YouTube right under this video, we would very much appreciate it. It helps us find more Florida State fans who are looking for the great coverage that we bring you at warchant.com. If you're a part of IG Live, how's it going? Nice to talk to you. They just, in terms of our software, they just unroll the technology. You would think it would be available, but IG Live is now a new part of Warchant TV. So hello to everybody watching on IG Live. Your comments, unfortunately, do not get rolled into the software just yet, but we are working on that, and we have asked. Harry says, great job as always on the NSD coverage. 100. The ones we don't get now, we still can get them later. Stay classy. Thank you, Carrie. I believe that's advice for the social media sphere. We don't condone anybody tweeting at teenagers ever. Period. Good or bad. We don't condone it. But Carrie's got a point. It could be to your benefit as well, because this time 2 years ago, Matt, I know you hadn't joined the staff just yet. Maybe you were watching on Warchant TV.
I was.
When MJJ goes elsewhere and everybody's decrying that, and Travis Hunter goes elsewhere, well, everybody's saying the sky is falling. Nothing can be fixed here. We're going to continue to whiff until we get better in terms of just straight recruiters on staff. Well, Florida State, since that point, has won 23 football games. They've only lost 3. So things did get better. And in fact, the legacy is here on campus now in Marvin Jones Jr. Did you catch any wind of anything that went on when Marvin was on campus this weekend? I know he walked in briefly and he declined to be interviewed, but any intel on Marvin's experience as he came here for the second go around?
Yeah, I mean, I think he liked it. He was very incognito. I saw his dad, his mom, and his sister before I saw him and got even a glimpse of him. As someone who wasn't on the beat before, I was beginning to question if he existed at that point just because I hadn't seen him. But I mean, I think it went well. All the connections were there, right? Like you already had the relationship with the staff, him and Odell, all over. It was, I mean, I think we always just thought it was a matter of time whenever he popped. Wasn't going anywhere else. He didn't schedule any visits anywhere else. It was I would have been surprised if he went elsewhere, honestly.
Yeah, that makes sense to me as well. If you're going to get him on campus, you're going to close him.
Yep.
Jared is celebrating that Daniels is in because it's huge. Yeah, I mean that was a little weird that it took 4 hours. I mean, look, I think maybe just maybe Jamari Howard's signing ceremony might go 4 hours, but most of them don't. We were working on that in the background, and they were doing a trophy and I guess end of the year awards distribution thing where there might have been 30 trophies on the table. And I think Jamari just decided to sign. What was cool about Jamari's signing ceremony, I'm sure that it's on social media now. He went with the old school Florida State logo. He went with the old classic logo as he chose Florida State and sent in his signature. Treasure Coast Noel asks, so in the big picture, what's the difference between number 1, number 5, number 7, and number 10 for the program? Well, I suppose, Matt, it depends on how you do in the transfer portal to mitigate that. Yeah, how would you look at it?
I don't know. I wouldn't think it's a huge deal. I feel like it's more of a bragging rights thing, obviously, because I mean, this staff, they've said, I mean, when I've heard Norvell speak at like camps and stuff to all the kids that are there, stars don't matter to them as a staff. So it's kind of like they're getting their guys, the guys they want. So a difference between 4 to 7, while in the college football playoff may be huge in recruiting for the staff, isn't all that, right? Yep. And also, I'm looking at the graphic that On3 posted of like the current rankings right now. We got all big 3 Florida schools in the top 10 now, which is something I don't know. I don't think we've seen it for a while, right?
No, it's been a minute. There's been some back and forth. You know, Miami had made a habit of being top 10, even top 5 in like August and in September, but they had a hard time closing. We'll see where Florida State stands when this all shakes out at the end of the day, because I believe Armando Blunt is still listed as a commit for Florida State.
Yeah, that's done.
That is done. If you're just joining us, he didn't visit Florida State this past weekend. So at that point, when you don't come up for your official visit at the very end of the cycle, that's all set. The difference is in closing on the top flight players. I mean, we're not going to run from that. It's not our job to defend and say that Florida State has 100% close rate when you look at the facts and you say that's not even close to true. They do need to do a better job of closing, and I think rounding out their class in the front 7 defensively, Matt. I mean, that's just one area where it sounds like they're off to a very good start in 2025, especially on the defensive line. But if you're looking at this class, even before what happens in the next couple of hours, of the guys that they're likely to get or likely to be involved with, the front 7 could use a little bit more presence in the 24 class.
Yeah, and that's where you start looking at LJ McCray and Amari Williams as guys that they kind of need, and that's why they're essential, right? With a Blunt likely gone, that's why they brought Amari Williams in so fast for a visit. Like that does need to get better. Michael has said it multiple times that has been the issue. Linebackers in 2025 is getting better. I don't believe we have a blue chip linebacker in this class, at least as of now, and don't expect one.
Correct.
But again, we already have a 4-star committed in the 2025 class. Obviously need to hold on to him for a year. But yeah, it does need to get better, and that's what makes LJ McCray and Amari Williams so important, which Amari Williams, by the way, right now we do not expect him to sign today. When we talked to him on Sunday after his official visit, he said he wasn't sure. Obviously, he just reclassified, last week, maybe a day or two before he took the visit.
Correct.
So it makes sense for him to want to wait till February, but I think we were all hoping that, he took this visit, he reclassified, let's get this done.
Yeah, especially in the wake of Armando Blunt going in the other direction. Yeah, it's disappointing at that position group. It's disappointing at linebacker. Now, the portal can help because the portal isn't always about one-year players. Like Keon Coleman, sure, you'll take him. Braden Fisk, yes, but there are several players in Florida State lore the last few years who are multi-year transfers. I mean, Fabian Lovett's a great example.
Verse, Benson,
Verse,
Jarian Jones.
Jamie Robinson, who left last year, was a multi-year player as well. So there are options. There is a middle ground here, but it could stand to get a little bit better in terms of closing in certain position groups in the high school ranks. This is Walk-Ons Signing Day Live here on Warchant TV. We appreciate you stopping in and being a part of the nearly 4,500 who are watching with us. You've been here since we started at 8 in the morning. If you have not ever been to the proper website that we represent called warchant.com, we've got a special for you for new subscribers only, half off for a year of access. $54.99, $54.99 for 1 year. It is our signing day special at warchant.com. Head on over to the website because when today is over, it's not even close to over. You've got the portal. You've got February signing period. You've got the ins and the outs of who's going to the NFL, who's going to be retained for another year. December is the most wild month on the calendar for college football. Forever and a day, it was February, and now it's not even close. December is the most wild month. So please give us a shot to earn your business with that special at warchant.com.
Hey, it looks like we got another sign-in, too.
Yeah, go ahead.
Looks like Camden Fryer, at least FSU football just tweeted, so that means it is official. Camden Fryer has now signed with Florida State. We talked about him earlier. Legacy. His dad was on the 93 championship team. He's on that Sports Illustrated cover. At least that's how I wasn't alive. So that's how I know him, was off the Sports Illustrated cover.
Right.
So that's a good pickup for them.
That's actually pushing it for me too. I'm quite a bit older than you, but I was, I think, in kindergarten or first grade when that play was made.
Yeah.
Michael Langston also personally confirming Florida State has not put it out there just yet on their social media platforms that D.D. Holmes has signed for Florida State. That is a blue chip defensive lineman.
Right when we're talking about front seven.
Right when we're talking about front seven. Exactly right. They could still do better. That's okay. That doesn't mean that Didi's not an important addition to this class. So between Camden Fryer and between D.D. Holmes, the latest two signees, and I've got, let's see, here we go. See, we're starting to add column number 2 here. D.D. Holmes is a part of this class, Camden Fryer. Of those two latest signees, Matt, give me some lowdown on those two players and maybe some storylines that the folks wouldn't know if they weren't covering recruiting like you do.
Yeah, so I think D.D. Holmes, obviously out of the two, is the more important signing, especially when we were talking about front seven and all that. You need that edge guy. Edge depth is kind of not great right now for Florida State, so that adds a lot. He is someone who he visited multiple times over the past year. I honestly thought he's very close with his mom, it looked like, from when I saw him on the visit, and I thought it was going to be tough to get him all the way from Maryland. Coach JP proved me wrong there. But it seems like after the OV in the summer in June was when it was trending towards Florida State. He loved it. He's a good guy to where he likes to think of everything after the fact. So I interviewed him at the airport at like 5 a.m. when he left after his OV. And he was like, well, I don't want to say like where they stand right now because I'm fresh off the visit. So you're thinking too much about it. You're not. Your mind's kind of clouded after you come off one visit just because that's all you're thinking about. You're not thinking about the UF visit you took 2 weeks ago. You're thinking about the Florida State visit that just ended. And obviously Coach JP locked it down there, kept it close with him. He's going to be a name to remember, and I expect to contribute.
It's big time size.
Yeah.
I don't know how much you've seen him in person, Matt, but
Yeah.
6'6", 240. That in and of itself, in terms of the frame, is quite attractive here as you're trying to bolster what Florida State does. Like, for example, last year you bring in a Legacy in Lamont Green. That's more of a slider build but quicker player. This is somebody that might project to maybe even help stop the run a little bit. It's 6'6", 240. This seems like a 3-down player. He could be there for all downs.
Yeah, definitely. He's really good. I will say he's really good. Sorry, I'm tripping over my words. When it looked like he was going to come to Florida State, I was surprised again. And it was a big pickup at the time and still is now. It's a good one to keep on to. Hasn't wavered at all. I don't think he's taken other visits. I think obviously being far from here, I think he only came to one game this year, but good pickup. Has stayed locked in. Always love it when kids do that.
Yeah, it makes life just a little bit easier.
Yeah.
That's not always the case. Here's our updated signing times. So you know that Dede Holmes, second from the top on the list, is all set. Luke Kromenhoek should be sending in his letter of intent at any time this hour. Florida State gets its quarterback, which that's very interesting, folks, because behind the scenes leading up to today, Georgia lost its blue chip quarterback. It's a leader of its class to Nebraska in the last 2 days. Yes, you hear that right. There's a legacy at play there for Dylan Raiola.
And and Uncle's the O-line coach.
I didn't realize that part of
Yep.
it. So he's
Yep.
Nebraska's O-line coach?
Yep.
Oh, wow. Well, okay. Two good reasons for Georgia to lose a high-profile player to a program like Nebraska, but they made a run at Luke Kromenhoek at the 11th hour. No pun intended with his signing time, but Luke said no thanks, and he actually put it out on social media saying, no, I'm a Nole. So Luke's letter of intent, national letter of intent, should be arriving anytime now and confirmed by Florida State. 3-star offensive lineman Ty Hilton is at noon. Jeremiah Smith, who we had high hopes for, an Ohio State commit, is likely to continue down that path and finish as a Buckeye. That is coming at lunchtime. Then you get into the afternoon window, and it gets interesting here. 3-star linebacker Jaden Parrish goes at 12:30, but then the man that everybody's talking about, Florida State commit, 5-star plus safety, KJ Bolden, who has been tied to Auburn in the last 24 hours. People were sure this morning that Auburn was the heavy lean. Then it was, well, Florida State's probably in a good position to hold on. Now it's Georgia. KJ Bolden is playing the game, people, and people are going to be locked in the 1 o'clock hour for him. And then it rounds out the rest of the day. There are some signings, like, for example, Jake Weinberg. His letter's already in, but he's going to have a ceremony at 2 o'clock. Defensive back Ricky Knight. Monesi Ititi out of the West Coast, 4-star offensive lineman who just visited Florida State this past weekend at 3. And then there's a couple more signings for the defensive side of the ball at 3:30 and 6. I should also note, for those of you here on Warchant TV, that we will be over, those of us in Tallahassee will be over at Florida State's press conferences. Mike Norvell is holding his official signing day press conference at 4 p.m. And then we will be able to talk to all of his assistant coaches afterwards. So even when we sign off at 3 o'clock, the day's not even close to done. A couple of signing ceremonies into the evening and more coverage of Florida State through the press conference view, through the coaching staff's words themselves, Mike Norvell's stance on the class, all of those things coming up on the channel in the very near future. Matt, any developments as we're getting close to lunchtime that you're watching? I'm sure it's KJ Bolden first, but anything else that either makes you nervous or that you're happy to see get done in the next hour or two?
I mean, not really. Obviously, like you just said, KJ Bolden, the Jeff Cameron show gets started off with a bang today there.
We'll see.
And I think that press conference questions, those press conference questions towards Mike will be aimed at whatever happens at that time. But it'll be, can you pull that list back up again? So many names coming in today. It's just hard to remember them off the top of my head.
Yeah, we're talking the schedule. There you go.
There we go. Cam Davis, we went over him a little bit ago. He's locked in. He's a great kid. Hopefully after whatever happens with Bolden, we can talk about him more to get off of, if it is bad news. If it's good news, we'll probably keep talking about Bolden. TT, also really like him. He's fun.
Well,
great
hang
kid.
on. Let me cut in right there. You like him.
Yep.
But Michael is confirming that Mana's NLI is in. We will wait for Florida State's confirmation to double confirm that. But Michael Langston has been reporting for us early. He's got a line into when Florida State receives these documents. And so Florida State's offensive line class should be, according to our Michael Langston, all set for the day. Mana was here over the weekend for his official visit. He seems to have a very good perspective on the world, given that he's a late bloomer into the football game. I know that there's a good story you can find on YouTube where his high school coach talks about, refining his basketball abilities into offensive line abilities. But that is Florida State's blue chipper, Monesi Ititi. Why do you like him, and what stood out to you, Matt, when you interviewed him and you guys talked to him this weekend on campus?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the story is really cool. I believe he's from the Democratic Republic of the Congo originally. I'm sorry if I'm wrong on that, but so he's one of those international kids, kind of like a Lucas Simmons. I mean, maybe Atkins should start recruiting international more. He's hit on a few, right? The only one that hasn't is Zandamela at this point.
Yep.
But he's cool. When we were sitting there talking to him on Sunday, we're like, oh, do you intend to sign with Florida State? While he's literally holding the letter in his hand, like the folder. And it's like, well, yeah. But I think he's going to be a great addition. I know Atkins really likes him. He's going to be fun to watch. This was a kid who was originally committed to USC too, if you remember that.
Yep, I do. Yeah, 6'4", 290. He looked every bit of it when you were interviewing him over the weekend. This, again, it's not a class that's littered with 5 stars in the trenches, but these are some pieces that you can work with between Jonathan Daniels out of Pensacola, which that was its own storyline. If you're just joining us, it was kind of under the radar, but it was a signing ceremony at 7. Wasn't until about 15 minutes ago that Florida State confirmed that they had Jonathan Daniels' signature. Jaden Todd, who is a large body, he was the first signee for Florida State, and then Monesi Ititi out of the West Coast. Modesto, California, by way, I think you're right, but by the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Again, Florida State is bolstering its class today more in the skill position zones than anywhere else. Are they really bringing it home? To give you a rundown of some of those signees, we're going to have the graphic ready in just a moment. But I know, Matt, that we had talked about a little bit earlier that one of the best playmakers that Florida State has brought in this year already is Elijah Moore out of Maryland. And I find that to be interesting because I believe at the time he flipped from Ohio State to Florida State, he was but a 3-star. But now it seems like the service is caught up and realized there's a reason Ohio State was interested in this kid. There's a reason that Florida State wanted to flip him from Ohio State.
Yeah, I don't know if he was committed, but I know it was like a lean at that point.
Lean. Yep.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Funny story about that of his rankings is when he first came to campus over the summer, I missed talking to him. I didn't get to talk to him on campus, so I was trying to get in contact with him. And when we tweeted out he arrived, we put 3-star, and he had gone under us and was like, I should be 4-star, even though On3 hadn't caught up yet in that point in time. So he's always known himself that he's a 4-star, and he is every bit of that 4-star. And he's going to be really fun to watch. And I said it earlier, he is going to be when we get to his newcomer press conference. I'm not sure if he's enrolling early or not. I'd have to look at the list. So many lists right now that they just gets jumbled in my head. But he's going to be probably your favorite newcomer press conference to watch, in my opinion.
Who is Florida State's coaching MVP this year on the trail outside of Mike Norvell? I'm going to ask Matt Lasser that in just 30 seconds.
Game day at Walk-Ons is just different. And it starts with the way our teammates prep each dish from our scratch menu. No shortcuts. We are hand cutting every single mozzarella log straight from the block. Hand peeling, stuffing, and bacon wrapping each voodoo shrimp. Hand carving ribeyes for our steaks and po' boys. And hand slicing, then tossing our boneless wings and our house-made sauces. With wall-to-wall TVs and food like this, why would you want to watch anywhere else? That's game day. The Walk-Ons way.
This is Walk-Ons Signing Day Live as Drew Brees. Thanks for the throwback to here, Drew Brees. We appreciate you.
Hey, I will say they're I think I've only actually sat down and ate at Walk-Ons once, but I'm more of like a sit at the bar kind of person there.
Yeah.
At least at the one here in Texas, but I always get Gator bites. I'm surprised we haven't brought that up yet. Those are really good.
There you go. Well, this is why you're here to make sure that we don't forget things like they've got Gator bites at Walk-Ons. Look, I'm a big fan of Cajun cuisine. You call it New Orleans, you call it Cajun, whatever you want. If it's blackened, I'm much more interested in the flavor of that chicken or that fish or whatever it is. The seasonings are delicious in a place like Walk-Ons. So remember, Walk-Ons in Tallahassee is 3390 Capitol Circle Northeast, but they're all over the Southeast. Support Walk-Ons because they're supporting us today on Warchant TV, Warchant Signing Day Live. So, Matt, you know, you're connected. You're talking to the kids. You're talking to the coaches a lot, sources around the program. Who has impressed you this particular cycle with their aptitude as a recruiter on Florida State staff?
Got to go with Pat Surtain, right? I think that's the obvious one. With or without KJ, this is still one of the best secondary classes in the country, even if you take them out. Kai Bates, Jamari Howard, Ricky Knight is underrated. Ricky Knight actually had a interception while covering Jeremiah Smith in the state playoffs a few weeks ago. So there you go there. Again, really, really good secondary class. I just wish – I know there's like a GIF out there or a picture out there of Atkins smoking up a cigar. We need to get one of Pat Surtain to tweet out there whenever he keeps landing these big DBs and safeties.
Yeah, this is his first year at Florida State. It was Coach Marcus Woodson before that. And Florida State has brought in some very impressive secondary classes the last couple of seasons, and you're starting to see that on the field more as a Conrad Hussey gets more playing time this year. I believe that Edwin Joseph was going to get more time if he didn't get hurt a little bit earlier in camp. Azarie Thomas down the stretch was phenomenal for Florida State. It seems like Surtain might have improved where they're going. You know, even more than they were doing all right, but it seems like notwithstanding what's about to happen at 1 o'clock, they've done a really good job of bringing in a different level of player in the secondary.
Maybe DBU is back soon.
Yeah, it could be. So at the bottom of the hour here, we are going to be joined again by our senior recruiting analyst, Michael Langston. Aslan Hadravandi is going to take the dais as well. Again, to let you folks know, we're going to be here live until 3 o'clock here on Warchant TV to the 4,300 plus that are watching. We appreciate you. Throw us a thumbs up. Florida State has already landed a bunch of signees today, and this is the latest from Director Ben behind the scenes. Here we are, the official signings page. Jonathan Daniels, he was a 7 a.m. signing ceremony, came in around 11 o'clock. Landon Thomas in the last 20 minutes or so. Florida State gets their tight end to be officially a Seminole. Jamari Howard, Lawayne McCoy, B.J. Gibson, Kai Bates, Monesi ITT, Charles Lester, Elijah Moore, Micah Danzy, Jake Weinberg, Jaden Todd, Jamori Flagg, and Camden Fryer. So Florida State is quite strong at this moment in closing out the kids who are committed coming into the 11th hour. There's a couple of big ones, big fish that are still out there. Michael Langston has put in our group chat that he's mining for more information, any last-second developments on Jeremiah Smith and Cade. Tuned for that at the bottom of the hour. As for right now, I had talked about how Landon Thomas, the tight end, is a perfect fit for Florida State's offense. Well, let Dominic Robinson prove it to you why and how he's a perfect fit. On Walk-On's Signing Day Live, here's Dominic's thoughts. Florida State lands, at the time that they got this flip, the best tight end in the country when they flipped him from Georgia to Florida State, and now the signature meets the paper as Landon Thomas, from not too far from these parts here in Tallahassee, has signed with Florida State. This is a high-caliber tight end, and I know that Dominic Robinson, while he played on both sides of the ball in college, Papa Robinson likes this position just a little bit because of what's going on Saturdays in the West Coast of the country. He's our lead football analyst, Dominic Robinson, breaking down the film for 2024 players for us here on Warchant TV. And when you watch Dominic Landon Thomas, what kind of football player do you see?
I see a player who's got great change of direction for his body. You'll see multiple plays where there's some run after the catch, or where he's making cuts and making guys miss that you like to see, where he's running routes where he's got to change directions. He's not just a fade ball, which is what you typically see with the big body tight end. And so, this is a guy who I think one of the things that existed at Florida State forever, when I became a fan, was every player at Florida State was the best athlete on their team when they were in high school. And then when I got to Florida State, it was the same thing. Every player that I played with was, Rufus Brown, who was a cornerback, played quarterback in El Paso. Anquan Bolden, who was a wideout, played quarterback in high school. He's the best athlete at his school. Chris Ricks, who was the quarterback for us, was a high level baseball player. When you watch Landon Thomas, although he's a tight end, you can see, he's that Wildcat quarterback. That gives you such great information on who he is. One, it tells you that he's dependable. It tells you that the guys love him. It tells you that he means a lot to the coach. Coach isn't putting a guy at quarterback who they can't depend on. Coach isn't putting a guy at quarterback who's not a leader. So when he's playing Wildcat quarterback, that gives me great information on terms of this is the best athlete on the team. There's a route right there where it just incredible, stick nod. It's called a stick nod. It's a double route. Let's run that back, Ben. You'll see him stick his foot in the ground. You got to stick your foot in the ground twice. This is something that usually big body guys can't do. If you go back just a little bit further. So typically a big body guy isn't going to be able to do this well. He's got to stick. He's got to make two sticks and then avoid the guy who's inside leverage on him. that takes a lot more than it looks like. That's usually a little guy's route where you got to, it's an out and up or, rail and go. And he does that, makes the guy defender miss. And then again, another catch with his hands away from his body. That's the other thing that I loved was his willingness to extend his arms away from his body. You see him going over the middle, and on all of these catches, he's extending his arms away from his body, which usually with the big body guys, they want to catch the ball within their body. They're just not confident enough to get their hands away from their body. And then, here again, this is a screen that you're throwing to your tight end, down here in the red zone, which we've seen Mike Norvell likes. Now, this is the point where the film really turns and it gets to bully ball. He starts getting nasty here. Here he is on punt team. Here he is running counter where he's got to pull around and kick a guy out. Here he is out on the edge, just making a nasty block out here in space. And then, here he is in the wing, going split zone. That's where, if this guy was ranked the number 1 tight end in the country, that's probably where that comes from. I'm not saying that he isn't great when he's split out, but there's few guys that can split out and do what he does and just do what we just saw in those last 4 clips. That's the separator. And that's where you start to get excited about what he can bring, because when you see him as a flex wideout, you see a good player. But when you see a guy play bully ball like he just did, you start to see a great player.
So, Dominic, I salivate at those clips when I think about Mike Norvell's offense and the fit within the offense. This can be a featured player in more of an unheralded quote unquote position, but this could be a featured player in Mike's offense because of all the things he asks out of the tight end / H-back / whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, this was the one that, if I were to say who fits best in terms of the recruiting class, this is the guy. Absolutely. All of those clips that we just saw are exactly, aside from the Wildcat quarterback, are exact things that they asked Jaheim Bell to do this year. The split zone, blocking the backside end, the counter, trying to wrap and and block the end. Obviously the special teams, bully ball is that's something that when you're young, you should be on special teams. You got to be on special teams. So those are things that he's going to be asked to do within the FSU offense. So if he's been coached and taught to do that already and feels comfortable and competent there, he's going to definitely give himself a leg up to get himself on the field early.
So this gets interesting to me then as we pull up your scale of prospect ratings and what they can do in terms of instant impact to Florida State or early impact, or whether or not they're going to be a player that takes some time to develop into something of a starter or a contributor. When you talk about best fit, quote unquote, how does Landon Thomas stand up on your scale here from 1 all the way to 4.5?
Yeah, really close to that 3.5 where he's going to be pushing to start in year 1, maybe close to that Cam Davis area where I have a 3.25 where he's clearly an instant contributor and, but maybe not starting just because I don't know what the current class will have in terms of the transfer portal and whatnot. But this is a guy who's going to play year 1. And I don't know how strong he is, although, when you see a guy, manhandling guys in high school, that doesn't always translate because you don't always know the competition. So, but I definitely see in terms of what he's been asked to do in high school and then what he'll be asked to do in Mike Norvell's offense, there isn't a better fit in terms of guys, in terms of players, and then the attributes that they have. He fits perfectly. He can do them at a high, all the things that he's asked to do in the FSU offense, he's already doing at a highly proficient rate. So now it's just a matter of how quickly can you make the transition to the speed of the game and all of the things that are asked of you at the college level, which is a lot of times a lot more than what's asked of you at the high school level.
The best This is why we're very excited. Yeah, surprised you there, didn't I, Matt? This is why we're very excited for Landon Thomas to be a signee for the Florida State Seminoles in this class. As you can see, beyond just somebody who splits out and runs routes, the ability to block, the ability to line up everywhere relative to the line of scrimmage, split out on the line, in the backfield, it's a really good fit. And we thank Dominic Robinson for his expertise to tell us a little bit more about the nuances of how these positions work. We're going to be handing off at the bottom of the hour very soon to our own Aslan Hajavandi and Michael Langston. That is the A team coming back in to give us more intel here momentarily. And it looks like Michael is trying to find any last minute things about Jeremiah Smith, who at the top of the hour at noon will be making his signature and his final decision known. It's been a heavy Ohio State lean since the developments this morning. KJ Bolden at 1 o'clock this afternoon. So that is also a big one that we're watching. He's a Florida State commit, but will he be a Florida State signee? All things we're considering here in the near future on Warchant TV. This is Warchant Game Day. Or sorry, listen to me. It's not quite a game day. It is for Matt Lacer. It is for Michael Langston. But it is Signing Day Live presented by our friends at Walk-Ons. So we will be joined shortly by those gentlemen. Matt, just final thoughts as we're closing out a segment of the program here where we saw Florida State land several signees. Again, you get some pieces at the skill positions and a couple players in the trenches. Just your thoughts the last hour and a half as things have kind of stabilized a bit. I think there was a lot of vitriol floating around, but we're kind of in the cut right now for Florida State's 2024 class.
Yeah, I think I kind of helped settle everyone down, getting some good ones in like D.D. Holmes, Jamari Howard signing. That was a big one, and considering we're talking about losing someone in the secondary. In general, it's right now, other than one thing, it's going as we expected.
Yep.
So nothing too bad here. Again, still a very good class. It's still going to be top 10 worst case, right? If all goes wrong, all goes to hell. So like, let's sit in our seats. Let's calm down. Let's see. We've learned already today, and I've said this probably 10 times already, anything can happen. So just keep watching.
One big signee that is in the fold. Florida State hasn't confirmed it just yet, but the quarterback has been secured for Florida State as there's photo and video evidence, according to our little internal channel here, that Luke Cromenhawk has indeed followed through, done as many expected. And this was not, there were kids that were going to bring some drama, a Cam Davis at running back, a Luke Cromenhawk at quarterback. Those were not going to be the ones to worry about and sweat about. But Luke Cromenhawk, we will await Florida State's official announcement where you could use that language. But signing with Florida State is their quarterback, and that is obviously a big get for the Noles to close out that deal. Luke was somebody that Florida State was on very early in the process, Matt, and he stayed with Florida State even after a late courting by the Georgia Bulldogs.
Yeah, this kid's a Nole through and through. Great kid, really good player. I saw him throw at camp over the summer. Great arm. Just in general, he's also a kid who's going to be a very good leader and going to be very good probably quickly. I remember last year, once we got into spring practice, we were all very impressed by Brock Glenn and how he was progressing very fast. This is something we could see with Luke. And there's the confirmation right there.
There you go. You got to love it. So the quarterback is in for 2024. You know who brought that up? You know who pulled that up behind the scenes? That was Aslan. Thank you very much for the assist there, Aslan. We're going to bring him on in just a second here. Oh, he says, stop it. He said, I see him behind the scenes. He says, stop it, please. So Florida State gets this young man, and, it's Brock Glenn, Luke Cromenhawk for the future, Matt. Now, Florida State might be doing some work on the present, but just judging by the guys that they landed the last couple of years, this Florida State's quarterback position is in a pretty good place.
Very good spot
for 25, 26, and beyond.
Yeah, and I mean, keep in mind, at one point, Luke was a 5-star for about a week. The reasoning for that was Armando Blunt actually was the one who reclassified because he was the way On3 industry rankings work. It's like the top 30 are 5-stars, and he got in that 30. Then Armando Blunt reclassified, and that bumped him back down. So he's still borderline a 5-star. Really, we could call him one. Honestly, that's how good he is.
Yes, I would agree, considering, the Elite 11 a little bit yourself too, and he did not disappoint with his performance there
not at all.
At the Elite 11. All right, it is time for the anchor change now. We bring back the man who has led the proceedings, that is Aslan Hajavandi, right here on Warchant TV. Matt, stay right there. Stay right there. We're going to need your expertise until Michael gets back in the chair. But Aslan, all right, man. I'm not saying it's totally calmed down because there's still some big things to come, but all right, I got a couple of these signees. Like there was a Jonathan Daniels worry. They got him. Like everything seems to be starting to smooth out just a little bit.
Yeah, I like how you pointed out Landon Thomas. Like he was committed to Georgia. Their tight ends have done a lot of good things lately, and he believes in this program. So, perspective, everybody. Again, y'all can be angry. I'm going to stop saying don't be angry. You can be angry, but let's just have some perspective and be polite in our commentary with everybody in the chat here. So. What did I miss, guys? Fill me up. Fill me in.
A lot of signees. Let's see. So Jamari Howard, I don't know that particular ceremony is even close to over yet.
Oh,
but
still going. That's still.
But the signature arrived. I think he said the hell with this. I think he walked out. There's still 15 trophies to go. But he's a signee now. Luane McCoy has signed. Landon Thomas has signed. Monesi Ititi, offensive lineman, Jonathan Daniels. Yeah, it's been a good run. Now, the question is, when you hand it back off at 1 o'clock, I'm about to jet here. When you hand it off at 1 o'clock, will people be happier or will they be more angry than they are right now?
Yeah, it's going to be this nice crest and, dips and stuff. So I think I'm here like on the bottom end of that crest. And I think by the time I hand it off to you, you and Jeff will, you'll be putting out fires. It'll be like Backdraft. You'll be like Hawk and whoever else.
Look, man, if Jeff wants to put gasoline on it, he will too. So we'll see what happens at 1 o'clock. But gentlemen, Godspeed.
That's Tom Lang, everybody. Director of original content at warchant.com, ultimate Seminole sports source. He and Jeff Cameron, 1 to 3 o'clock live here, as well as 93.3 FM terrestrial radio in Tallahassee. So if you're driving in your car, you don't want to be looking at your phone and driving. Just put 93.3 on. You can listen to it. Matt showing all of us up with the best backdrop of the day. Congrats to him. So where are you at in Dallas? Somebody was asking earlier in the show. I think you have a female following, so I don't know. But that's taken, ladies. So stay at a distance.
Frisco, Texas. Actually, if you follow portal stuff, Evan Stewart, wide receiver who just entered, is from here. He's from a high school on the other side of town. But he is from here. The kid from McKinney, I can't remember his name, who flipped from Florida to Texas today, he's from the town over. The Cowboys practice facility 10 minutes down the road. So it's a good spot for football.
I think the FCS championship game.
It's in the same stadium where the Frisco Bowl was last night.
Yeah. Which by the way, we hit the over on that, kids. So Wake Up Warchant's got you 2 for 2 on bowl picks. We're going to go with USF straight up over Syracuse because just no faith in the ACC right now. But you're not here to talk about games and such. Michael Langston will be joining us here momentarily, shortly, as he continues to work on some situational information when it comes to Jeremiah Smith, KJ Bolden, things of that nature. So are they both at 1 o'clock? Oh, geez, that's the second time.
No, Jeremiah's at noon.
Okay.
And KJ's at 1. The Jeff Cameron show gets to kick off with whatever happens with KJ.
All right. Well, good. Jeremiah Smith, man. I feel like I contributed to the problem possibly, Matt. I think on Monday's show on Wake Up with Corey, trying to just process with everything that Florida State's having to go through, certain guys entering the portal, guys opting out, still not being in the playoff every day, realizing that and not having it sit any easier with you. I was like, well, you know what, man? The portal, in my opinion, man, I don't know. Maybe, it's such a small sample size, Matt. This portal doesn't seem to have as much like depth of elite talent, it feels like, versus last year. And so all these guys keep getting picked up, and you're like, man, when's Florida State going to make their shot? When are they going to make their run? And Cam Ward is obviously the first guy. And if that happens, then, all bets are off and everybody feels so much better about things. But even DJ will make you feel good about things. But like, where's the next Keon? Where's the next Jared? Hopefully Marvin Jones Jr. can give you something close to that. But who's going to replace Braden? Who's going to replace Trey? You're looking at all these guys. And I'm like, well, man, if you get Jeremiah Smith, like, I don't care who you get in the portal.
Yeah.
So then, and Corey's like, you're talking about like, we're going to get him. I'm like, I mean, it's a legitimate shot, but it sounds like Ohio State is kind of, trending well, I guess. I mean, it's crazy to say because he's been committed to them this whole entire time. But it does seem kind of crazy that, you've mentioned like how he commented and complimented this coaching staff. I guess he hasn't even really been to Columbus all that much lately. But just the thought that if you were to get him, that would really set everything off. But, we got to be reasonable in our expectations and maybe recalibrate right now. And instead of going for that top spot, they're probably more likely to stay, within the top 10. So I guess you have to all kind of come to grips with all that. Noel Fan 1893 saying, we have a great receiver and running back room. Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, just currently running back a little bit thin right now, but I'm never going to be too worried about running back with this staff and just the way the game of football is played this day and age, unless you have, your Bijan, Robinson, Dalvins. Otherwise, everybody's seemingly dime a dozen. Receiver, you feel good about Hakeem and Destin, Van Dravis, and what they can be in Ja'Kai. But yeah, I mean, you need more there. So Jeremiah would have fit nicely, but we'll see if it happens. And obviously, Evan Stewart. Maybe we can get Matt to go on his IG live, knocking on some doors. That's somebody that they're going to have to look into, I would think, right?
Yeah, that's someone. Man, I haven't had time to update the portal thread, so sorry for everyone waiting on updates. I drove here from Tallahassee, so no texting and driving. But he's someone we kind of expect interest for right now. I'm trying to still gauge it. Obviously, I have some connections there, considering we're from the same town. So still looking into it, but I do expect that to be someone they at least contact.
All right. That's all we want, man. Just make the effort, which they certainly are. No reason to think that the staff will not keep it rolling when it comes to portal commitments. Have you guys gone through all of these super chats? I feel like, I don't know, I saw a bunch of these.
This one's only for $2, but Rod Bostic is an interesting one.
Does Smith sticking to Ohio State indicate no? I wouldn't think so. What do you?
That's why I wanted to put it on. I don't think there's any connection there, right? I mean, as far as I know, there's no pass connection to them or anything. Again, DJU is still a viable option there too. I don't think that who the quarterback is between DJU and Cam Ward, flip that. Right. I don't think Smith coming or not flips Cam Ward going, because he's not going to Ohio State. That's been known, right? Like, it's been known right now. It's between FSU, Miami, a mystery visit school, which don't believe is Ohio State, and the NFL. So I don't think the two connect at all. No. I saw that and wanted to make sure it didn't start anything.
Ohio State lost their quarterback, which I know
to Syracuse.
Ohio State fans aren't that upset about losing Kyle McCord, which Syracuse, right?
Yep.
Look at the orange, man. They ain't messing around. But like that Devin Brown kid, if you don't like Kyle McCord, they clearly felt he was further ahead than Devin Brown, and he got all the opportunity to take that job away from him in those first 2-3 games of the season before they had to play Notre Dame. So yeah, I don't buy that Smith thinks that there's a better quarterback situation in Columbus versus Tallahassee. It just, man, that Heartline relationship seems like really legit. Like when Florida State gets players, like when you get a Charles Lester, you're like, yeah, man, like he really hit it off with, whoever you want to say. You can say it was his position coach. You can say it's Surtain. That's what I felt good about when it came to Bolden. I'm just like, man, I just feel like you put me up against Greasy, no offense, Hugh Freeze, and his staff, and I've got Pat Surtain. Like, I feel good about that. But then obviously George is a little bit more of a factor. So, I mean, it seems like Heartline is the receiver whisperer, right? Like if there's a quarterback whisperer, the equivalent of that is Brian Heartline. So why wouldn't you want to go play for him?
Exactly. That's what it is at the end of the day. He's even quoted of saying, you said it all the way at, for me, 7 a.m. that like he's been quoted saying this isn't about the money. It's about who can develop into the NFL. Who has the best track record of that right now? Ohio State, without a doubt. So again, it's not an NIL thing. I think both the guys we're talking about who we're not getting the news we thought so this morning is not NIL. It's all the program and development side of where just Florida State's not proven yet, right? And it's not a problem. It's not an issue. I think Florida State will prove that fairly soon down the road, especially once we get into this next upcoming draft and stuff like that. But it's just there hasn't been enough proof there for development outside of and the college level. Is that fair to say?
Disagrees with my take on the running back room. I am Camo 904. This is Avatar. Is that Randy Savage? Oh no, looks like it's maybe he's an actual rapper. Maybe that's his his
look
icon.
SoundCloud.
Check it out. Running back isn't thin. Sam Singleton, Danzy, Keziah Holmes, Cam Davis, Toafili. What is this dude talking about? We're thin at running back. He's just talking.
I mean, it's mainly the
Not a lot
fact
of-
with Hill, right? Like it's Rodney Hill going in the portal and Trey Benson leaving.
Yeah, you don't have a lot of proven commodities behind Lawrence. Like I like Keziah. Sam Singleton's fast. We'll see if that can, become an element that's integrated into the offense. I do like Cam Davis, but again, it's not a lot of proven, reliable talent. Whereas, last year, like, all right, man, you got Trey Benson, you got Toffoli, and you felt good about what Rodney Hill could be. You feel good about what Keziah Holmes can be, but you're not 100% sure what he actually is going to be. Well, we can talk about it on New Year's Eve, see how he looks after he plays against Georgia, goes for 200 yards on that Bulldog defense, 3 tutties. Why not? Why not? Because why not you? Why not you? Yeah, man. I did say LT's proven, but behind that, come on, keep up, everybody. Keep up. Did you guys talk about Treasure Coast Noel, who dropped $13 in the jar? Appreciate you, Treasure Coast Noel. Big picture, what is the difference between being number 1, number 5, number 7, or number 10 for the program?
Yeah, we did briefly. It's just kind of and what I said is, yeah, it means something. It's more of like to me, it's more like a bragging right kind of thing is my opinion on it. Like the staff is going to want to get their guys. They don't care about the star rankings. Norvell has said that multiple times before. They want their guys. They want their class. But it's just a good thing to be able to say, like, oh, we had a top 5 class. It kind of evaluates the talent you're getting compared to other schools.
100 proof football. Can you catch those of us in Western time zones up while the doom and gloom? Who have we officially missed on? Thanks. Good question. We should remember that everybody here has not been with us for the last 3 hours and 45 minutes. They're hopping on and off. We have not, we being the royal we, Florida State has not officially missed out on anybody of their top targets. There's just been some trending news that is not in the favor of Florida State currently, namely KJ Bolden and Jeremiah Smith. But we'll find out sooner than later on those guys. But here are all the players that have officially signed and the guys that will be signing soon. Ty Hilton coming up at noon. Jeremiah Smith also coming up at noon. Again, I like how we put in parentheses there, Ohio State commit. He's never been Florida State's, so it's always been an uphill battle. Jaden Parrish at 12:30, KJ Bolden 1 o'clock, as well as Cam Davis, Ricky Knight after that, quarter past the 1 o'clock hour. Tamir Hickman Collins at 3:30. And then we got some evening news dropping too. Denaz White and Armando Blunt. Blunt didn't get the same treatment with the parentheses Florida State commit, but he kind of is supposedly, but we all know he's going to Miami. So there you go, 100 Proof Football. You're talking Noles recruiting here with us. Caught up with it. Sign Day Live presented by Walk-Ons. We appreciate you all being here. Matt Lasser, I'm Aslan Hudjavandi. We got Ben Spicer, Tom Lang, Michael Langston helping out as well. Jeff Cameron and Tom taking things over here about 1 o'clock or so. But we got a lot of time before that happens. President 229 has Keon Coleman announced he is leaving.
No.
You know who also hasn't announced that they're leaving? I don't think Marvin Harrison Jr. has officially said he's leaving. I don't think Caleb Williams has even officially said. I think he only opted out of the bowl. He is not officially declared for the NFL draft. And I have no idea why, everybody. And I wish I could give you an answer as to why. And it's not just a Matt and Aslan thing, a Corey and Aslan thing. Like all my group chats, like my friends, my brother and his friends is all like what is taking everybody? So, and I have no clue, no idea whatsoever. I wish I had an intelligent, informative opinion to give you on why these guys that we pretty much know are probably going to go to the pros have not decided to enter their names. And yet January 15th, I think, is the deadline for most of these guys. But Keon Coleman hasn't even said about his bowl intentions. He just tweeted out like his broken heart emoji and like, thank you for everything, Florida State, which sounded like a goodbye, but wasn't a goodbye. So we'll see how things go with Keon, President 229, as you're watching us here on the show. Vic Damone, I think perspective is all I'm asking for. We can all be angry. 20-year-old Aslan would probably be angry watching this show. But Vic Damone Jr. says Smith was never committed to us, so how would he be a miss, right? How would that be bad closing? But these are all open to interpretation. It's all open to interpretation here.
I don't know if you call it a miss, but it's just like you were right there, right? So you had the shot at it. So it's like I guess that's perceived of you can't be as mad, right? Because he was never actually ours, but we were right there in it for a while. I mean, he's probably since the summer, at least. I think he's visited Florida State much more than he has Ohio State. They've had the momentum, in my opinion, up until this morning. So you were there the whole time. He wasn't yours, but it started to feel like he was, I think is why people are saying it's a miss.
That's not fair, Kerry. That's not true either. It's mean-spirited. Show respect to Tate Rodemaker. Put respect on Tate Rodemaker's name. We'll not take Tate slander on the timeline. Tony Kinn, Lawrence Toafili is proven he has been there the whole grind and has not thought about one time the portal transferring. Now, why isn't that not proving? It is proven to me that he is committed to play at Florida State. Yeah, man, there you go. I like Lawrence Toafili, everybody. He has proven himself on the field. The other guys that were mentioned in a very long pushback, I don't think I've yet at this point. But again, man, it's running back. Put the ball in their hands. They can make plays. They don't have to wait usually as long as somebody who plays on the offensive line or the defensive line. So I get it. I totally understand. Do we know how old Armando Blunt is, by the way? See, here's the thing. When I graduated high school, I was still 17 years old. So
he reclassified. So I guess there's a chance he's 16, 17, but I would lean more towards 17, right?
I know, but even and this is not a sour grapes thing about, I don't even know why. I guess if you're a coaching staff, you can't say no to a kid, but I just wonder, this is one of the weird, I don't know, maybe it'll become normal. Just like enrolling early to me never seemed weird. It just only seemed odd to me about like why would you want to miss out on like the great opportunity? You only can be a senior in high school once. And for me as a kid who did not play high school, high level football, like summer year of leaving high school, going to college was awesome. Like you got to, party it up and have fun. I get it. You've got bigger aspirations. Enrolling early would make sense, but like a whole year early
and a year and a half.
When you're like a defensive lineman, you got to go up against Jeremiah Byers or Darius Washington. I'm like, give me another year. But I guess,
maybe not even a year,
at
least in a semester.
Yeah. But I guess, with NIL coming now, it's like, well, I'd kind of rather get paid now than have to wait another year. But yeah, I mean, there is an outside shot. He could be 16 years old, but probably 17. Scott Crone, perhaps Croney, but we'll go with the silent E. Solid LinkedIn headshot from our guy, Scott. Is there anybody you would compare Jeremiah Smith's skill set to? Former FSU player, maybe even somebody on the roster. I haven't seen him play a lot. Is there anybody even that plays on Sundays that you saw that might compare to what you saw when Jeremiah went crazy in the state championship game in Tallahassee, Matt?
I mean, he's a big dude and can go up and grab it and is fast. So maybe a DK Metcalf, if we're going Sunday, I would go with. That might be a stretch. But that's the first one that comes to mind. And in addition, I think I read it. I think it's on his On3 profile. Geno Smith is his cousin. So there's a Seahawks connection there. Okay. But yeah, I'll go DK Metcalf.
Okay. All right. I think we'll all sign up for him. Like a Bart Ross. Bart Ross didn't know that I didn't play high-end football. That's rude. Rude, Bart. Rude. Don't take your anger out on me, man. Jordan Seaton to Maryland, somebody just put in the chat. LOL.
Really?
Is that really? I thought he was going to Dion.
Oh, I thought it was Dion and then Oregon if it were a flip.
I should probably check that out before I put it as gospel here on our show. So
I mean, he's from the DMV, right? So it wouldn't be too far off.
Yeah. How about Tunga Vailoa opting out of the bowl game for them? Like, what? Play the game, man. You're not a first round pick.
The QB class is way too stacked for most people to be.
Yeah, Luan Brunson saying Caleb Williams doesn't want to play for the Bears. Yeah, that could possibly be the reason why, but it's still crazy that these high-end guys have not announced. Maybe, I mean, golly, I would hope by Christmas we would know, like from Jaheim.
I would think so.
What they're going to do,
Well, Jaheim's in the draft, but hasn't said the bowl game, right?
Right.
Okay.
So it's like, let's get that figured out. Like, I understand, like, they're still probably maybe rehabbing and doing stuff here, but like you're going to figure you'll be home around your family for Christmas. At that point, maybe you all get around the table.
When you talk and you figure it out.
Yeah, this one hurts a little bit. I wasn't high on Kennard. But he committed from Georgia Tech, the defensive end that was in the portal, committed to South Carolina. Okunlola was a guy that I wanted.
I
The
liked him
fact
a
that he ended
lot.
up at Colorado makes me think maybe that high-end ceiling that I was hoping for and forecasting maybe isn't as attainable as you would hope because, again, I mean, no offense to Dion and what he's trying to build at Colorado, but there's other programs that need a piece like that you figure they probably wouldn't let slip through their fingers.
And can develop them better, right? Like there's been probably no development on the side of Colorado so far this year, and at least Florida State's proven that. I said earlier that they're not super proven with NFL terms, but I think with DNs is the one position that they are, right? Because you got Jermaine Johnson obviously versed, so that's he can go to Colorado.
We do, yeah. Seton was fake news. Sorry, everybody.
Okay.
I will take a lap at 1:00. I should know better than to pull up nonsense here. I usually read the comments before I put them on the screen, but this is our guy Kyle from Charlotte, so I'll pull it up. It's either going to be funny or informative, so we'll see what it is. What would be worse? He wonders. Cam Ward waiting a long time just to commit to another school, or Cam Ward waiting a long time to go pro and say Florida State would have been my choice if I didn't go pro. The former, because if he goes to another school, you're thinking it'd probably be Miami, and that would not be great. Agree? You sign off on that?
I agree with that because then it's it doesn't burn you, right? Like it has no harm, right? And then we get DJU, and Miami already lost out on Will Howard, so.
Yeah. I will say the fact that Miami was so quick to get on KJ Jefferson, apparently quick to get on KJ Jefferson,
makes you think they're not getting Cam Ward.
One would think possibly that could be a possible outcome of that situation. Not saying it is, but feel like we're probably in a good spot, hopefully, there for that. And that'd be another thing, too. Again, I get everybody's frustration, not closing, whatever. But, man, like if one of these quarterbacks would have, and by one of these quarterbacks, Cam Ward, obviously, because I think DJ Uiagalelei would jump at the opportunity to play at this school. So it's pretty much waiting for Cam to make his decision. But like if last night Cam Ward, before we all went to bed, if Cam Ward would have made some sort of video announcement that he's coming to Tallahassee, that changed the entire way you feel right now. And I get it. He did not do that. So you feel the way you feel right now. But just imagine he's still out there. That's still a legitimate possibility for Florida State. Like if that were to happen on Saturday or Friday or Christmas Eve, just, you'd be like, let's go. So I'm going to keep that stored in my mind when I think about things here. Thanks to Ben answering Mark's question here in the chat. Mark's asking about when's practice today. Who is filming footage of practice? If we're here, Matt, who is filming practice?
I don't know. Because if it's not you, it's me.
Practice is not open to the media today, but they are practicing today. They practiced, I think I should say past tense. I think they're probably done by now. But they did practice today. It was not open to the media. Tomorrow will be open to the media. I will be there with my camera, and we'll see. Maybe they'll tell us that we can't film it. We really are not. We're being encouraged to not talk about stuff on our websites and our podcasts and our broadcasts. So I disagree with it, but I'll respect it. I have to play by the rules. I don't make the rules, and I'm not tenured enough on this company to be like, I don't care. We're going to do it anyways. So we have to respect those wishes. My thing, Matt, is that, they don't want us to talk about stuff because of competitive advantages, disadvantages. We've talked about it all year long, and they've won every single game. Wasn't a competitive disadvantage in the other 13 games, but I guess this time around it could be. So
I kind of wish I was there yesterday for this. I think it would have been fun to watch.
We worked. So everybody, we'll take behind the curtain. I know you're all here for signing day news, and we're scrolling it through your screens. Jeremiah Smith.
There's no new signings or anything, so we're in a break. We're in a break. We're good.
Right. Jeremiah Smith coming up at noon, ish. So we realize we're at the top of the hour. It is Sign Day Live presented by Walk-Ons. Check them out wherever city you are. But if you're in Tallahassee, especially right there on Capitol Circle, go to it. Can't talk enough about how delicious the food looks. And Drew's such a good pitch, man. I miss Drew Brees. Good guy. Texan, loyal Westlake Chaparral, I think, right?
Outside of Austin.
Let's go. All roads lead back to Texas, everybody. Let the road you're on take you to Walk-Ons. They're bringing you all this coverage. I would not have gotten out of bed to be here at 8 o'clock in the morning if it wasn't for Walk-Ons. So show their Appreciation to them. Hit the thumbs up. We certainly would appreciate it. Jacob Braswell is asking if we could put up a live stream of Jeremiah. If there is one out there, we will bring it up when he is ready to go ahead and make that announcement, unless he's going to be on a competing network, at which point we will not do that because we would not be allowed to. But back to yesterday, Matt. So it was cold, relatively speaking, for a Florida boy. So I just sit in my car when I get, because there's plenty of parking available because all the kids are gone after the semester is over. So I'm sitting in my car listening to the Rosillo podcast. Shout out. And I'm just waiting for the Warchant to come on, because when the Warchant comes on, then I'll walk to the stadium or to the practice fields and get the stuff going that I need to. So I hear it play. I walk in there. Everybody's already in the IPF and they're doing their stretch exercises. And then like Ira comes up to me like 10 minutes later. It's like, hey, did you speak to so-and-so about the new rules or whatever? So I didn't even hear anything. So, which was really good because I got it secondhand from Ira, who can like calm me down a little bit. Because if I would have been there and heard it, I'm sure I would have said something really smart alecky, and I probably would have got ejected like right there. I got teed up and tossed. So it all worked out for the best. So I'll be out there tomorrow, and we'll film and bring you everything that we possibly can within the rules. Brooke Carter wants me to answer somebody's question. I can't promise I'll answer it. I don't know what it's going to be. All right, we'll go here then. Garden and gold until I am dead and cold. That's strong. Weird avatar AI art looks like of Eminem
eating M&Ms.
Skittles.
No, it's got to be M&Ms.
Oh, see, that's why we got Matt around here. He's one of those young kids. He knows everything that's going on in the culture. What are Jordan Travis's chances of getting playing time in the NFL? I like that question more so than getting drafted. Chances of playing time, like on a scale of 1 to 10, where 10 is like abso-freaking-lutely, I'll put it at an 8.
Okay.
I think even if he doesn't get on a roster this year, I feel like he will be so, man, I'm never going to count that kid out, man. And I think it's a bone injury mainly. I don't know the ligament damage that he suffered, but it's, mainly broken leg, dislocated ankle, we think. Man, let that kid, let him rehabilitate. I wouldn't count against that guy. He gets an invite to a camp. I just would hope that maybe whatever he doesn't have in like velocity coming off of his arm, they would look at the film. They would hear the endorsement from Norvell and Dillingham and Tokars and Atkins that some team would keep them on their roster. Just P squad them. P squad them I think you should P squad them now. Get him on your into your facility, get him on your practice roster, on your practice squad. And then by like 25, that kid's probably legitimate part of your plan of what you want to maybe do at quarterback. So I'll go at 8.
I think if he's given the chance, he's going to take advantage of it. And we all know that, like you were just saying. I need to see the recovery first is my thing. I think that's going to be a big reason of why he could fall in the draft. But, not a big reason. It's a pretty obvious reason. Right. But I'll give it a 5 right now. I just want to see how the recovery goes is my problem with it.
Yeah. Shout out, Kerry. Brock Purdy does not have a lot of velocity. Look what he's done.
He's Mr. Irrelevant too. So
yeah. Hey, listen, man, if Kyle Shanahan wants to take, I think I might be able to win a game. I think I can win a game in the NFL if Kyle Shanahan was calling plays for me. I think so. I think I can make a couple throws. But I love Brock Purdy. I could not. I'm totally kidding. I would get killed. I would not make more than 1 minute out there on a football field. But yeah, man, it all depends on your fit and who believes in you and what you have around you. So I'd love it if he went to the Niners. Everybody would love it if he went to the Niners because that's where you want to be if you play offense. Yeah, again, everybody's wondering about Jeremiah Smith. Again, we're trying to source and figure out what's going on with his commitment ceremony, whether it'll be live on conventional linear television or if he's going to do it on his own Instagram.
I think we're going to have to hope for Instagram.
Is he do we know what? Do you know, Matt? What he's doing?
No, I see it on a few competing networks.
Okay,
but I don't. I think we're gonna have to hope he puts his IG live on to get it on here. Okay, is my assumption right now.
Okay, all right. Well, we will keep an eye on that.
I can tell you from watching what's on right now, nobody's even sitting down. Oh, it looks like they're walking in to the ceremony. So we probably still have a while there.
All right. I think we could pull up Kane Sport. We'll see somebody in the chat. Which, Jabo, that's a really aggressive avatar, man. We're all here just trying to talk and be friends, and you've got the barrel of a handgun pointing at me. I don't know if I like that, but we appreciate you chipping in and letting us know where it could possibly be viewed at right now. So we'll see if we can get it up, and then we'll see what Jeremiah's got for us. I don't know why. I wonder why the Miami site would be out there. He literally
Florida
called
close.
you guys out as being like crazy ex-boyfriend, ex-girlfriend, just trying to throw all sorts of stupid money at him. So,
well, you also got
Gary Furman and them if they want to provide us some content. We appreciate you guys.
They got the same school, JoJo Trader committed to Miami, and Shaman Madonna's at school, and Zaquan Patterson. That's probably why they're there.
Oh, all right. I got you. State of Miami. It's a real thing, apparently. So let's see here, brah. Yeah, tell him costs. Brah, so what if Smith goes to Miami? They still don't beat us. All right. I like
Smith's not going to Miami. Let's keep that clear.
So we're keeping an eye on it, everybody. We appreciate y'all being here. Somebody in the chat, well, I shouldn't even say this out loud to Ben because Ben's reading everything, but apparently somebody said that maybe Chaminade has their own YouTube channel and they're doing it live on their own YouTube channel.
Let's see.
That might be a little sticky, though. We're on YouTube. They're on YouTube. Yada, yada. But we're working, everybody. We got a whole bunch of people behind the scenes trying to make things work here. We will be on campus at 4:00 this afternoon to talk to Mike Norvell. And I think we'll get every coach, every assistant coach, every coordinator, every position coach. We'll get to speak to all of them at 4 p.m. So we got you covered all the way up until supper time, pretty much. 1 to 3 o'clock, Jeff Cameron Show will take over full time. Jeff Cameron, and Tom Lang. And then we'll have the interviews with Coach Norvell and everybody up over on our YouTube page, as well as warchant.com, the ultimate Seminole sports source. Man, all these people going crazy with Jeremiah Smith stuff. I get it.
Jeremiah Smith, more positive news about, more positive stuff about KJ in the chat, which is something we haven't seen in a few hours.
Okay. All right. Justice Mountain dropping $2 in the jar. Appreciate that. Josh Storm says Jaden Jones is a freak, could be a sleeper. Okay. He's Mr. Looks the part.
Yeah.
You want him at the front of the bus getting off. And he did come off a pretty major knee injury. And listen, it was at a junior college where he suffered it. So not nearly the amount of resources towards physical therapy and rehabbing. So, but they did say, they were on record, the staff saying that, yeah, when they started preseason camp, all expectations were that he would be over his injury and ready to go, but maybe there's still that mental hurdle. So I'm definitely not counting that kid out. But that would be great if he was a freak. I don't know if maybe Josh Storm said that on another podcast or something, but yeah, he's 6'6", like 240, seems to have pretty good bend, pretty good flexibility. So maybe get some more power and some more explosion, and then you're really cooking with gas at that point. So Tom C says, Aslan says, don't be angry as he kicks his dog. I wouldn't do that. I don't hurt animals. Actually, I'm a friend of stray cats now. I leave food on my porch for my neighborhood riffraff cat. So,
just like in Charlotte.
Oh, actually, J-Bo's right. I did like your avatar when he bought that Cummins generator for the Miami game. That's right. He did. He was the guy that said he used the promo code for our guys at Cummins. Sorry, J-Bo. Still aggressive, though. Still kind of aggressive. Somebody giving us the stats on Jaden Jones. It's a little bit much, a little too revealing. Engine Noel 98 doing his part to try to get the good vibes going.
Dollar bills, y'all.
$20, 24 cents in the jar for the 2024 class. Get us some good news. If Jeremiah Smith flips a Florida State, it's all because of Engine Noel 98. You heard it here first.
Yep.
You all heard it here first. Let's see here. We got some people talking right here. All right, his coach is speaking now, apparently.
Yep. I've got it on another screen, so I can give updates while we're not streaming it. But yeah, the coach just left the podium.
Okay. Is he I guess Trader and Patterson are probably going to announce too, or no? Or
yeah, I mean, I would be surprised if they go anywhere other than Miami. Obviously, Florida State was involved a lot. Not now anymore as much. Trader, there was a little bit of rumors there, but I'm pretty sure he's sticking with Miami. I think he wants to stay closer to home for personal reasons. But Zaquan also, I expect to stick to Miami. Obviously, the big news, as they are watching the stream, they are very zoomed in on Jeremiah Smith sitting there right now.
Okay. Are you watching Kane Sport, or are you watching something on Insta? Are you watching 247? Not just saying that out loud.
CBS.
Sports. That's right. We can get it up here.
Here we
Boom,
go.
Here we go. Shout out to our friends over at Kane Sport, helping make things happen here. Yeah, no, I was only asking about Patterson and Trader within the framework of like this is not just a Jeremiah Smith production.
No. Man, that team is stacked.
Yeah.
That team is stacked. Hey, Jeremiah Smith not wearing anything right now, so I guess that's good. Like just wearing an off-white tee.
You are looking live at Chaminade High School in the Miami metropolitan area as we await the announcement from 5-star plus commitment to the Ohio State Buckeyes, for now verbal commitment, Jeremiah Smith. And that's him right there on the screen, right, Michael?
Yep.
I'm sorry, Matthew.
You're good. But yeah, that was him on the right who just sat down. Okay. Not the one that we saw fully sat down, but out of the frame a little bit. There it is.
Right. I just picture Gary Furman like on his cell phone right now, like full dad mode. Sorry, I didn't mean to like totally take everybody off the screen there, but just like, oh, let me get his son over here. So, but shout out to our guy Gary for grinding out there. The On3 networks. That's why you join Warchant.com. It's not only Warchant.com, it's everybody on the network, all the biggest, best, baddest sites that cover college athletics for your favorite teams. Brooke Carter asking for some confirmation. You would probably know better than I would, Matt. Did KJ Bolin ever say at some point that Florida State was his dream school?
Yeah, so here's some more with that. He said it all along, Florida State was his dream school. He's been a lifelong fan of FSU. Even before he committed, when he was visiting, he would say words like "we" as a fan kind of thing. Like, oh, we're going to be so good. Like, we're going to be really good this year. To add on to that, both sets of grandparents were actually on the visit with him this past weekend, who are both diehard FSU fans. So that can only help, in my opinion, right?
Right. No, that's a very good point. Just makes things that much crazier. Who did CJ Hurd flip to?
I don't know. I know he visited Miami right before he decommitted. He's still decommitted. He hasn't committed anywhere else.
Oh, really? So he's still a free agent. Look at that. Very interesting. Very interesting. All right. Looks like there's players starting to get to the table out there at Chaminade. I'm not going to apologize for the choppy video. It's 2023. This is how things work now. Everybody films things on their phones. Although you'll notice if you watch SportsCenter yesterday, they used footage from practice from Florida State yesterday that was filmed by Warchant because we film it professionally. And everybody always gets mad.
Don't need to toot your own horn there or anything.
No, just this is me taking out latent shots on people, which is not very professional right now because we're all here to watch recruiting. But like, yeah, just I film a certain way because that's the way you film when you put stuff on television, and that's how it happens. We're over 5,000 people now watching. Welcome. I'm Aslan Hajavandi. That's Matt Lasser. He's one of our recruiting analysts. He's some say an up and coming rising star in the profession, depending on who you want to ask to. But definitely has the best, maybe the second best head of hair at the Warchant staff. Tom Lang maybe leading the way. We are awaiting announcement from Jeremiah Smith, 5-star plus on-3 prospect receiver out of Chaminade High School in the greater Miami area. A red hat just went on a kid. I don't know if that was an Ohio State hat.
I think that's their quarterback who Miami was actually fighting for him to try to flip him at the last second too.
Okay.
I think if that is an NC State hat, that is him.
Okay. I can make it a little bit bigger, but I don't think it's going to give us that much more clarification. I can enlarge my screen though. You guys can't see it any larger, but I just did. He had an Adidas backpack. I think NC State.
It is an NC State hat. Yep.
All right. So there's one down. We'll see how it goes. And yeah, we will pipe in the audio once
it gets to Jeremiah.
Yes, correct. We will do that. So, because I don't even know what the sound quality is right now. So I'll trust our guys behind the scenes, keeping everything running smoothly. We've been doing this for over 4 hours and 10 minutes. It's incredible. Who does it? Who loves it? Actually, and I apologize. Shout out to our guy Marlon, Mr. 305. Chaminade is actually in Hollywood, he says. So I will. I'll. Can you say the? Can I say Miami greater area, the Miami metropolitan area? We'll represent Hollywood.
I think Fort Lauderdale people might claim Hollywood more than Miami people.
Okay, all right.
Is my opinion on it. I'm not. I can't speak for South Florida.
I got you. All right, we got a guy that's going to Pitt. Looks like, there you go. Hail to Pitt, Matt.
Yeah. I had to take some stuff down behind me before.
Yeah, that's fine. Whenever Florida State beats the ACC team, it's fine that you can have them somewhere on your screen. So yes, they're kind of on schedule out there. It's supposed to start at noon, so it started at noon, and they continue to have their players go up there and make their college declarations. So congrats to everybody out there at Chaminade for figuring out where they want to go and being able to play Division I football and getting paid for it, because tuition is expensive nowadays. You're watching Sign Day Live here on Warchant TV, presented by our great friends over at Walk-Ons. Go check them on out. Have a beer with your friends. Talk about the show that you've been watching for the last 4 hours when you talk about things. Still also monitoring the KJ Bolden situation. Michael Langston working the phones, trying to get the latest and the most accurate information when it comes to that. Shout out to our guy, Walker, Mississippi Ranger. You guys are the best. Thanks for what you do. Thank you, Walker. Good human being. Good human being. I know we're all waiting for Jeremiah Smith to make his announcement. Clearly, this would just absolutely set this place on fire.
Yeah.
But again, let's remember that he has been a long-time Ohio State commit. Also coming up later today, around this hour, Ty Hilton, Jaden Parrish, and then at 1 o'clock, the aforementioned KJ Bolden, as well as Cam Davis, highly sought after, highly talented, highly skilled running back out of Doherty High School in Georgia as well at the 1 o'clock hour. So plenty coming up. Thanks for being here. When we do get confirmation that Jeremiah is up there on the days, we will then pipe in the audio. But for now, you got to listen to this voice as well as Matt Sayers. Any word on Jason Zamdamela? DeCarlisle Chapman wonders aloud.
I don't think so right now. I think he's going to stick with USC. There's nothing that I know there was a little bit of smoke there maybe a month or two ago, but it's died down, and I expect him to stick with USC, which is kind of funny considering he's at Clearwater. He lives in Clearwater, right. And then Zamdamela lives on the West Coast, and they're kind of flipping. They were both committed to USC at one point.
I know, that's crazy, right? That's a long way to go away, but I guess when you also go to that Clearwater International Academy, you're usually coming in from far-flung places to end up going there. Luis Maez, curious if we kick the tires on Mincy if we were to miss out on Bolden. Apparently he's waiting until January 6th. I cannot confirm that.
So when we talked to him after, I think it was the Miami game, he had said that he's probably going to sign today, but not publicly. And I think he's announcing at the Under Armour All-American game. So he's signing somewhere in this period, but won't know where until then.
Do you think that's actually going to hold up though, Matt? Like if he were to send his NLI to Florida State, do you think we would not know about that until he actually commits at the Under Armour game? Or, I mean, that's a long time to keep it secret in this day and
age. It would
age.
probably leak, honestly, or we'll see what happened with Leicester earlier where the school accidentally posted it. It was what I think happened. But I don't know about them going after him or not. It just feels like there hasn't been a whole lot of mutual interest there, in my opinion. But I wouldn't be surprised if there was a push if we do miss on Bolden.
JT13 has Blunt committed yet? No, that's 6 o'clock if I'm not mistaken, right,
yep,
Matt?
Correct.
Okay. A lot of people saying, not a lot of people, it's 5,600 people nearly watching us, and it's a couple of people in the chat, but apparently Miami board is feeling confident they're going to get Smith. I guess maybe because they have their guy out there actually covering it right now.
Remember, there are two Miami commits also signing in that group. I said it earlier, but that could also be why they're there. I mean, he hasn't. I don't know, when was the last time he visited Miami?
Well, he lives there. Well, actually,
That's
he does
true.
live there because it's more of a Fort Lauderdale thing.
Yep,
Hollywood. Yeah, I get it. Well, I just don't know. How do you publicly state that, there's something about Ohio State and it's not just about NIL. All kinds of people are throwing all kinds of crazy money at me, like Miami and Florida. but it's not all about NIL to me. And I get it, man. We can change our minds, but that's a weird one to have to walk back less than 24 hours to classify. Like, you can say NIL's, it's not all about NIL, but you cannot say that this school has been throwing crazy money at you, and you're pretty much saying, like, that's not important to me. Ohio State has a special bond feeling vibe for me, and then be like, psych, throw up a U, like that'd be a pretty.
That's Travis Hunter-esque is what that is.
Yeah. So
looking at, he hasn't visited Miami since October 7th is what the On3 records show. And he's been to both Florida State and Florida in that time period without going back to Miami. So I would put both of those ahead of Miami to flip him.
Okay.
Is my opinion.
No, I was laughing at a comment I'm reading. I'm never laughing at you, man. You're working hard, man. I appreciate you being here. Michael Langston also behind the scenes, confirming, sourcing, working on stories for us. So Ben as well, Director Ben. Hit a thumbs up for Director Ben. Do you realize all these graphics showing you who's committed, what time they plan on committing, the tweets that you're reading from warchant.com, the video that's on your screen right now? He's coordinating all of this somehow. One man doing it all. Hit the thumbs up for the folks that you don't see on your screen all the time. He'll be back with probably another edition of Coach Speak. I think that people would be hoping later this week, but I can't speak to it because it's a Seminole Headlines production. I'm not elite enough. Yeah, he seems pretty level-headed right now. The few times that we do see him on camera, Jeremiah Smith, for a kid that has a huge, then he sinks his head down, but he's all right. I can't imagine like what goes through your head. And you maybe have your mind made up, but at the back of your mind, you're just thinking like, is this the right thing? This other school actually said they would give me this. I just said no to that. Can I do that? Like, mom.
Right, here's Langston just sent me a tweet from behind the curtain.
Yeah.
He said sent me a text, not a tweet. He said there is a little buzz on Jeremiah to Miami, but we still are leaning Ohio State.
Oh, yeah. Our guy Kyle, who was asking the Cam Ward question earlier, remember, like, what would be worse? Cam Ward waits, goes to another school, or Cam Ward waits, goes pro, and is like, oh, but Florida State would have been the school I'd have gone to if I would have stayed in college. Like, the Jeremiah Smith is like, you don't get him. He goes to Ohio State. Like, I can live with that. We might have to live with KJ Bolden going to Georgia. Although I think I feel better. I said I want him to go to Auburn. That'd feel dirty.
Here's some more positivity in the text. He said LJ is still possible for FSU along with KJ.
Okay.
So we're getting better, right?
Okay. There we go. All right. So that's the first bit of good news that we have from our guys on this side of things about KJ Bolden in probably 2 hours. So we'll take that little sliver of hope. And I mean, at this point, would you trade Jeremiah Smith away if you knew you could get KJ Bolden and LJ McCray?
I think so. In my opinion, though, if he goes to Miami.
Yeah, that would not be ideal. But hey, man, Miami doesn't have a quarterback right now, unless they were to get Cam Ward. If they got Cam Ward and Jeremiah Smith, things might get broken.
Yeah.
On camera.
Is that JoJo Trader, I think, walking up?
Let me see here. I wish Matt, you might be able to enlarge your screen. Like, you personally, I can't make it any larger for anybody else, but yeah,
it's
that
on
is
Kane Sport YouTube. It is. Yep, that is JoJo.
Yeah.
He's only got a Miami hat, so no drama there.
Good kid by all indications.
Yes, very good kid. Very good kid.
So hope he does well, other than when he plays Florida State. Actually, I don't know. I don't even know who he is. But I hope nothing bad happens to the kid. I'm not that guy. Fatal Jedi, what are you watching the Jeremiah Smith school signing day on?
Kane Sport YouTube.
Well, yeah, don't say it out loud. We don't want people leaving us. But yeah, that's what it is.
That's true. Hey, we got it right here, guys. We got it right here.
Over 6,000 people that are watching us now, Matt. Everybody's on lunch break, finally. You should have been watching the whole time. You could have had us on another tab and just muted us and popped over here every few seconds.
Or put your AirPods in.
Yeah. Sorry to draw this out so long, but again, this is a very prominent, successful program. They've got a lot of players that are going to the next level. We are waiting, if you're just joining us here, nearing the bottom of the hour here on Jeremiah Smith plus 5-star plus, rather, prospect, wide receiver. We're waiting for him to make his official announcement on where he plans on attending. What you see on your screen right now is JoJo Trader signing what appears to be his NLI to Miami as he flashes the U along with his family and support staff around him. So shout out to our friends in the Philippines. It's 1:26 in the morning, Matt. Time Machine is partying. Grand Rapids, Michigan in the building.
Oh, here we go. Jeremiah stood up. That's where. Is this the moment?
Okay, here we go. We're gonna take the audio now. We'll be here. We'll stop talking, and we'll let Jeremiah Smith, again, 5-star plus wide receiver from Chaminade High School down in South Florida, longtime commitment to Ohio State, going to make his college announcement. I don't see any hats, but he's got a microphone.
He was holding a bag. He was holding like a bag, I think.
First off, I want to thank my parents, my coaches, the administration at Seminoles, all my teammates. I love y'all boys. For the next beautiful years. I'm taking my time to be Ohio State.
All right. He tried to psych us out. He could not. You win some, you lose some. You never had him in the fold. You made a good run at him. Ohio State had the relationship established with Brian Hartline and the track record of what he's done. Jeremiah Smith, 5-star plus, has gone ahead and committed verbally and apparently now reaffirmed his commitment, is going to sign with Ohio State as he pulls out the hat with all of his family and friends around him there at Chaminade High School. So have fun explaining to Ryan Day, your new head coach, why you think Mike Norvell is the best coach in the country, Jeremiah. But I'm sure once you catch a few touchdowns, he'll forget that you said that about him. But that's a bummer. And again, listen, I get it. He was never committed, but there was that good vibes window of like a week and a half, 2 weeks, especially here recently, Matt, that it felt like maybe things were really possible because the summer, there was that talk about, he made that comment about Mike Norvell being maybe the best coach out there. You felt that, oh, wow, like, could we? And then as you see, you become 13-0, Ohio State's offense, maybe not nearly as prolific as you would have thought. The door might have been ajar for Florida State, but Smith sticking with his commitment to the Buckeyes.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was the last week or so, or after the official, things were getting really good, and we thought he was in. Disappointing for sure, but we've said it all morning that it's been expected that this is what we thought was going to happen. Miami apparently made a late push too, from what we just heard. Again, bright side of it for Florida State fans, you don't have to face him every year. He's not going to Miami. He's going to Ohio State, a school that, at least right now, haven't moved conferences or haven't anything announced yet. But as of now, we don't play him every year. If we were going to lose him, it's better to lose it to Ohio State than it is to the other schools that were in the running.
Yeah, I mean, good question, Kevin. Why would anybody leave Florida to go to Ohio? I don't know.
I've said that many times.
Some do, though. I mean, I think Santonio Holmes was from South Florida. He went and played Ohio State and did well. Yeah, it's gray and cold in Columbus a lot, but hey, Brian Hartline's your guy. And that's where you'll go. Not going to do doom and gloom in it, but somebody here was asking, what are the chances? This is a little bit sobering, but we're not going to get too down in the doldrums because there are plenty of good prospects signed and committed to Florida State here. But what are the chances now, Matt, that Florida State ends this class without having a 5-star?
So we're talking Blunt's already gone. or not officially, but probably gone. KJ, we're iffy about right now. And obviously didn't get Jeremiah. Is that the 3?
Yeah, so I guess maybe LJ McCray is your outside dark horse if things go sideways later with KJ.
I mean, I still have confidence in KJ. Like we said, we're starting to feel it's still possible. It's not. It felt like we were having a funeral earlier on here. It's not there yet. But I think it all comes down to KJ, in my opinion. I've said before, I said yesterday, I'm not super confident in LJ McCray. I just haven't gotten the right feel on it. It's a gut feeling. I think if he flips, it's more towards Auburn than Florida State. But KJ, I think, is the deal breaker when it comes to whether or not they have a 5-star.
Yeah, we felt really good about that sort of designation a few months ago, but now we sit here and have to maybe face a reality that that's not the case. But, Landon Thomas, was he not at one point a 5-star? I think
he was
a 5-star at one point. So
yeah, so he was. So was Lester, I believe. Lester might still be industry or something wise, but at one point he was. Landon was as well. But in general, I think he's still one of the top tight ends. It's just the most tight ends are 5 stars.
Yeah.
Is the main thing there. For Luke, he was a 5-star for like 3 days. So the way the On3 industry rankings work is that if you're in that top 30, you're a industry 5-star. And then Armando Blunt reclassified and bumped him. He was 30th and it bumped him down.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
really? I'm sorry. That's awesome. But like sad at the same time, but crazy. That's nuts. Oh man, what a time to be alive. Yeah, Tim, how do these players not see how good of a coach Mike Norvell is?
They do.
Yeah.
They all do.
Yeah. It's also, man, Ryan Day's not, not chopped liver.
No.
But I get what you're saying. It's frustrating. Because for so long, right, it was you need to prove to these kids that you're going in the right direction, which last year did. And then to go 13-0, you're figuring, all right, well, like Florida State is back. Like any school in the state of Florida, if the Gators or Miami were 13-0, you would figure like you're probably getting whoever you want no matter what, especially if they're like in the state of Florida, especially if they're in your backyard.
Yeah.
But Miami is not 13-0, so they did not get Jeremiah Smith. Jeremiah Smith is not in Florida State's backyard. So I understand that frustration for sure. And then the NIL component is just so hard to really quantify just how important it is to everybody because, man, it's really important to a lot of people. But to Jeremiah Smith, he's gone on the record and saying that it wasn't. So how do you walk that balance between proving what you've created, proving what you can provide financially, and proving what you can provide in terms of getting to the next level? So I get it. It feels like we're kicking the can down the street here and telling you, oh, this is what Florida State needs to do to be able to recruit at the highest level. All right, well, they went 13-0. Now what? So I get your frustration. I'm not going to tell anybody to not be frustrated. I just say to not take shots at the crew out here. You can take them at me. I'm fine. I'll be fine. But the guys that sit out front of that stadium for like 13 hours a day and they sit around there just to get a photograph of this recruit walking to the stadium and get a 2-minute interview, the kids telling them what they're telling them. So, and they're going based off of that and the resources and the sources that they have behind the scenes. I'll stop babbling. Mark Perez, $5 in the jar. Any chance we land Aslan Hunjavanti Jr., number 1 rated quarterback class of 2044? Need a quarter? Absolutely, man. I will. There's no way. I would let my if anybody ever knew that like you were a Florida State legacy, you could not come to Florida State. You would not be able to live it down. If FSU Twitter is this strong right now, think about how strong they're going to be in 44 after a few more national titles under the belt. So I would not dare cross my lovely alma mater.
Why Baylor? For that comment. I just want to know why Baylor.
Oh, man. Ryan Wilkes, explain yourself. Jeremiah Smith should have went to Baylor, SMH. Maybe he's a Coach Speak fan. Maybe he likes Matt Aranda, wanted Matt Aranda to get a shot in the arm, keep him around for a little bit. Maybe it's a Coach Speak thing. Appreciate that.
Okay.
I like that. I can't watch Coach Speak. It'll make me too jealous. So, but you all watch it. Do it. It's going to be great. Cody Johnson, when will we get Cam Ward DJ news? Man,
I don't think we really know. I've seen some stuff of like Pete Nakos and Josh Newberg on streams that we think it could be somewhere around this week. Don't quote me on that. That's just like guessing. Maybe by Christmas. Again, all a guess. It has to come sooner rather than later just because of when classes start and when you have to be enrolled and all that. So maybe it could be tonight if to shadow some other things. Nobody really knows. Both of them, when we asked them, said they didn't know decision timeline.
Well, here's the thing. Like it's Cam Ward.
Yeah.
Because
DJ's in if we want.
Yes. They're waiting on Cam Ward.
Yep.
Everybody's waiting on Cam Ward. I do wonder, though, if that timeline does change, and this is all, all of us hanging around, talking, chewing the fat together on this live chat with everybody left. There's only 5,000 people here now. So the 1,000 Miami fans that wanted to come dunk on us when they got Jeremiah Smith have left the chat because he didn't commit to Miami. Sorry, Kane fans. But how much of the fact, I wonder aloud here with everybody in the chat, Matt, is that, listen, you have NIL, you have a finite amount of resources to provide. So when guys start falling off your board, once Jeremiah Smith goes elsewhere, once Armando Blunt goes elsewhere, etc., you never like to tell people to chase when it comes to gambling, right? Like if you lose your bet, just go to bed, sleep it off. Don't try to do something crazy to make your money back. It usually never works out. But I wonder in this high stakes game of college football, if you feel the need of like, all right, well, we missed out on this guy and we had this allocated. We thought we were going to, and we were going to be able to give him this amount. Well, hey, Cam Ward, if
we got more for you,
and we'll give you this much now.
Yeah.
So, and I think a lot of this is about PR and timing, and you want things to come out at a certain time. So if you don't have a good Wednesday, I wonder how much more obligated you would feel to have a good Thursday and have a kid maybe hurry up his plans if you give him a few more $10,000.
I mean, it's just like Armilla and AZ last year. It's the same thing. Like it's all optics.
Hey, I haven't been able to play this sounder all day long. Let me make sure I have the tweet pulled up so I can flip to it. I know it's probably not the news you all want, but we're going to go ahead and we're going to pull up on the screen. It's going to be a little bit too old for you, I think, Matt, to really appreciate it. But Tamir Hickman Collins is official. And with that, I play my favorite sounder. That's right. That's the fax machine sound with the ABC breaking news bulletin coming in there. Tamir Hickman Collins, 3-star linebacker in the fold for the Noles. So position of need, everybody. Addressing needs, part of your signing class. Do not hold back your excitement for Mr. Hickman Collins because maybe somebody else went elsewhere. We need to all be appreciative of who wants to commit to your favorite program. Michael Langston got his headset back on just in time. Hopefully he's got his flame-proof suit on as well to deal with the angst of I think most people are keeping a pretty level head when it comes to Jeremiah Smith and realizing what's going on there. Yeah. Michael, I know some things might have been moving at the last minute with him. What do you ultimately think led to Jeremiah not making the full plunge and flipping to Florida State and sticking with Ohio State in the long run?
I think it was mainly the pedigree of what they've done at receiver. And that certainly was a big deal. I think certainly Ohio State is a proven product, and FSU has been a rising product and proving this year. But that's 1-13-0 season where Ohio State's every year, consistently every year, and then consistently putting out and gushing out top receivers left and right. I think that was certainly a high selling point. And I think he's going to a really good league. Hopefully FSU is eventually, that's another topic, but I think overall there's a lot of things to like about, just Ohio State and what they've done. And it's been committed over a year. It's really hard to flip guys, when they've been committed for a year. But especially a program like Ohio State. So, I mean, FSU made a push. It was a time where we felt like, probably early evening that, hey, there's a good chance it could be FSU, and then as the night went on, and then later when I got ready to put my predictions up, I got a few calls that it's likely he's going to stick with Ohio State, and the confidence had gone down from FSU, and that's why I put the predictions in the way I did. But overall, there was a lot of things that lead you to believe that it could be FSU. I think they made a really good run. I think they did everything right. I think they checked all the boxes. He loved Norvell. He loved what he does with development receivers. But in the end, he stuck with just kind of where his heart was of how he felt about Ohio State and how they're going to develop him.
That's fair. Again, Tamir Hickman-Collins, the most recent signee for this class. Good excitement here in the chat. Can we talk about him? People ask.
Yeah.
What do you see when you look at Tamir Hickman-Collins there, Michael Langton?
A guy that covers a lot of ground as far as a linebacker, not quite to the level of Kalen DeLoach as far as coming out of high school, but some similar things of what he does. Hard hitter, covers ground laterally really very well. A very nice addition that FSU was on, fairly early in the process, and they went in there and got it done. I know a 3-star is not going to excite people, but I go by what I see on film more so what some guys are just like guarantee, like, hey, this guy impresses you and blows you away. When you put in the film, you kind of see that when he plays. When Tamir plays, he's going to be a nice fit. He's got the body frame to play there and play there early and do some good things for that linebacker core. And as I've said throughout this whole broadcast for the day is you're trying to find guys that fit what you do and what your defense and what your scheme, what your set does at the position. And I think Tamir fits that to a T of what FSU's looking for. I think Jaden Parrish is another one that I think it fits that. I'm sure, assuming his LOI will be coming in soon. That's a guy that I'm very excited about. I'm very high. I think Jaden is one of the, to me, the dark horses of the class that doesn't get talked about enough, and I think Jaden's going to make a big splash. So I like the linebackers they signed. I mean, everyone has an opinion how they rank them, but I mean, when I look at Jaden, I think Jaden's a 4-star talent.
Okay,
to kind of I can give you the backstory of Tamir while we're here.
Absolutely.
So basically, he came and worked out at the second elite camp this past summer, and he absolutely loved it. He got along really well with Randy Shannon. They're really tight. And he I think he pretty much committed on the spot after they offered him there. They really liked him at the camp, and it was a pretty fast moving cycle once they liked him.
There you go. There's your official signees thus far here on signing day. Our coverage presented by our great friends over at Walk-Ons. Lots of high-end talent. Jonathan Daniels at one time a 5-star guy. Landon Thomas, one time a 5-star guy. Luke Kromenhawk, one time a 5-star guy. Manasseh Atiti, elite offensive lineman, prospect. Mm-hmm. Charles Lester at one point a 5-star prospect. So lots to like there. I know it doesn't have the cherries on top that we had hoped for.
Right.
But we need to take that all into consideration. No cherries on top of the bread pudding at our friends Walk-Ons, but I think I'm going to need some Krispy Kreme bread pudding to help heal me right now.
Game day at Walk-Ons is just different, and it starts with the way our teammates prep each dish from our scratch menu. No shortcuts. We are hand cutting every single mozzarella log straight from the block, hand peeling, stuffing, and bacon wrapping each voodoo shrimp, hand carving ribeyes for our steaks and po' boys, and hand slicing, then tossing our boneless wings in our house-made sauces. With wall-to-wall TVs and food like this, why would you want to watch anywhere else? That's game day, the Walk-Ons way.
All right, true story. I graduated high school and I weighed 140 pounds. And then sophomore year of college, I put 20 pounds on by eating mozzarella sticks like 3 times a day and drinking Budweiser heavy. I have not had a mozzarella stick in like 18 years because of that. But those mozzarella sticks look so freaking good. I think I'm going to have some mozzarella sticks now. So go to Walk-Ons, everybody. Your local Walk-Ons, $39.90, Capitol Circle here in Tallahassee.
Yep.
Do it, everybody. Do it. We'll get some final thoughts here from Matt before we get Michael to give us the latest thoughts on what he knows, what's going on with KJ Bolden, who I'm sure everybody wants to hear from. But Matt, KJ's obviously still out there. Armando Blunt, 6 o'clock, most likely going to flip to Miami. Are you going to start shifting? At what point do you start shifting your attention to the transfer portal, or are you still dialed into what's going to happen when it comes to high school kids right now?
Honestly, probably right after KJ is the real answer, just because it's the rest are expected. There's no other real smoke for schools out there. It would be a surprise if something else happened. So yeah, I'll go with right after KJ's when I'll start focusing on it more and start getting some updates in and looking into people like Evan Stewart.
Yeah. He's in Texas right now, Matt. You think he's there
I
just
did.
for some random reason? No, because Evan Stewart's in the portal now. Matt's going to try to figure it out. Matt's going to be helping us out throughout the day here on the live shows. We go till 3 o'clock when Jeff and Tom take over at 1 p.m. Matt, thanks for coming up here and helping out, man. We'll be hearing from you throughout the day. Mr. Lasser, everybody. Michael, KJ Bolden, what do you know?
What do you know? Just get it out. Yeah, I do know there's still some conversations that are going on. I think he's still contemplating. I think a lot of people just assume that the decision's like already been done, but I think there's some still contemplating out here going on. I still lean towards likely be in Georgia, but I've heard there's some contemplating and still thinking about what he's going to do. Certainly, I've said before, I do think NIL does play a certain role in it. Not a lot, not everything, but part of it. Fit and comfort also is two big things that a couple of sources have told me that are a big deal of why he's kind of wrestling with everything. It does feel like FSU or Georgia, based on the teams I hear. So that's one that we're just gonna have to wait it out. But I still trend Georgia. But right now I can't say for sure like it's gonna be locked in that it will definitely be them.
Gotcha. As we sit here and wait for more news to develop in regards to the KJ Bolden recruitment, we
Hmm.
do have another official signee across the table, Ty Hilton,
There we go.
offensive lineman. You want it. You got it, everybody. Oviedo. So
I think that's the
hopefully he can
last
maybe
one.
come out the bowl game, hang out, watch. Well, your thoughts on Ty Hilton and what kind of prospect he is right now, Michael?
Oh yeah, he's a guy that camped few times there. They liked a lot. They went to see him in person several times as well. A guy that I feel can play center too. He's a guy that plays both, and that's kind of what they've coveted. Both what I've said from the portal is they want to get a center. So having one that's young that you maybe could cross train there at center is something that's attractive to FSU. Um, Ty's a really good prospect that they just love his get off, the way he gets down and then finishes off his blocks. I think it's really stood out to them. Florida really made a hard push there early on in the process, and then FSU finished it off, got it done, and got him committed. But I think it's another one that kind of fits that Arkansas blocking of what they do, as far as pulling, certainly putting him at center if he needs to play there, and the guy that's certainly very athletic. He has no problem getting out there as a tackle and certainly doing a lot of different things. So it's a lot of versatility.
Michael, I don't want to put you out on a bridge too far.
That's good.
But when you do talk about, and again, not to take away from the good news of Ty Hilton joining the fold here, but when you talk about KJ Bolden and NIL being a factor here,
Hmm.
the news that Jeremiah Smith is going to go to Ohio State, I would think if you had maybe some hope. I don't know if the coaching staff was just as surprised when he made his announcement as some of us were watching this, but we talk about things being fluid as well too, Michael. I mean, how fluid do you think NIL is when it comes to school A, school B offering this package? I mean, do you think that changes hour to hour almost on a day like today, or do a lot of these collectives and schools, this is what it is, this is what it always will be, best of luck, let us know?
No, I think it's definitely fluid when you're talking about a 5-star plus type of guy that NIL is a factor. I don't want to say it's everything because I know there's other parts to his recruitment, but yeah, it's definitely fluid. It definitely could adjust. I kind of get what you're getting at, that the funds for Jeremiah, maybe you can throw a little bit more towards KJ. So I get that. So it's definitely fluid as far as it's involved. I was told like that was a part because I mean that was part of a reason of the draw of Auburn of that plus the excitement of what Hugh Freeze is also building. We see a lot of talented prospects that are signing there and going there. So definitely NIL does play a role in it, and certainly it's fluid in regards to that stuff. I mean I've heard it change a few times through the last weeks. So I'd be foolish to not acknowledge that it could alter again. So we'll see.
I wonder if people in Columbus are like, well, if we got Jeremiah Smith, this probably means that we're not going to give $25 million to Marvin Harrison Jr. That's another show.
Yeah.
1 o'clock coming up here soon. Jeff Cameron show. He and Tom Lang will take you guys through till at least 3 o'clock. Then we'll be on campus. Irish O'Fell, Corey Clark, myself. I think you don't have to go, Michael, if you don't want to, but you usually show up every year. Feel like
I probably do. I'll probably pop in. I just like to see what the coaches say, and and just just be around them. So I'll probably be there. When is that?
4 p.m.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I'll probably be there.
I'm gonna try to get a power nap in at 1 o'clock because
There
I'm
you go.
a psychopath, everybody. But at 1 o'clock, Cam Davis, Ricky Knight
Mm-hmm.
coming up at the 1 o'clock hour, and then still scheduled is KJ Bolden, 5-star defensive back out of Beaufort, Georgia. Florida State commitment, solidly for a while. How long ago did he commit? It's been months, right? I mean, it's been months.
Yeah, he committed early. Probably want to say before the season started.
Yeah.
So it was pretty early with him. And like I said at the outset, going into that event, there was nervousness of, hey, is he actually going to follow through what the intel is suggesting that he'll pick FSU? Because a lot of people were thinking the first choice was going to be Georgia. I mean,
Right.
people play back the video. You'll see the one teacher introducing him, and she's like, "Go Dogs!" During it. So there was a lot of people around there that I think thought that he would pick Georgia the first time around. They were the favorite at that time. So this isn't like Georgia coming out of the blue or Georgia coming in the darkness and just appearing. They were in it early. When he made that decision, but I don't, and I want to stress it again. It's nothing. I don't think FSU has done really that wrong in the recruitment. I think they've shown development with DBs, development within the team, develop a culture, winning 13-0. I think they've shown all that. But I'd be amiss, and I'd be not being completely forward in saying that I do believe that that snub thing certainly threw some doubt in his eyes. I think that was part of the reason there was more interest in Auburn, and I think Georgia saw that, and then Georgia jumped in there and just kept working it, and sounds like it's working out so far for them the way it's
Don't
trending.
say that. Don't say that, Michael. No one. Give me some juice. Give me some juice from the dentist, Ben. Can you find a dentist out there that wants to give us some juice? Get us through the rest of this day. Thank you.
There it is.
Chan.
You can buy a lot of mozzarella sticks for that.
A lot of cheese indeed, my friend.
Dollar bills, y'all.
What a dude.
Awesome. We appreciate it. And all the people that contribute. It doesn't matter if it's $1. Yeah. We greatly appreciate it, guys. We really do.
I know this is probably pissing so many people off. They're like, we're losing all these 5 stars. You guys are throwing money at these idiots on the screen. I hate the world. Sorry. Shout out to Z Chan. Here's some juice to get y'all through the next couple hours. Love our class so far. Hope it continues to climb. Here's some juice again to get us through these next couple hours. He loves his class. Hopes it continues the climb. Yeah, and again,
I love the class. I love the class. I mean, that's the thing. That's the thing that's lost on all this, because I mean, your emotions are being drained out because you're losing a couple of 5 stars, and but I understand people feeling the way they do. At the same time, though, man, can I get lost on this? I mean, the number 1 tight end in the country, Landon Thomas, is still the number 1 tight end in the country, guys. Like the number 1. Georgia wanted him. They flipped him from Georgia. So there's a lot of talented prospects that are in this class, and I know that doesn't make anybody feel better when you're potentially losing somebody to the level of KJ Bolden. But You have to look back when things settle down and the dust settle, and then see what they do in the portal, guys. That's the part that
Yes.
people have to let their bodies and their emotions get under control. If you address those places where you lost, you're fine. And I think they will. So that's the biggest part to people to remember.
There's a headline right now on our website: Florida State Hall of Top 200 Signees, the Seminoles' largest in nearly a decade, courtesy of our managing editor, Ira Schofel, which we have not said his name nearly enough.
Oh, yeah.
Since we're doing all this stuff on this part of the business end of things, but everything over on warchant.com being led, spearheaded by our guy, Ira Schofel. He the best. So
he's awesome.
Everything you need over at warchant.com. We continue to keep you covered here on this show, live edition of Signing Day coverage presented by Walk-Ons Bar and Bistro. On your screen, I guess, those will be updated soon enough, but Florida State's still going to finish with a top 10 class, right, Michael? Even if things go completely.
I would say 10 or 11. If they lose both of those, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Maybe it'll keep them in the 10. I don't know. We'll see. But that's kind of what my mind's working. If it did come to that, but also they're not done. I mean, you still have Amari Williams. That's the February one we have to wait on. If you get that guy, that maybe shoots you comfortably inside the top 10, and then if you add somebody else, from the high school market in February, so it's kind of a wait and see.
All right. 1 o'clock hour again, the Jeff Cameron Show. He and Tom Lang will get you back. We'll get some fresh eyes, some fresh voices, some fresh perspective.
There you go.
Michael is going to continue to work the phones, continue to get you updated as he hears everything. How many different people are you talking to right now, Michael?
It's around 15, 17 people, different prospects. There's still a chance that even though he had indicated to me that Amari Williams wouldn't do it today, I would not be shocked if he just says, you know what, I like it there. That's where I'm going to go. So we'll see if that materializes. Yeah, talking to a lot of people and most of the contacts are surrounded around, I would say, LJ McCray and certainly KJ Bolden. That's been most of that time as far as calls, but it's pretty consistent. I mean, it's 17's like a broad, just guess number. It could be a little more than that. So it's pretty consistent because I'm checking. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm not checking with just people with FSU intel. I'm checking with people in the intel of the teams that are involved. I'm checking with people that are close to the prospect. So it's a lot of different calls, and you have to mesh all the information together and figure out how you present it. Of where things stand. So that's kind of where my life's at right now. We're near the end, but still trying to finish it off. And certainly, if FSU can rally to keep somebody like KJ Bolden, it would be like historically massive for FSU if they somehow could pull that off. But like I said, there's still work to do, and certainly, we still trend, George on that. But we'll see if their work pays off.
Good perspective, Michael. I appreciate that. Michael's been just running on nothing but optimism and hope and doing his job and trying to be the best at it. So we appreciate it. Yeah, man. I hope. I don't like us talking about this out loud. I know you mentioned it, and it's a real thing. But I don't want to know how the sausage is made when it comes to. I would not want to hear any kid mention at all that, and I'm sure. Listen, man, negative recruiting is part of the game.
Yep.
And I'm sure somebody, and I'm not saying Kirby or Hugh, but I'm sure somebody within those programs and every other program around the country is going to use maybe that as fuel against Florida State. But I guess the good news is that, Florida State is exploring options when it comes to what is out there for conference realignment and what they can bring to a conference. So hopefully that won't be something that will need to be addressed very much longer.
Yeah, I agree. And the other thing is, we've reported on a lot of these portal guys that came in for this. I've heard there's more than what we have that actually stopped in. So they're involved with a lot more portal guys than we know about. That's my sneaky suspicion on, just intel I've gotten. So that's the other thing to consider. Like I said, the portal is a big part of this, guys. It all counts the same. Their players, obviously high school is like right now, so that gets people excited because of, they're in. But what they do in the portal is very pivotal to finalizing this roster and rounding out this roster. And so waiting and seeing what they do there is a very key point. Obviously, it got off to a great start with Marvin Jones Jr. That's a great start. Obviously, hope you hear something about a quarterback that will really pick up steam, and then that kind of would make it elevate even higher where you start to see more portal decisions. But overall, great class, not elite class, but a great class that I think is a solid jump to compare to if you compare it to what they did a year ago. But there's still work to do, and as I told Tom in the last hour, it's an evolving process of growth of growing. They're not quite there to the level of those teams that are getting guys every year, like Ohio State's and Georgia's, but they're not far behind. They're right there. It's just they're just not there yet. They need to keep figure out some stuff that's what's working, see what's not working. Obviously, defensive tackle recruiting, that's something I think they're going to have to address high school wise. That it's whatever you got to do to adjust it needs to change. And then linebacker recruiting, the same thing. You got a really talented guy in 2025 committed, but he's not signed yet. So you want to see more out of those. I think those two positions for me, when I look at it, I think that's the thing that you need to address and see what you're doing wrong, and make some moves and see how you can shake it up and make it better and increase it. Like thing Mike uses all the time, the climb. Well, the climb also works in high school recruiting, and think they need to step it up a little bit higher. Even though there is a big improvement from a year ago, I think there's still growth for FSU to be better at certain spots.
All right, we only got about a minute left here before we toss it over to the Jeff Cameron Show. 1 to 3 o'clock, Mondays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, Seminole Headlines, usually on Tuesdays. Michael, are you in? I know it's a really tough thing to kind of forecast, but will there be more elite talent jumping in the portal in the next 7 days, 10 days? Because it seems like the big names that have put themselves in the portal have kind of found new homes. So I wonder where Florida State sits for who's left, or are they hoping for more to enter?
Well, I think you also have to consider those guys that have made decisions. They're not binding decisions. So if they want to come visit someone on January 3rd, they can do it. Like the Dumas Johnson kid from Georgia, committed to Kentucky. He could visit FSU in early January. And those are guys I know they're still talking to people that are committed elsewhere. So that's another thing there. But I do expect more names to pop in there that are big, big time. I think we'll see a lot more of that. I think it'll be very fluid as far as how many are in there, how many jump in. I think we'll see it pretty much daily. So I do expect a lot more guys to be in there. I do expect FSU to address most of the needs that are holes, both for they didn't get in high school, and both just overall that are just really big holes.
All right. What's better than 5 hours of live coverage of signing day for your favorite football team, brought to you by Walk-Ons? 7 hours. 2 more of it coming up with the best in the business. Jeff Cameron and Tom Lang, the Jeff Cameron Show. Michael will be hanging out as well. We'll be here throughout the day. Have a good one.
Been present today on staff on this ongoing stream. It's my turn. And here we go. I'm excited to be here. I know that over the years, my perspective on signing day has been a little bit different. It's all the way going back, Tom, to the fun times when we used to, declare today I follow the kitties.com day. And that was always fun.
As the founder and CEO of that website, happy anniversary.
Thank you, buddy. It's going to be a good class. It's not going to be the class everybody had hoped for. It's not going to be, if they don't get KJ Bolden, it doesn't, it's not going to be the class that everybody thought would be the cherry on top of 13-0. Instead, it'll be what I just said. Really good class. Really, really good class. But there's a feeling out there, and you know how it goes, and I'm not just talking about the people that are inherently and always consistently negative. I'm talking about just your average observer saying, you may want to look at your staff. You may need to look at your staff and try to find a couple of cold-blooded killers in recruiting, because it seems to be an area where perhaps when it comes down to that final piece of the puzzle, that last kid, that extra whatever it takes to get that 5-star to say yay, it appears that we, at least for now, are lacking a little bit of that. Now, again, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I'm depressed or upset even about where this is at. Signing day is always filled with a few of those moments where you're like, oh, wow, they got him. Good. It's also always filled with a sense of, damn, man, I really thought we were going to get that guy too, but we didn't. So big picture for me is, again, I think the class is really good. Obviously, when you go back to last year's recruiting class and the recruiting class before that, Florida State has made massive leaps forward from where they were. But we evaluate and reevaluate all the time based on expectations, which change, with success or failure. And what you do is you kind of assess differently as you climb that ladder. We continue to talk about that. And we say, all right, well, you had to go first from having losing seasons to having winning seasons. All right, we got there. And you go, okay, well, that winning season will help us recruit better. And it did. And then you had this season. So you went from 5-7 to 10-3 to 13-0. So it stands to reason you would recruit better. And they have. The next step, and there's not many more to take, guys. The next step is that you have to recruit as well as Georgia, as well as Alabama, as well as Ohio State. And you have to do it consistently well. You have to do that year over year, because it's the stockpiling of talent that we're talking about. And they're not quite there yet. They're not quite at that place yet. And so the frustration that people feel in the fan base about that is understandable. But it's also probably something still to come. And I think Mike has to, it's got to be a hard thing to do. I think Mike has to ask hard questions. I think when you evaluate yourself and your staff, the way that goes best is when you have the opportunity to be, if you're capable, of being brutally honest. It's the hardest thing. We talk about it all the time, Tom. We talk about it all the time. Like, how well do I evaluate? Do I self-scout my entire operation? I talk a lot about the modern coach being the CEO coach, that's what this is now. Like, now Mike is the exception in college football right now. Mike does a lot. Mike might, some people say, do too much. Mike has to be the primary recruiter.
Yeah.
Mike is the play caller. Mike puts together the game plan. Mike calls plays during games. Mike, you need some other dudes that you feel very good about in every one of those areas to continue to elevate this program. And maybe that's where the evaluation begins when this is all said and done. Am I maximizing what we're capable of based on this being a blue blood program, being that they have one of the elite collectives, and that now you're winning games. You're winning all of them. In fact, you won every one of them.
Yeah, I'd say, if you just look at the pieces to the puzzle, Florida State, in terms of a collective, I want to say collectively, but that means something different. So in terms of an NIL collective, in a really good place.
Yeah.
In terms of portal recruiting, in a really good place.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of skill position recruiting, been very good.
Oh, the secondary, they've got, even without KJ Bolden, they've got a really good class in the secondary.
And they flipped their reputation as a wide receiver destination, even with Jeremiah Smith going somewhere else. This is a good haul this year on the heels of getting Hakeem Williams and a bunch of dudes last year.
I love Elijah Moore, by the way. So, yes, I'm very excited about that.
Running backs as well.
Mm-hmm.
okay.
Offensive and defensive line, baby. That's where this conversation starts. And then from there, it quickly goes to linebacker. And I've been talking about this ad nauseum about linebacker. I'm a broken record. It just serves to bring everybody down. I would make a change there. I don't see improvement there. I don't see depth there. I don't see good recruiting there. What else do you need to see?
Yeah, I'd say linebacker is the biggest problem. Defensive line, mixed results. Mixed
bag.
Offensive line, better than mixed results. And then everything else is pretty well okay.
Yeah.
Because the offensive line, if you think about last year, you get a kid like Lucas Simmons and Otto, and this year you bring in Daniels and Mondesi from the West Coast, and missing one. Jaden Todd is another one. And you do pretty well in the portal there. So I don't think there's a red alert on the offensive line. Maybe a yellow alert, but they've been okay. It's been above linebacker. It's been above edge rusher or defensive line the last couple of years. I think so. If you're talking about who's in the batter's box right now when you're saying, hey, man, it's time to hit, it's past time, linebacker.
Well, that's number one.
Who's on deck? Defensive line. Who's got their feet in the dugout, but they're in the hole? Offensive line. Everything else has been pretty good, and that is specific to the high school ranks, because in the portal, we're doing a good job across the board.
Yeah, but we know that there are certain segment groups in the portal where you can get a good player, a serviceable player, a plus player, but you may not get that foundational 5-star dominant upside first-round draft pick player. Certain positions, like offensive line, by the way, is one of them. Offensive line is one of those. Linebacker might be too. You got to find those kids out of high school and get them here and groom them. Now, we're having a hard time with that right now. That
Blake Nicholson seems to be the exception, not the rule. You got him, but, there's more work to be done.
Certain coach didn't get him. That was somebody else, but I agree with you. He's here.
I figured you would take that point.
Well, I'm just going to point that out. Going to point that out. So that we got to do better there. But this is, to me, when you watch the growth, we're in lockstep with where you think that should be. You're going 19th rated class or whatever the hell that was. And then now, it's definitely a top 10 class. I don't know where it's going to finish, right? We thought for sure this was going to be a top 5 class. I don't know that that's going to be the case now, and that will piss people off. And I agree. You go 13-0 here and win the conference, and you're Florida State, you ought to be able to sign a top 5 class. You ought to be able to do that.
That's not too much to ask.
I think that's a fair expectation. Really good recruiters do that. This is an area of weakness that can get stronger. And, of course, this is what I was talking about Mike having to assess, right? You think Mike wants to sit around and rest on his laurels? Mike wants to win and win and win. We all do. And the only way to do that is to bring a huge collection of talent in here. Now, this is a very good class. And we'll see how it fills out with the portal, by the way. It's also a unique set of circumstances that I don't know how to gauge and apply.
Correct. The thing is, you always have to wait on signing day for the portal, but that's not an excuse. You're allowed to be pissed off that seemingly, you can hold
the reservation.
You just can't. But then you can't let the person sit at the table. I think it's beyond take the reservation and hold the reservation. You're holding a commitment. You're holding it for months and months. Yeah. This isn't the Jeremiah Smith situation is disappointing, but he was an Ohio State commit.
He was already an Ohio State commit. It's just disappointing because you thought you had a real chance at him.
If KJ goes the other way, and we'll check on the latest developments, these ceremonies can take forever. I know it's scheduled for the top of the hour. If it goes the other way, that's different. That's I don't think it's quite the level of Travis Hunter, but it's the same category. Where you're saying, well, what's the point of holding somebody's commitment for months if on signing day it's going to flip at the 11th hour? Why? Why is that happening?
Well, that's what you have to get to the bottom of. You have to figure out why. It's different every time, though. I will say that. It's not always the same. So, for example,
correct. Yes.
So, for example, if a kid chooses to go to Georgia last second, so I'm using KJ Bolden here. Please tell me when he announces, if you would. Keep me posted.
We'll keep you posted.
I don't want to be behind, but let's use KJ Bolden, for example. If KJ Bolden chooses to go to Georgia as opposed to Auburn, well, these are two very different reasons for having lost that recruit. If you lose him to Georgia, admittedly, it's frustrating as all hell, but you kind of get it. It's not like they haven't been churning out NFL defensive talent left and right for years. They have. And they win. And they are formidable in the world of recruiting, especially on the defensive side of the ball. Kirby's a defensive guy. He's a former defense. You know what I'm saying? Like, you've got a lot of obstacles there because your program is not at that level just yet. It's just now entering the neighborhood. We're new here. Oh, we're old if you look at our history. But this version of us, this iteration is new. We're new here. Okay, we just bought the nice house down at the end of the cul-de-sac. We're going to introduce ourselves. There's Georgia, there's Ohio State, there's Alabama, there's a few others. All right, gotcha. Good to be here. I like this neighborhood. I've always aspired to be in this neighborhood. Now, to stay in this neighborhood, you got a lot of things you got to do. You know, obviously the HOA is tough here. It's a tough,
stingy.
It's a pain in the ass, but that's what it is to be here. That's the new standard. This is what you got to deal with. So you get a moment in time where you can say, hey, good to be in the neighborhood. What are you doing to uplift it? What are you doing to stay here? What are you doing to ensure that we don't have to sell this house? And I think those are the questions Mike has to ask. Does he have the people in place that ensures we stay here? And that we do our due diligence and are able to, right up to the very end, close the deal with a couple of those 5-star kids.
This is where it's very much like the discussion we had about the quarterback room 2-3 weeks ago as it pertains to Tate Rodemaker and Brock Glenn and even in general with the transfer portal and the class. And you said the coaches are going to tell you how concerned they are with what they do and who they go after.
Yeah.
And while we debated that perhaps at the time, this is before Florida, I think, but you know, if you want to let it play out with what you have,
see how he plays,
see how Tate plays in the spring.
Yeah.
And you might think that Brock could give you a run at that point. And if there's an emergency, go get somebody in the spring as a grad
And you knew
transfer.
you had Krumman Hawk coming in. So
Right.
yeah.
Right. So you've got,
he did sign today.
You got a succession and he signed in the 11 a.m.
That's
hour.
a really big signing.
It is.
That's a really big signing. Yeah,
Like,
that's a really big signing.
I feel bad for Aslan on the broadcast this morning because he's been there for all the bullets. I kind of had the stable period.
And when things were going according to plan.
Yeah, I mean, like,
where
you
the
know,
kids that you thought would
dudes who
sign
were supposed to sign
did.
did. There was one kid that, you know, at 7 a.m. was supposed to be Jonathan Daniels out of Pensacola. He arrived during my window. Like, I had it kind of nice and neat and tidy. It's starting to get a little messy again here. But the point is that Coach Norvell is going to tell you if he believes that the recruiting aptitude of his staff is a problem by what he does and what changes he makes or he does not make. And last year, we made a change at defensive back coach. And Patrick Surtain is here now.
May have had a talk show host who mentioned that needed to be done for over a year.
And the coach may have agreed with you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the question is, will he agree with you in this particular circumstance?
I don't know. We might be in an argument. I will say this, Tom. You know, there are no guarantees when you do this evaluation. There are no guarantees when you're self-scouting that the person sees what you think they need to see. I mean, they may not see it the same way, and maybe they're incapable. What happens over the course of time is you follow a program, talk about a program, analyze a program, is you begin to learn things about said program and about the individuals who run it. And that's true for the coaching staff, and that's true for the administration. That's true from the athletic director on down. And there are strengths and weaknesses to every organization. You're trying to minimize those weaknesses as best as possible, but we all know every organization, no matter how well run, has strengths and weaknesses. And your best CEOs are the ones that are constantly trying to improve, seeking ways to get better. And it's a hard thing to do because you have to make hard choices. And sometimes those choices involve something that is going to hurt. It's going to hurt to have to tell a guy, you're not good enough. I need more out of you. This isn't working. Especially if you love them. Especially if you have a personal relationship with the person where you say, with the individual, where you say, I really love so-and-so, and I think his acumen for the game is where I need it to be, but damn it, he doesn't bring me players, and I got to have players, and I can't do all of this myself, and maybe he needs to go somewhere else. Maybe we need a fresh set of eyes. Maybe we need new blood. But you don't always get that. You don't always get the guy who assesses it the way that you'd like him to or sees it. And then that would be counted as a blind spot for him. So what you then do, because we're constantly changing the discussion and having a different one with every season and every game and every recruiting class, and the results dictate a different conversation. Some of those conversations are delightful. Well, I mean, if you really think about it, the last 2 years, the conversations around Florida State and Mike Norvell specifically have been really delightful conversations to have. You know, when you find out you got the right guy, that's a damn good feeling. Florida State has the right guy. We're not debating that anymore. That was the debate 2 years ago. We were going into that season 2 years ago, and I'm going, Mike,
right?
This has to be the one.
Well, and you could look to one of his assistants, and Ron Dugans. The narrative has completely shifted,
and it's awesome that it has. It's awesome that it has, and we root for that. And you won't have to keep starting over. It sucks to have to keep starting over, and it sets you back. So you know that by and large, this has been oh man, I really enjoyed our cup of coffee today. This was good. This was nice. We talked about the company in a very positive light. The growth seems to be in place the way we want it. But as each step takes place and improvements happen, you're still looking for other ways to get better. And right now, I think there's probably a larger discussion to be had about, are you as good as you should be in recruiting, given what Florida State is, the cachet, the history, the location, and then, of course, the success on the field, Tom. The success on the field.
So the question is, in terms of cups of coffee, you want to deviate here because on the YouTube channel, we can provide the live stream of KJ's signing ceremony, and then we can continue to talk on the radio and rejoin them. Would you prefer that, or do you want to patch in?
I mean, I don't.
We could continue to talk and rejoin after the people on Warchant TV see.
Yeah, well, we're due to take a break anyhow. So
Yeah.
on the radio side of things,
That's fair.
Let's take that break and go ahead and patch in if you'd like. I'm sure a lot of the viewers would like to see that. I, for one, don't care. I hate watching.
That's
kids
why I
ceremonies.
asked you, your cups of coffee, cups of tea, which is your preference?
Yeah, I don't really care. Yeah, so he flipped. He went to Georgia, is that right?
It is. Yeah, we don't need to see it now.
No,
So
that's the end of that.
All right.
It just popped up on my screen.
It's a banner day.
Yeah, well, okay. But again, losing him to Georgia is very different than losing him to Auburn. Those are two different things. You lost him to you still don't have him. I get it.
Yeah.
But the loss to Auburn would have been an awful lot about an overpayment. The loss to Georgia is that right now, their credibility is greater than ours. Their program is better than ours, period. It's inarguable.
I'd be interested, though, as it pertains to, and we'll figure things out as the dust settles, in terms of an overpay, quote unquote. Well, actually, you don't have to quote that anymore. An overpay because they lost their quarterback. So do they have some extra scratch around and they're willing to?
Georgia, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. They don't have a history of overpaying for recruits, though. They don't. Not in that space. They don't.
Yeah.
They don't have to. It's like for years we would talk about how Coach K didn't have to be a good recruiter. Duke recruited itself. You build it to a place where the kids just want to be there.
Yeah.
And, I used to sit around, people would be like, well, Duke's I'm like, Duke doesn't have to pay anybody anything. The kids want to go there.
They still do, but yes, they don't have to go above market. They could go at sticker. Go to sticker price.
But I'm saying Georgia is in that place right now. We're trying to get to that place, and we're not there yet. It's evident today we're not there yet. Jeff Cameron, Show 93.3 Real Talk Radio, Warchant TV.
I'm Caleb. I'm the lawn supervisor at Paul's Termite and Pest Control, and I really do love my job. Paul's has created an incredible work
Game day at
environment.
Walk-Ons is just different. And it starts with the way our teammates prep each dish from our scratch menu. No shortcuts. We are hand cutting every single mozzarella log straight from the block. Hand peeling, stuffing, and bacon wrapping each voodoo shrimp. Hand carving ribeyes for our steaks and po' boys. And hand slicing, then tossing our boneless wings and our house-made sauces. With wall-to-wall TVs and food like this, why would you want to watch anywhere else? That's game day. The Walk-Ons way.
And local really does mean something. We're North Floridians. Our kids go to school here. We shop here. We build relationships here. And we honor our commitments. To all of our customers, thanks for trusting us to protect your family, pets, and home.
For the elimination of termites, any other pests, and a greener lawn too, call Paul's. We'll get them all.
Hey, no fans, our partner ISF Inc. is a national management and IT consulting firm located right here in Tallahassee, Florida, solving the future for state governments through strategy, process, and technology. As a trusted advisor for state governments, ISF knows the importance of defining a clear and detailed strategy. Our friends at ISF can help your organization create a strategy that sets you on a path to success. ISF, your vision plus our expertise brings your brilliant ideas to life. Visit ISF.com to learn more. ISF, solving the future.
A cup of Joe, Java, Brew, Go-Go Beans, Brainwater, Liquid Lightning, Wakey Juice, whatever you call your cup of coffee, you're missing out if it's not Grassroots Coffee. At grassrootscoffee.com, you'll find an easy way to order the best roasted coffee beans available. It's very simple. Choose the blend you want and how you want it ground, and the bag you receive will have the date your beans were roasted and packaged on it, all written by hand and signed by the roastmaster himself. You'll know that's as fresh as it gets. You can get Grassroots outside of your house also at some of your favorite restaurants in town. Next time you're out to eat, try asking for Grassroots Coffee by name, because there's a good chance they will have it for you. And if you own a business, Grassroots Coffee has options to stock your break rooms with all the productivity powder your team needs. Plus, like some other options that you'll find at work, Grassroots Coffee actually is a part of our community. Get to grassrootscoffee.com today and get yourself a treat. Some locally owned, locally roasted, and locally loved Grassroots Coffee.
Thank you for calling the Medicare Help Desk. How can we help you?
Can you help me choose the right coverage for myself and my wife?
We sure can. We can help you choose from Medicare supplements, Medicare Advantage, or standalone prescription drug plans from over 30 different insurance carriers.
How much does it cost? We have a fixed income and can't afford extra expenses.
At the Medicare Help Desk, the consultation is completely free. We are here to help.
Thank you, Medicare Help Desk.
Hi, this is Justin Colvin, founder of the Medicare Help Desk. In my 17 years of experience, I routinely speak to seniors who are overwhelmed by the multitude of coverage options available to them. That's why I created the Medicare Help Desk, a place for you to get clear answers to all your questions and make sense of all the confusion. I've helped thousands of clients, and I live right here in Tallahassee with my family. I am active in my church and wish to help and serve my community. If you need help navigating the Medicare landscape, I'm easy to find. Just visit the MedicareHelpDesk.com. That's the MedicareHelpDesk.com.
We all want more energy, more strength, more results. Well, welcome to Orange Theory Fitness as you take a step towards feeling more alive today. Backed by science, Orange Theory's heart rate monitored workout is scientifically designed to keep heart rates in a target zone, spiking metabolism and increasing energy. Orange Theory Fitness is a one-of-a-kind group personal training workout resulting in more energy, visible toning, and extra calorie burn for up to 36 hours. Experience a more vibrant life today with Orange Theory Fitness. To find out more, go to orangetheoryfitness.com.
The Jeff Cameron Show, brought to you by Orange Theory Fitness. 2 Tallahassee locations, Midtown on Thomasville Road and Northside in the Village Common Shopping Center. Online at orangetheoryfitness.com.
Didn't do that in the first segment. I was irresponsible, Tom. That's a terrible thing. Thank you, walk-ons. We appreciate you sponsoring the day. And by the way, just so you know, I was at walk-ons yesterday.
Were you
How's
really?
that for an endorsement, by the way? I could read this thing they want me to read and tell you all about their great food and salads and all that and the shrimp, but I was just there. Like, I visited there. I was visiting our great friend Andy Mahoney from Orange Theory Fitness, and we sat down and have a lovely early evening dinner.
Well,
and the food was fantastic.
I think that they would accept that endorsement as long as you say walk-ons for the win.
Walk-ons for the win.
All right.
And by the way, they got a new dry rub flavor, Louisiana Kick.
As I'm getting older, I'm going from the sauces to the dry rub.
I like the dry rub.
Yeah.
Hey, now.
I think that's wisdom.
Yeah, it is. It's good stuff.
Indeed.
Yeah. As you get older, you normally wouldn't say that, but it's funny that you do. You like the dry rub now.
Indeed.
You seem depressed. I want to put,
No,
I think you're a little down about this class. And this is a conversation we have here, you and I'm not depressed. KJ Bolden going to Georgia stinks. I wish it hadn't happened, but I kind of get it. Georgia's program's at a different place than we are right now. And you're going to lose a kid or two to a program that's slightly ahead of you. Now, it doesn't have to be that way. You don't have to accept that lying down. It doesn't have to constantly be something that you just kind of every year we're going, well, but you're not always going to be able to stave off a program of that magnitude. And so I kind of get that happens. Now, you said it right last segment.
I always say it right, but yeah.
In this case, I'm going to agree with you more this time than I sometimes do.
Fair.
Okay. And what I would tell you is that you got to analyze why. This is big picture stuff. Mike, why'd that happen? Is that on you? Is that on your new secondary coach, Coach Rattan?
He had a pretty good haul this year.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You're just asking the questions aloud. Is that on your defensive coordinator?
Right.
Is that who is that on?
Are we poor?
No, we're not poor. So who is that on? Did you lose him to money? Did you lose him to prestige? Did you lose him because your coach wasn't good enough to get him? These are the questions you ask.
Yeah, well, the problem that I have is this specific player and the optics of the player. He doesn't go anywhere else. He comes here for the final official visit weekend. And, I got to give Michael credit. Michael asked him the question. He said, so you signing with Florida State on Wednesday? He's like, come on, man, you already know. And then the way that he followed up that answer, Michael went on the airwaves on Warchant TV on Sunday and said, I don't buy it. It's not good enough. That's not a good enough answer. Even though he gave it definitive, he's like, you could be like Cam Davis, and you could just say, no way, no how. You could be like Luke Kromenhawk and clown Georgia on social media and say, no, man, I'm not going there.
You could.
So the problem I have is I don't know why just yet. Now, Mike Norvell can give us some clues as to why based upon his next actions that he takes. If any. It could be, you're right, that it's as simple as you have a higher profile program. Maybe the prestige of not making the invitational and being a peg down had something to do with at a 50-50 moment.
If you couldn't overcome that talking point, that's stupid. Either the kid's dumb or you didn't present it properly, because there's no way that can be used against you at this point. I mean, for starters, it's a 12-team playoff next year. That kid will never have to deal with anything like that.
Yeah, but it used to be about how many funhouse slides you have in a football building that you're hardly going to be in for fun anyway. So This has never been a realm of the logical, for what kids perceive to be a difference maker. I'm trying to find why at the margin, because clearly this was at the margin. Because if you listen to all the experts this morning, they're telling you it's Auburn. If it's not Florida State, it's Auburn. It's Auburn this, Auburn that.
Yeah, they thought they were going to throw a huge number at him.
And then somewhere mid-morning, late morning, it turns into Georgia. So clearly this is a decision at the margin. And it's going to take a day or two for people's emotions to settle down and to get a clearer picture as to why.
Yeah, and by the way, again, I want to reiterate something. You can acknowledge that a program is having, let's say we're talking about Georgia right now because, they didn't lose a game for 2.5 years. like ridiculous. They won back-to-back national championships.
And they're not one of the best 4 teams in the country. They're not one of the best 5.
No, the committee has spoken. Now, what I would say to that is there's a difference between me acknowledging what they are and accepting that as a good reason to lose a kid. No, I'm accepting that Georgia is right now the preeminent football program in the country, right? They passed Alabama. That happens when you win back-to-back national titles. That's what happens.
Yeah, we all laughed when Nick Saban had to hear that from, was it Pollock? I forget.
Yeah.
But on the desk.
On the desk, yeah.
And you saw the look in his eye.
He's furious, right? Well, that's where we're trying to get to. And you can't keep losing to them in these recruiting battles and it won't happen that you surpass them if this keeps happening. But you can acknowledge a reason without being, this isn't like, oh, I love Georgia more than FSU, or, hey, so-and-so is just so much better than we are in recruiting. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm acknowledging that when you're going up against a team that's won back-to-back national titles and has lost one game in 3 effing years, they've got some cachet. It's going to be tough, but you got to find a way. Now, that's the other part of it. The other side of the conversation is, I know it's tough. That's a real reason. That's not ass kissing. That's a real reason, but it's not acceptable to keep having it happen. Got to find out why it's happening beyond their good. If there is something specific, you can do that. You can do something about it. I mean, you can really address it.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, you could look at it the other way and say, okay, we're not good enough. Why? Just very simply. It probably will take a couple of days to let emotions subside and look at this clinically if you're a decision maker. We're not decision makers. We're just pointing at it and telling you what's happening. But when Mike Norvell needs to decide why it happened, it could be as simple as they're more prestigious as a program in this moment than we are. And so the kid was in doubt. And when in doubt, you go with a place that you think is going to get you paid at the NFL level and sooner.
It's what happened with Smith.
Right. Well, maybe. I think they might have gone full Auburn plus.
Maybe, but in fairness, he was already an Ohio State commit.
Yeah.
And all they do is churn out first-round wide receivers. That's all they do.
That is logical.
Every year
yeah.
we sit around and we like, there's another one, and they're about to do it again with Marvin Harrison Jr. Yeah, so that's exactly what they're going to do. There'll be another all-world player that gets drafted in the top 5, and that is tough to overcome. You have to find a way.
Correct. The other part is this is where it gets tough because this is not as simple as even like MLB hot stove. There's no limit to what the Yankees or the Dodgers or the Mets can spend. There's no limit. And so you're going to see $700 million for Shohei Ohtani. It's not salary capped, but at least you know what the numbers are.
Right.
And when Shohei Ohtani's contract comes out and it says $700 million, if you're a fan of like the Rangers
how about the Pirates? You got no shot at Shohei Ohtani.
But a team that thought they might have, or maybe Boston, like a random team that
Teams
thinks
that
they've got a
money.
shot.
Yeah.
Or the Braves were tied to him for a long time.
Right.
If you're a Braves fan and you see $700 million, I don't care how much is deferred. I'm like, no, that's crazy. That's not how we do things here in Atlanta. We've got a pretty good system here. I'm not paying $70 million a year for a guy who's going to hit for one season, maybe 2 or 3, because who knows about how his arm goes.
Your owner would, because he's got more money that he knows what to do with.
Different philosophies.
That's right. You should pay.
We've got to overpay because we're the Mets, too. That's the other thing we got to overpay because we're the Mets. But it's easier when the numbers are out in the open. Now, the math, you got to do 2 kinds of math. How much does it cost now? And how much does it cost me in my locker room in the future?
Yes, there's a lot there.
Because if Jeremiah commands the figure that maybe some are speculating that he might have, could he be the most well-paid man in your locker room, not having played it down in college football? And how's your locker room going to handle that?
It's not going to be a good thing.
So is the juice worth the squeeze, even though he would be a game changer immediately for you? It's not to say that you're poor in terms of collective and resources, but that's a tough decision to make.
But also,
and that's done in the shadows. You just can't know.
The other part of this is that fans never remember. They don't go back far enough, because on this day, this is the emotional day. But if you go back with a lot of these kids' recruitments, so you'll hear somebody say, well, you know what? Kids flip on us. Do we ever get anybody to flip for us? Yes, we have in this class. There are kids who were committed elsewhere.
Kai Bates is
Kromenhoek was going to Ohio State.
Well, that was Glenn last year, but yeah.
But I'm saying, like, there was another kid that was, those teams were interested, and you staved them off.
Yeah, you staved off Georgia
Glenn,
for Kromenhoek.
Glenn is, you're right, you're the other kid.
But Georgia called on Kromenhoek this weekend.
Yes, they did.
When they knew that they were about to lose to Nebraska. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they lost to Nebraska, by the way. Georgia lost to Nebraska.
In fairness, now they'll analyze that and say, what were you going to do? The dad was an All-American at Nebraska. I mean, that killed us.
It's like they're Nebraska.
Oh, it hurts. Yeah. It hurts. But, there you go. Now, again, assess that reason and attack it.
Yeah, that's the thing.
That's the next thing. Assess that reason and attack it. You've got a class that you're going to be happy with. It's not perhaps the class that you wanted with every bell and whistle. It is reason to be frustrated. You are going to continue to look at that staff and say, are they good enough? You're going to continue to look at who recruited which player, right? And then if you see a theme, we got to talk about it. When that's the whole thing. Like, when you're assessing your coaching staff, there are a lot of factors.
Here's the good side of it. We've done some features that are going to roll out over the next couple of days with Dominic Robinson, who's breaking down the caliber of player at the top of the board here. So he's looking at Cam Davis and Kromenhoek, Elijah Moore, Charles Lester, Kai Bates. It's 7 or 8 kids. And in between recordings, I don't think he'd mind me saying this. He goes, I got to tell you, this is a lot easier than 2 years ago. Because even the best players that we brought in 2 years ago, I felt were 2 or 3 year projects. They're bringing in athletes and dudes
that can play
this time around. It could be Landon Thomas at tight end. It could be Kai Bates. It could be whoever. And he's saying, man, I got to tell you, these kids are the best athletes on their team, just like it used to be when I was coming to Florida State. Everybody that showed up in Tallahassee was the best athlete on their high school team, unless 2 of them played together. Otherwise, they were the best. And so at this point, what you are seeing is in certain position groups, absolute upgrades. There are different types of 4 stars. There are 4 stars who could be first year, redshirt year impacts, and then others who, man, they got the tools, but we're not going to see them till they're 21 years old. We're bringing a lot more of those early impact guys. It's just we're missing some very important positions in that process.
Well, let's just say it, for example, so that people have proper perspective on this. You mentioned Kai Bates. So I love Kai Bates. I don't dive into these recruits' tapes the way that Recruitniks do.
Right.
The way that Langston and all them do. But when I was told about Kai Bates, I'm like, okay, let's take a look at it. So what was the first thing that I did? Well, I always look at measurables. I want to see, what are you? Even if you're an elite corner prospect, if you're 5'9", you're 5'9". I said this about Hunter. I said this about other guys where you're like, you can't overcome 5'9". 5'9" is going to be a problem for you. You can still make the league. You can still be good. You can still be all these things, but 5'9" is going to be a problem for you when you face a 6'4" receiver.
Yeah, unless you got arms down to your shins.
Or you have a 60-inch vertical. We got problems. All right, so the first thing I did was look at Kai Bates' measurables. Wow, nice. Golly, 6'1.5", almost 6'2". That's a tall corner. All right, what kind of athlete are you? Gotcha, you're up to almost 185 pounds already as a freshman coming in. Got a little something here. All right, who's recruiting you? This is what I'm doing. All right, what do we got? Well, I saw somebody right off the bat that I thought, oh, wow, look at that. Alabama is recruiting him. LSU is recruiting him. The SEC was recruiting him across the board. Tennessee was actively recruiting them as well. We won. Florida State won that, not Alabama, not Tennessee, not LSU. Florida State won that battle. These are the things that when you're frustrated about a kid or even two, you got to go back and go, all right, where's the progress? Well, in these kinds of recruitments, you see the progress, but this isn't the same across the board in every segment group. You see a lot of this right now in the secondary. We're winning big in the secondary for players.
Yeah.
We're not winning big at linebacker for players. We're not winning big right now on the defensive line for players. And we're certainly not for offensive line. We're kind of middling.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, middling, and you could argue it either way, and it'd be a compelling segment to do about where are we on offensive line recruiting. But skill positions, generally speaking, unless you want to call linebacker skill position, but skill positions otherwise, yeah, man, we're where we need to be. Quarterback, running back, tight end, receiver, corner, safety. Good things.
Lines of scrimmage and linebackers.
And you're doing better in lines of scrimmage in the portal to cover up the deficiencies of high school.
Obviously, that helped
linebackers
reverse,
a problem
that helped
everywhere.
Yeah, little buddy.
You got Blake, but linebackers a problem pretty much everywhere. And you're doing a pretty good job in the portal across the board otherwise. So the lines of scrimmage are concerning in high school, defensive more than offensive. You're doing great in the portal in those two places.
Yeah, but again, there's limitations of what that is, what that means.
Yeah, you can't count on it every year to be there
Like
for
Byers came in from UTEP.
Yeah.
Oh, well, so you got a kid from UTEP. Well, he played like a kid from UTEP. Right? He doesn't look like Georgia's offensive line, doesn't look like Alabama's offensive line.
Correct. Now, if Bless ever stayed freaking healthy, he would have been far above Lamar, where you got him from.
Yeah, he would have been. We've hit on a couple guys now, don't get me wrong, but
old Frisky Fisky from Western Michigan was
a huge
good
hit.
Huge get.
I feel like the offensive linemen, in terms of the hit rate, you're having much more success if you build that up through the high school ranks and grab 5 stars and get them to, that's where I'm a little frustrated. There's a couple kids. You mentioned Simmons. He may turn out to be that kid.
They like Early a lot.
And Otto's a good player.
Yep.
You've got
Armella at some point.
Well, I don't know. We'll see. We've been waiting. I know this. You have to have waves of those bad boys. You got to have some big sons of bitches waiting in the wings ready to roll because kids get hurt at that position every year, and you better have an elite player behind them.
The other thing that's going to tell you a little bit, it doesn't even have to be about the actions that come in the next couple of days. Mike Norvell's had a couple of these press conferences, and you could sense in the room how he felt about the day.
He's frustrated.
And he speaks today at 4:00. And we'll see exactly how he feels about the day. That will be available on Warchant TV after it's over. We get to talk to all the assistant coaches afterwards as well.
Here's what I think is going to happen, Tom. I think that Mike Norvell is going to be a pro's pro, and he's going to thank his coaches for hard work, and he's going to point out the highlights of this class. He's going to look at a player like Croman Hawk or Charles Lester, and he's going to say, great things about what they're going to bring to the table for Florida State, and that it's a top 10 class, and they feel good about the work they've put in and where the program's going. He's not going to say, my linebacker coach is useless. I mean, guys, I apologize. He's not going to do that. He should, but he's not going to do that.
You can see in his eyes, though, how he feels about the moment. And right now, December's not been a good month to Mike Norvell, generally speaking.
He's frustrated, man. And I saw it yesterday, and, that made the national rounds, his comments for the first time since all this went down. How could he not be? And that is another factor that it is interesting to watch him have to go through this. You didn't expect this. You didn't expect to not be rewarded for 13-0 after asking them to give everything they had. You didn't expect to have to try to spin this into, hey, this is another one of life's lessons.
And here's something that's more material than reputation points for not making the Invitational. He said it yesterday after practice that one of the hardest parts of this past 2 weeks, 3 week period of time is that the players needed the coaches and they were on the road. It made it very difficult to be there for the players in this time of unforeseen crisis because you just went 13-0.
Well, think about this.
But those are the players that are hosting recruits on OVs the last couple of weeks. And you're trying to settle these players down. Many are entering the portal or, tweeting that they're going to enter the portal and then they never do. All these stupid things that could have and should have happened in January have to happen while we're all on the road trying to close the final, 2 weekends of this class.
And in the wake of real devastation. And I think the hard part is that you're dealing with 18 to 22-year-old kids, 18-year-old kids primarily. And obviously, if you're talking about within that locker room, it's 18 to 22-year-old kids. And you're trying to explain this to them. You're trying to deal with their emotions. But what do young men not do very well? Channel their frustrations and emotions in a positive way. We're all dumbasses. Men mature later than women. There have been studies that show that our brains are still developing at 25. We're a mess. It helps explain why we all did really dumb things in college and continue. It also explains all kinds of things like death rate in young males and all this other 20s, stuff. Yeah.
Betcha.
But my overriding point with that is you get dealt this major blow after being told all you got to do is this, and this, and we'll get there. And if you do it and we win and we find a way to persevere, you're going to be rewarded. And then you're not. And those kids are not handling that well, and that affects the locker room. And now coaches are on the road, and the head coach has got to figure it all out. That's a brutal 2 weeks. It's a brutal 2 weeks because there's not a good answer for getting bent over by the committee. There's just not a good answer. You got screwed. Politics effed you. There's a lesson. Hey, have a good day. Have a good day.
Yeah. Talk about a dry rub.
You want me to segue that into walk-ons?
No.
It's the Jeff Cameron Show, 93.3 Real Talk Radio, Warchant TV. Talk Radio, Warchant TV.
Your local news now.
Police found 2 men shot dead in apparently separate shootings Monday night in West Tallahassee. In the first, officers arrived to find a man dead in a front yard on the 1600 block of Keith Street just before 6 p.m. 2.5 hours later, officers found another man dead inside a home at Camden Place Apartments on Mission Road. The violent incidents are the first and second shootings this month, breaking a nearly 3-week reprieve in gun violence in the capital city. Investigators are looking into both incidents as homicides. A suspect is dead after an officer-involved shooting took place Sunday afternoon in Liberty County. 2 deputies approached an armed man who was walking near Northeast Todd Pullum Road in Hosford. Due to the suspect having an active arrest warrant, the deputies asked him to drop his gun. The suspect then raised his gun at the deputies, but was shot by one of the deputies as a result and died at the scene. The deputy who fired the shot was placed on leave. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement will be investigating the shooting. This is Rachel Lene with your Real Talk 93.3 Local News Update, brought to you by Macklemore Systems, Tallahassee's go-to Mac store. Check them out online at MacklemoreSystems.com.
This is meteorologist Paul Trombley with your Real Talk 93.3 weather update. Cloudy skies expected this afternoon with daytime highs approaching 57. Winds out of the northeast, 8 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, lows level off around 37. Tomorrow, high temperatures reach up to 61. High temperatures reach up to 65 Friday under mainly cloudy skies. 70 Saturday. This report is brought to you by the Lawn Johns. For all your landscaping and lawn care needs, visit thelawnjohns.com. Currently 56.
Did you know metal roofs' survivability far exceeds that of traditional shingle roofs? It's time to consider a metal roof from Metal Roofing Sales of Tallahassee. We provide the best quality, least expensive material and accessories in the area, as well as material pickup and delivery. Our painted panels qualify for the City of Tallahassee's low-interest Energy Star loan program also. And don't forget about our veteran and law enforcement discount. Give Metal Roofing Sales a call today at 536-9123, 536-9123.
So everybody knows, Eddie, that you are a spectacular cook. Of course they know that. If they go into Bumpa's, the food is always good. I mean, everything on the menu.
Mm-hmm.
Everything at Gordo's is delicious. I always, of course, get the bungalow chungla, as I call it.
The bunk la chung, Jeff.
Is that what is the pork?
The bunk la chung, Jeff.
Okay, the bungalow chungla. It's delicious. All these things, all the items, everything you do, a master cook. But, sir, I would ask you, What is a skill that you possess that you're particularly proud of that nobody would know and that you could share with us here?
Growing hair, Jeff. Growing hair.
You're an asshole. Gordo's, bringing the flavor and flair of Cuban food to Tallahassee since 1996. Friends at Walk-Ons and be like our own 5-star Ira Schafel and get the blackjack chicken sandwich, kids. I've had that. It's good. I like all their food. That's the thing. Walk-On's got delicious food. They've got it, and it's a huge menu.
It is. They covered a gap in town because for years there was an establishment that had a blackened chicken sandwich that I adored, and they decided to discontinue it, and nobody really had a good one since then. But here you go. Walk-Ons has been around now. They're all over the Southeast. The sponsorship is for everybody out there, but when you're in town, it's very easy. It's near I-10 on Capitol Circle.
Just there yesterday. And you and I went to the original one in Baton Rouge.
We did. I forgot about that, which looks more like, how would you describe it? Like a...
What, you mean sports bar? I mean, it looks like a sports bar.
Like it looks
but it's right down, it's in a nice locale.
Like the Walk-Ons concept now is like upper end.
Oh, yeah. You can tell that's the original.
You can tell that's like the old school.
Yeah, that's an old school. Yeah, that's a little bit more AJ's-esque back in the day. Yeah. Good stuff. You know, I think every year what I crack up about on this particular day is you just have extremes everywhere. It's as if people cannot deal with the gray area. They can't, it has to be all of this or all of that. You can 100% be frustrated with not bringing in KJ Bolden. Express that frustration and say, damn it, we're still just a little off from where we need to be. For whatever that reason is, Mike better figure it out because this has to get better as we move forward if we're going to be an elite program annually. You could also say, holy moly, based on what our recruiting class was a year ago, 2 years ago, we are making massive strides, even with the loss of a KJ Bolden in this class. What you now have is a very good signing class, not an elite signing class. What you now have, as it pertains to the secondary, a lot of really good players. He would have been the cherry on top. It's no longer an elite class in the secondary. It's just a very good class. Both things can be true. It's okay to be able to say that, hey, we're a lot better than we were, but we got to get better, and we keep losing on a couple of guys, and that's got to change, and why is that? And I'm mad about it. Okay, got it. But you don't say that and then say, well, this class sucks, because that's stupid.
Right.
And not true.
Yeah, it's fair to say that this is an elite group in terms of portal recruiting. Like their method to get kids in the portal that are fits and their eye for talent development, the scouting eye, it's really good. They bring in kids that might be Power 5, might not, and they hit at a really high rate, the staff does. So in the portal, I think they're elite. It is, you can't call them elite in high school recruiting.
No, they're not. They've yet to sign a top 5 class.
They're good to very good. They're very good, actually.
Yeah, if you sign the number 7 class in the country, you're doing well. You're doing very well. You're not elite. You're not a top 5. You're not top 5. We want to be top 5. I get it. I get it, everybody. I want to be too. Sucks. It just means that, look, they got work to do. It's self-evident. I get it. But it's not, oh, we're not, therefore we're terrible. It's not that either. It is not that. Clearly.
Agreed. And it sounds like, again, given the influx of support for the collective, I know that people don't want to hear about the collective per se today, but the hard part is whether you're a coach, making decisions, and you're not allowed to make a decision with the collective, right? Nobody, never. The coach never talks to the collective. Whether you're a coach or you're a collective, the question is, use it in last year's terms. Let's say that KJ Bolden or Jeremiah Smith was a part of last year's recruiting class. Could you, with a straight face, make that player earn more money than Jared Verse for retention? Could you say to your locker room, yeah, Jeremiah Smith is worth more than Jared Verse and bringing him back? Because I think that's the kind of conversation that a collective has to have these days. Every single year, we've got to retain. But those 21-year-olds who have been here, it might be all conference or projected second round, third round draft
from
pick.
the day that we learned this was going to be a thing.
And you've got now a 17, 18-year-old who hasn't played it down in college football is worth more than that dude. Those are uncomfortable conversations. It's an impossible juggling act, but if you stay by your standards, you are less likely to lose the locker room to a culture issue. That's another thing you're guarding against. It's impossible math to do, but that's what they're all trying to do.
I, generally speaking, do not want to overspend for a high school kid that's never played it down in college football. I don't think that's a good way moving forward to run your operation. I don't think it's sustainable.
You might get one good year out of it, but then you got real problems.
You got real problems in your hands. So generally speaking, if you lose a kid and you can prove it's because of money, for example, and I don't think that was the case this time, I get it. I mean, it can happen. Hour number 2 forthcoming. Stay with.
Whidden Glass has been taking care of business since 1945. When you call Whidden Glass, you're dealing with experienced, reliable professionals who offer only the best. Like Whidden's top-of-the-line bath enclosures that provide style and luxury at an affordable price. Eye-catching storefronts are a specialty at Whidden Glass. We'll help you design it and install it. Whidden Glass, the first name in glass replacement. Call 222-5781.
Let's take a minute to imagine all the things you can accomplish with help from Southeast Portable Buildings. Are you a hoarder? Hoard some more. Get a storage shed. Mother-in-law moving in with you? Put her in a shed out back. I'm kidding. Still working on that engine that you're going to finish from last summer? Move it out to a new workspace with Southeast Portable Buildings. From she sheds and man caves to repair shops and trophy rooms, the possibilities are only limited to your imagination. Visit Southeast Portable Buildings today.
The perfect gift under the tree this year is a new spa or hot tub from Pinch a Penny Pools and Spas. There's nothing like resting your jolly old soul in the spa after a long, stressful day. And it's the gift that keeps on giving all year long. Heat up your holiday with the end-of-year sale going on now at Pinch a Penny Pools and Spas. During the month of December, go to our new website, TallahasseeHotSpring.com, and fill out the contact form to receive an instant $1,000 off coupon towards the purchase of a Hot Springs hot tub. Get in touch now before this deal ends. Also, take advantage of up to $6,200 off select High Life models and get a free accessory with the purchase of your new Hot Spring Spa with affordable financing for qualified buyers. Come see Cameron. Visit TallahasseeHotSpring.com or check us out on Facebook or Instagram. That's TallahasseeHotSpring.com. Coupon cannot be combined with any other offer. Come see us for the end of year sale. Happy holidays.
Hello, I'm Dana Brooks. And I'm Jimmy Basic of Basic Brooks Law Offices. Traffic cameras are everywhere these days. And Basic Brooks has partnered with RoadProof to get access to all their vast network of cameras. This is a valuable tool to help us search for evidence that could help you if you were involved in an accident.
If you've been hurt in an accident, call Basic Brooks and we'll find out if the proof you need is out there.
Call Basic Brooks and we'll do everything we can to help you come back stronger.
Call us now at 850-777-7777.
There's fun to be had every night at the Corner Pocket. Take-home prizes on Trivia Tuesdays and Beer Bingo Thursdays. And kickstart your weekend with Martini Fridays. Plus, happy hour runs every weekday and game day specials every time the Noles take the field. Watch all the best games at the Corner Pocket's Vegas Wall, featuring 560 inches of flat-screen TV heaven.
Oh, really?
The best food, the best drinks, and the best place to watch all the games. Tallahassee loves the Corner Pocket.
Coming up next, more of the Jeff Cameron Show. Live and local on Real Talk 93.3. WVFT, Gretna, Tallahassee. the latest betting odds and live movements from Vegas. This is your action update. Now, here are your latest lines from our guys in the desert.
Pulled outscores Michigan 106-101 as a 3.5-point favorite of the Jumpman Invitational at the Spectrum Center in Charlotte. It's Florida State 91, North Florida 75 at the Tucker Center. That game was a push. The Seminoles are the 16-point favorite. Total closed at 152. The over cashed at 166. Orlando Magic laying 5 at home today with Miami 218 at Amway Center. The Boca Raton Bowl. It's South Florida, a 3-point dog against Syracuse at FAU Stadium, 56.5 the total. Get your free VSiN subscription right now at VSIN.com. For more sports betting news and information, go to VSIN.com. Mike Sennett, Real Talk 93.3.
Give a little love. Hurry in for Macy's last minute gift sale now and take an extra 20% off gift ideas from designers they'll love when you use your coupon or Macy's card. Plus, spend your Macy's money in store or online. No merchandise exclusions. Can't decide what to get? Give a gift card and let them pick the perfect gift. Find last minute gifts that never feel last minute right now at Macy's. Savings off sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
Hey, you. The one on the couch who just told your friend you can't go out because you're busy? Ready to get real about your psoriasis? When your current treatments don't do enough to help control the inflammation beneath the skin, causing plaques and pain, stressing and scratching, it's time to stop hiding and get real with your dermatologist so they can help you get clear. Get real clear about psoriasis at letsgetrealclear.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Orthopedic pain and injury deserves effective treatment options now, so you feel better fast. Whether you have joint pain that won't subside or an urgent orthopedic injury, we are the specialists to get you back on your feet. And there's only one thing better than fast care: expert care. We believe you deserve both. TOC, only experts. Learn more at teamtoc.com.
A cup of Joe, Java, Brew, Go-Go Beans, Brainwater, Liquid Lightning, Wakey Juice, whatever you call your cup of coffee, you're missing out if it's not Grassroots Coffee. At grassrootscoffee.com, you'll find an easy way to order the best roasted coffee beans available. It's very simple. Choose the blend you want and how you want it ground, and the bag you receive will have the date your beans were roasted and packaged on it, all written by hand and signed by the roast master himself. You'll know that's as fresh as it gets. You can get Grassroots outside of your house also at some of your favorite restaurants in town. Next time you're out to eat, try asking for Grassroots Coffee by name, because there's a good chance they will have it for you. And if you own a business, Grassroots Coffee has options to stock your break rooms with all the productivity powder your team needs. Plus, like some other options that you'll find at work, Grassroots Coffee actually is a part of our community. Hit grassrootscoffee.com today and get yourself a treat. Some locally owned, locally roasted, and locally loved Grassroots Coffee.
We all want more energy, more strength, more results. Well, welcome to Orange Theory Fitness as you take a step towards feeling more alive today. Backed by science, Orange Theory's heart rate monitored workout is scientifically designed to keep heart rates in a target zone, spiking metabolism and increasing energy. Orange Theory Fitness is a one-of-a-kind group personal training workout resulting in more energy, visible toning, and extra calorie burn for up to 36 hours. Experience a more vibrant life today with Orange Theory Fitness. To find out more, go to orangetheoryfitness.com.
Broadcasting live from Florida's capital city, this is the Jeff Cameron Show, brought to you by Orange Theory Fitness on Real Talk 93.3. Now, stop what you're doing and listen closely. It's time for the Jeff Cameron Show in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
walk-ons who are helping sponsor the day. Walk-on Signing Day Live / Jeff Cameron Show in progress now as we continue to monitor. I'm wondering what is on the horizon here in regards to who's left, Tom. Who's left? I should pull that list that we're still waiting on in terms of times.
Well, Ricky Knight, defensive back, had just signed, and that is now official. Most of everybody, I'd say before we signed on, I think there were maybe 5 signees to go. Most everybody had kind of made their decisions and sent in their paperwork. Like, for example, on the West Coast, Monesi Ititi, the offensive lineman,
nicely done.
Plays. Well, I watched a great video on him. So his high school coach said his name enough. Mana for short is how he goes. Basketball player converted to football player,
which I always love because that means they have great feet.
And he's mean. Love it. So he's got a ceremony, I think, in the 3:00 hour, but he's already sent in the letter of intent. So it's already done. Like, he'll have the celebration, but the paperwork has been filed. Same thing with Charles Lester, who was playing with everybody's emotions for about 5 to 10 minutes this morning.
Yeah, but he signed right away, so we're good.
Florida State released the letter. They were like, yep, he's in. Don't you all worry about it.
Interesting. I know the root of the frustration is 2 things, okay? For people that are frustrated today, you're mad about, let's start with what you're mad about first. The first thing you're mad about is you really thought, probably because you were told in this industry by a lot of people, that Smith was going to sign with Florida State, that Smith was going to flip to Florida State, that you were going to get the number 1 wide receiver in the country, that you were going to bring him in. And that didn't happen. He went with Ohio State. And so even though he was a verbal to Ohio State, you had never gotten a verbal from him. You didn't lose him. It felt like you did. It felt like you lost him because there was a lot of smoke out there that he was going to flip, that he was going to come to Florida State, to the point where I think that anybody that follows this very closely and is invested emotionally, right, probably goes to all the sites that cover the sport, right? Whether it's On 3 National or 247, any of the sites, right? All of them. And then they go to the individual places where you're competing for kids and you read all these reports. And I'm thinking that the vast majority of people who were watching that recruitment closely kind of got a sense from all these different places that Smith might very well be coming to Florida State. It felt good. It felt like it was going to happen. And when it didn't, that was the first domino to fall that was frustrating. Again, even though he was never a Florida State commit. Bolden was the guy that you thought, okay, well, stinks we couldn't get Smith, but we'll get KJ Bolden. Seems like he's close to a lock. Then the whispers got louder, then the concerns grew greater. And then, right when we were coming on, Tom, KJ committed to Georgia. And those 2 bitter pills to swallow, I think, has informed the vast majority of the opinion that this class is lacking. Fair. I think it's kind of fair to be mad about a couple of kids that you thought you might get, especially when you were led to believe that you were going to get them. You can be mad about that. You just can't have that be the only thing that you talk about in regards to this class, because there are other aspects of the class. Meaning it's a top 10 class. We haven't had one of those in some time. Haven't had one of those in a while. We weren't good enough. Hadn't gotten to a place where we could do that. They're at that place now. They're at the place now where they can do that. You're just asking the right questions, which is, okay, I'm not content to be 7 or 8 or 9. I'm not content to be there. I want to be 1, 2, 3, 4, certainly top 5. What do we have to do to get to that place? That's what you're asking today, and that's all fine. That's all part of the larger conversation.
Yeah, I think the frustration, that's one part of it, is, wow, seems like we lose these guys at the last minute an awful lot. I'm like, yeah, fair. Yeah, it does seem like that. The other part is this class specifically had a lot of cherries on top. A lot of skill position players who could really play. Like, they're better than the skill position players we have now, and that's awesome. Like, that's the great part. But when you're talking about the substance, being the trenches, it wasn't overwhelming. That's why Armando Blunt was a huge development. That's why potentially flipping LJ McCray, who is not signing apparently today at all. That's maybe worth checking back in on LJ, see what he's up to. But you're just looking and you're underwhelmed by trenches and linebacker, and you're saying, all right, we have become elite at getting the following positions, the shiny positions, the flashy positions. How about the ones that deal the body blows? Can we get a little bit better at that? And that's fair leading into today. Then you lose a couple of cherries on top. And last week you knew that Blunt was not going to sign with us because he didn't come to Tallahassee in the first place.
Yeah, you knew that ship had already sailed. You shouldn't be digesting that today. You should have already had time to do that.
That's correct. But in general, you were supposing that we need to get better on the substance part of it, and we're good on the flashy stuff. Now we're not elite at the flashy stuff. We're very good at it. So you're coming down to peg on that part, and then you still are worried about the stuff in the middle.
He's got to assess his staff and find out who it is that he needs to move on from if he wants to be an elite destination for the highest level of recruiting success. Okay. Yeah, Florida State is right now really, really good. They kick ass in the portal. They are not elite in high school recruiting. If he would like that to change, he's got to assess why it is they are not.
There's one more detail about today. You're asking about what's upcoming. Cam Davis had his signing ceremony in the 1 o'clock hour. The LOI has not appeared in terms of Florida State, confirming it. Because once they go social, once they go on Twitter and they announce the kid, that's when it's official. Anyway, Michael Langston was just told that he heard from Cam that he signed. So it had been an hour, people
were getting nervous.
In case you were. There's no need to be. That kid was rock solid, but you get your star running back. So.
Well, and he is, and he's a stud, and I love that kid, and I'm really excited about his commitment. That's a kid to be excited about. When you're watching him run over people next year, perhaps,
right?
You'll remember this day.
And he could spin it. I mean, he had to play quarterback in high school, so that's why he's got the presence. He's got the charisma about him, the leadership thing. You're wondering, man, that usually running backs just want to hit somebody. Like they have that attitude. If they're like him, a bruising back, they just want to run over somebody. He's like, I want to be a leader. Oh, okay. This is a player it's a cornerstone type player, and it's because he was forced to throw the ball around a little bit in high school.
So, again, I would say that all you can do now is to find the areas in which you're lacking. So you say whether it's the coach or whether it's something you're not doing right, is it systemic to your operation? What's the problem? But also, I mean, pragmatically, like right now. All right, so you didn't get KJ Bolden. You weren't able to switch Jeremiah Smith from Ohio State to Florida State. You couldn't get him to flip. All right, got it. What does that mean for you now as it applies to the portal? Now, were you counting that like you're going to start KJ Bolden next year? I don't know. Maybe he might be that kind of an impactful player. You might have been thinking that.
Probably rotational at very least.
Right. Yeah. And then if Smith had committed to you, if you'd gotten him to flip from Ohio State, he does seem like a plug and play receiver. So you probably were looking at that. All right. So let's start looking where you can fill some of these gaps. It may not be with the caliber of player. It probably won't be with the caliber of player that those two individuals will be in all likelihood. But you still have some needs that you got to figure it out. And that's where you go from here. You're saying to yourself, all right, what do we have to do? Now, you and I talked about it in the first hour. I'm going to continue to talk about it. I'm going to hammer it home as often as I can. They do not do a good job recruiting linebackers. They are struggling with this. You better find some ready-made linebackers in the portal and now. Because if you're going to have to start freshmen or redshirt freshmen at linebacker, you are in trouble. Now, I don't care that Lundy left. He wasn't very good. But he would have been useful for third and short, second and short, obvious running downs if he didn't pick the wrong gap to run to, which he frequently did. But that said, you lose a heavy hitter in that regard. But you don't have anybody right now that you look at that core group and say, oh, they're outstanding. We are good here. No, we're not good here. We're not good here. We think Blake's going to be good. We'll see. But we don't have anybody. There's nobody. You're not sitting there like, oh, Omar Graham's great. No, he's not. So you don't have anybody. You better go get somebody. That, like last year when we got Keon Coleman, I remember being so pumped because he was ready-made. He had over 700 yards receiving at Michigan State. They didn't even have a quarterback. And he put up numbers against good teams. So you knew, okay, he is plug play, going to kick ass, and did until he got hurt. I thought the last few games he was an average player because he couldn't run. Yeah, everybody was hurt. Team. Yeah. But man, he was electrifying through those first 6-7 games, and he basically won us the LSU game along with our defense in the second half. That's what you had.
We got to work on those cold tubs, get them a little colder.
So now, who's that guy that you're going to that's like a Keon Coleman-esque player, not at receiver. I'm saying at linebacker. Oh, look at this. We just grabbed this disgruntled second-team All-SEC linebacker from Georgia. Put him in. Let's go. Like, that's the kind of thing I need to see. Otherwise, I am concerned a little bit about that unit in particular, and I'm concerned about the coach of that unit. Have been from Jump Street.
First I heard of it.
And so I just think that, we'll see. We'll see what they do. Now, the portal is interesting to me because we have found a way to overcome some of these weaknesses in high school recruiting through the portal. Now, there are some, again, the levels of clay that you're molding are not always the same per position group. You can find a Jermaine Johnson. You can find a Kier Thomas. You can find a Jared Verse. Clearly, you can somehow, if Florida State has found a way, I don't think you want to always rely on it, but you have found a way to bring in defensive ends. You haven't found a way to bring in a 5-star elite offensive lineman, and, you're going to need to do that, and you haven't done it with linebacker either.
Yeah, this is where it's like professional sports, maybe a salary cap sport, where you say you've got 3 types of things that you can spend your resources on: draft picks, contract extensions,
free agency.
The free agency market.
Yeah.
But the dollars go to each place, and it's the same money. It's the same currency. And my point would be, if you lost out on 3 players today that you had set aside resources for, Jeremiah for a flip, KJ for a commitment, Armando Blunt in the last week. I mean, he reclassified, committed here. So clearly we were invested in Armando being a part of Florida State. And you had a couple unexpected dudes hit the portal, like Rodney Hill, for example, at running back. I'm sure we were taking care of Rodney. That'd be my assumption.
Yeah.
You should have resources to go hit that portal now, or retain what you do have a little bit better. There should be more resources.
That's always
now.
the plus side of this when it happens. You do have to point that out because it's a reality. It's a reality, yes.
You go get more aggressive on those fronts. And the retention front, with maybe dudes who like to go tweet every 10 minutes that they're whatever. And then the guys who hit the portal that maybe you thought, luxury item, don't necessarily have to have them. But now if you've got the budget, you've got the room under the budget, all right, go get them.
You're going to go get one of the quarterbacks. So we think that's either going to be DJ or Cam. That will help remedy some of this, what ails you, right? You'll have a little bit of salve moment there where you're like, okay, that feels good. We're good. We got a quarterback now. He's played a lot of football. They've both played a ton of football. They've both been successful. Okay, we got that. And then you're going to have to really, I think, lock in on, are we good to go with Peyton and Farmer? What's Darrell Jackson going to do? I know he's playing in the bowl game. What's he going to do?
Hey, I didn't mean to jinx that whole situation when you said, well, what reason do you have to worry about Farmer? And I said past behavior, and then there was a dust up that happened that night.
Yeah, I know. I laughed about it. I mean, I think we can just get to a place where that's going to be an annual occurrence so long as he is here, and this is why there's so much animosity towards him. I mean, there's a lot of pushback to him, and you know what? That's as it should be, man. Get a grip. We're not renegotiating every year. Stop it. It's ridiculous. Good luck.
Yeah, I just wonder how many players we have that have left our situation and said, "Oh God, that's what the world thinks of me."
Well,
in terms of the bottom dollar.
Well, why don't we just do this? You already can follow some of these kids and see what's out there, right? Yeah, some of these kids have an offer. For example, a player has an offer from Indiana and Liberty. My understanding is for far less than what they were making here. Good luck with that. Have fun at Indiana with Coach Siggs. Good luck to you at Liberty, buddy.
Is that his name?
Yeah.
Siggs? Is that because of Coach
Signetti? It's Siggs. Yeah, he's garbage.
Oh, yeah,
but
that's right.
Yeah, but anyhow, yeah. So that's like, good luck. Good luck with that. Yeah, but the thing that sucks is when you watch a kid have to learn a lesson somewhere else and he could be playing for you and making more money than what he had asked for. It's ridiculous, right? But you're like, well, that's what you got to do. What are you going to do? And some
you
players
can't let him hold your program hostage.
Of course not. And some players, obviously, you know how this works in the real world, in the working world. It's this way at a business as well as a football team. You'll put up with more if that kid's good. If he's really good, you'll put up with a lot of nonsense. Look at NFL teams putting up with receivers on the regular who do amazingly dumb things and say crazy dumb things all the time. But they also have 1,000-yard seasons and they're really good. And so we're going to have to figure out how to deal with it. Well, some of these guys, it's hilarious to watch them attempt to strong arm the program through social media. And you're like, well, my man, you're not Warwick Dunn. You're not Greg Jones. You're not Cam Akers. You're certainly not Dalvin Cook. You're a guy who's got some promise. Buddy, have fun at Indiana or Liberty. You're just not going to be held hostage. And when we lose players like that, people think, we're cheap. I disagree with that. I don't think that's true. You're not going to let people hold you hostage. I think it's hard when you're making a decision on a high school recruit. It is easy for fans, all fans, to say, well, wait a minute. I want this player. He's a 5-star player. We all want him. And by the way, if I'm hearing Auburn's willing to pay him, why can't we? Well, Auburn is more desperate. They haven't achieved anything in a long while. They've got some lunatic fringe elements to them right now. They're tired of sucking. They're tired of losing by 31 to New Mexico State.
Right. And this is where, the analogy does not hold between professional sports and college sports, because if you're going to go grab a guy, let's say he's an international prospect in baseball or a draft pick in football, and you sign him to a rookie deal, they're locked in for a long team control is the term in baseball they use, but you have team control of a player for a long time. But let's just say the kid is playing games with you into the 11th hour, beyond the 11th hour, and saying, come on now, best and final, what you got?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you locked him in at a number, he could come back to you in 6 months or after 6 games his freshman year and say, I want more. And what are you to do in that moment? Because he's not locked in under team control or collective control or program control like it is in professional sports. If you could tell me that Jeremiah Smith, I can get him now for $1 million and that's what he gets and it's 3 years until he goes.
You might do that. You might do that.
Hell yes, I would do that.
Well, probably. You probably
I would take the risk for that film. Absolutely, I would take the risk for that film.
Yeah,
but
you would know you had him for 3 years and it would be worth it. And
Yes, but that's not the realm that anybody's living in now. It's that kid could be back in the portal double dipping in 2 years or 1 year.
We just got Marvin Jones Jr.
Right.
We just got Marvin Jones Jr.
Exactly.
Add this to the class. We just got Marvin Jones Jr. That dude was wanted by every team in the country. Alabama, Ohio State, Georgia won out. They got him. Guess where he is? Florida State. So, today it's aggravating when a Bolden goes to Georgia or a Smith stays with Ohio State. Hang in there. Maybe watching that kid play here in 2 years.
If it gets to that point where high school players, if it was a different, and they could do a 3-year guarantee, a 3-year committable offer, both in terms of scholarship and NIL, and then you tie those two things together, at that point, I would spend so much more money on high school kids. Because it's a cheaper commodity when you break it out over 3 guaranteed years.
But the big part of what you just said is if it were a different.
And that's not the world we live in right now.
It's not at all.
You don't think Armando Blunt's going to ask for more money next offseason from Miami?
Of course.
Come on now.
Of course. This is what we're getting. I mean, I go back on this all the time and have this conversation all the time on the air about, wait a minute, now hold on. You want to throw $2 million at a star wide receiver coming out of high school? You do? Well, when you lose 4 players in that locker room who decide to go elsewhere because they're not making a fraction of that, they're not making a third of that, a fourth of that, a fifth of that, a sixth of that, and you lose those players, don't come on here bitching. You made that decision. That's why you lost those 4 guys, because you just effed them. And they said, peace. This is the interactive play that we're dealing with here. It's not all of this or all of that. It is always the gray area.
And if it sounds exhausting, imagine being the head coach.
Well, this is why, and if we're talking big picture college football, I've said before, if I'm a coach and I'm well thought of by an NFL franchise, peace, man. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. I got to re-recruit my roster every day. Every day. This guy comes in bitching about how he didn't get 17 more snaps that he wanted in this last game in a 35-point win. I got to deal with this. I got to bring him in and tell him I'm sorry about that. And really, listen, it's okay. We really like your trajectory. I got to do this every day.
Linebacker Matt Millar. I'm glad you bought a Sea-Doo, Mr. Millar, but that's not my problem.
I mean,
the number was the number. That was your budgeting. You chose the Sea-Doo.
Yeah, you bought a $90,000 truck. That was stupid. Along with that dumbass necklace you're wearing. That was stupid. You want more money because you have to pay that off? I can't help you.
They won't give you dollar for dollar back on the necklace? You don't say.
Oh, imagine that. Resale value on the truck is not what you thought it was, huh? This is God, it's got to be so frustrating.
And don't get me started on the Sea-Doo, the Wave Runner.
That was one of our great debates, me and Millar, ever. Me telling him, this is the only time where my age difference, I knew enough, even though I was still immature, to say, you're going to regret that decision. You don't want to own that thing. They're fun as hell. We're going to have a good time a few times. The 3 or 4 times we go out on it, we'll have a good time. And every month when you write that check, you're going to be pissed that you bought that thing that's now sitting alongside the side of your house. just collecting dust with a cover. You're going to be so mad. No, you're crazy. It's going to be awesome. 6 months later, I need to sell the Sea-Doo thing. I never use it. Yeah, I know, man. I know. That's the conversation you have with these kids every day. I hear, I'm sure you do. I hear that my friend that I played with in high school is getting $25,000 more than me at Missouri. You do you?
Well, you know what? Actually, the person they need to hire, this is a total inside joke, was an old president of one of our radio stops. Yeah. Because he would just do the Kermit and the Bale. Like,
it was the best. It
wonderful.
Actually was a really shrewd negotiation and conversation point.
It's just not profitable.
It sucked. You just sit there. What could you do? You were just like, all right, anybody want lunch?
Yeah, I'm going to have better luck with the wall, so I'm going to go talk to that.
There it was. It's Jeff Cameron Show, 93.3 Real Talk Radio, Warchant TV. Talk Radio, Warchant TV.
It's holiday shopping season, and as usual, there's a lot of new Apple gear out there. But before you buy that Apple Watch or new iPhone, stop by Mac & More Systems. The experts at Mac & More will help you make the right decisions to ensure all of your devices work together properly. That Apple Watch might not work with the previous generation iPhone, and there is no one I trust more for advice, sales, and support for all of my Apple devices more than Mac & More Systems. Call them today, 894-3622, or visit them online at macandmoresystems.com.
I'm Franklin, and I've been a Paul's Termite technician for well over 10 years. Working for a great company like Paul's Termite and Pest Control is a blessing for my family and myself. I get tremendous satisfaction knowing that the work I do helps protect most people's biggest investment, their homes, the place where they raise their families and build lifelong relationships. Paul's is a company that stands behind their commitments to customers and employees, and that makes me proud to represent them.
I'm Jay. Having the privilege to work with people like Franklin and all of our employees is truly an honor. There is no doubt that the staff of Paul's Termite and Pest Control is the best in our industry. All of our people are local, and local really does mean something. We're North Floridians. Our kids go to school here. We shop here. We build relationships here. And we honor our commitments. To all of our customers, thanks for trusting us to protect your family, pets, and home.
For the elimination of termites, any other pests, and a greener lawn too, call Paul's. We'll get them all.
Ho, ho, ho! Oh, no.
What's wrong, Santa?
Oh, Dasher is slinging stars around and broke my windshield.
Call Seminole Auto Glass. They'll fix it in a day and recalibrate Rudolph's forward collision alert.
Well, how jolly.
Happy holidays, Tallahassee. Sarah here. We know that glass damage is not on your wish list, but we are here to help. Just go to SeminoleAutoGlass.com, upload your insurance card, and we'll get you seeing clearly in no time. Hey, Santa, what the gingerbread man put on his bed?
What?
A cookie sheet.
Oh, no.
Better call Seminole.
I'm Greg Tisch, and I want to share one of my favorite TCC alumni stories. It's been almost 30 years since Charlie Ward led the 1993 FSU football team to its first national championship, won the Heisman, and became the first Heisman winner to play in the NBA. But did you know, like thousands of students before and since, he started his college career at TCC? We are proud to call Charlie Ward one of our own. Today, he serves on the TCC District Board of Trustees, so you might even get to see him around campus.
TCC thanks our community for 58 years of support. We look forward to moving into the future together.
The perfect gift under the tree this year is a new spa or hot tub from Pinch a Penny Pools and Spas. There's nothing like resting your jolly old soul in the spa after a long, stressful day. And it's the gift that keeps on giving all year long. Heat up your holiday with the end-of-year sale going on now at Pinch a Penny Pools and Spas. During the month of December, go to our new website, TallahasseeHotSpring.com, and fill out the contact form to receive an instant $1,000 off coupon towards the purchase of a Hot Springs hot tub. Get in touch now before this deal ends. Also, take advantage of up to $6,200 off select High Life models and get a free accessory with purchase of your new Hot Springs spa with affordable financing for qualified buyers. Come see Cameron. Visit TallahasseeHotSpring.com or check us out on Facebook or Instagram. That's TallahasseeHotSpring.com. Coupon cannot be combined with any other offer. Come see us for the end-of-year sale. Happy holidays.
We all want more energy, more strength, more results. Well, welcome to Orange Theory Fitness as you take a step towards feeling more alive today. Backed by science, Orange Theory's heart rate monitored workout is scientifically designed to keep heart rates in a target zone, spiking metabolism and increasing energy. Orange Theory Fitness is a one-of-a-kind group personal training workout resulting in more energy, visible toning, and extra calorie burn for up to 36 hours. Experience a more vibrant life today with Orange Theory Fitness. To find out more, go to orangetheoryfitness.com.
The Jeff Cameron Show, brought to you by Orange Theory Fitness. 2 Tallahassee locations, Midtown on Thomasville Road and Northside in the Village Common Shopping Center. Online at orangetheoryfitness.com.
Kind of I don't want to say a celebration. Doesn't feel much like a celebration to him. If you dive in,
it's a day.
It's a day. Yeah. No, I can. There are aspects of it that I would call a celebration. Obviously, losing KJ Bolden, already having lost Armando Blunt, it hurts you, and you're a little frustrated by it. But you'll ask questions, and you can ask questions about why that's happening. You can also acknowledge who you did get and where that class is going to be. I would point to a signing of a top 300 quarterback in Luke Kromenhoek, who is you're talking about this probably procuring a top 10 class. Got to get better. Got to figure out why it happened. You're not wallowing today, for example, the way that Florida would be and a few other schools. I mean, I think there's some folks at USC kind of, what's going on there? I get it.
Yeah, I would think Florida today would be a special kind of tough situation. Now, I don't know what became of the quarterback situation at Florida with Lagway.
I think they kept him. They kept him, I believe. Yeah.
But LJ, postponing his decision, at least that as we signed on today, that was the collective wisdom. And then Florida being up there, I think, as high as number 2 in the country just a month or two ago. And they're losing guys left and right to different programs. I know Texas poached a high caliber safety.
Well, they lost the Waller kid, they lost the Williams kid, they lost the Mack kid. They lost a ton of kids.
I'm not trying to dabble in too much Schadenfreude today because today wasn't a home run. It might have been a solid single. I don't even know that's an extra base hit, but
it's a stinging single. Good contact. Just needed that to get in the alley.
Florida at best is a blooper, maybe on with an E4. Maybe a little Chuck Knobloch.
Fisted.
Ooh, yeah, that's it. Play-by-play guy's dream term for a Texas leaguer.
It's so fun to be able to say that because that's a real descriptor.
A real term.
Yeah, that's right. And it also seems appropriate.
And it's
for Florida.
also a baseball term.
Yeah. I think we're going to bring Michael Langston in here in just a second. Do we have him? I'll ask him. I mean, Michael's not afraid to have a conversation. Michael's a grown-ass man. He'll talk about it. What's up, Michael?
Hey, man. How's it going?
I'm all right. I don't know that our fan base is. So
no, they're not.
Let me get straight to the skinny. Why are they failing on some of these elite guys? What's happening there? In your estimation, what happened with Bolden? I know as late last night, Michael, industry folks really felt like, I know you did and a lot of others did. I mean, we felt like Smith was going to happen. It did not. Then you get word that Florida State really wasn't even in the running late. You got Miami and Ohio State, if you believe what was in that bag, right? That ain't good. What's happening there?
Not finishing. Not finishing the product of what you're doing. Overall, obviously each one has a specific tail to it. Just on certain guys like KJ, I don't think, obviously there's some NIL stuff involved, but it's also just not finishing of maybe executing the plan that you wanted. And I don't think the plan's going right. And I agree with you that earlier, a few minutes ago, you said you have to address what's going wrong. and especially in defensive tackle recruiting. It's not working. So I think I have to figure out some solutions. I don't think there's like a pinpoint thing I can say what happened with every one of them. I think with the Armando Blunt one, that's more where FSU did everything they were supposed to do. They made sure he was coveted from an NL's perspective. He knows what the product is. They sold him on the culture. He was there, and then it was a little boom and boost, for Miami for people pressuring him to stay home, and obviously a nice little bonus for NIL. I think with KJ it was more. Um, you have to plan for everything that happens. It's like when he took a visit to Syracuse, everyone's like, "Oh, that's not a big deal." But the former DB coach from Georgia was there. He's the head coach now. You think he's not promoting Georgia? So you have to have these plans in order. Where I think you should have found a way to just make sure that things are solely focused on FSU. And I think that was a big moment. It sounded innocent, but those little things are little details that you have to know. So I think those are just a few pieces of kind of what happened today.
Michael, is this a good recruiting class?
Oh, it's good. It's good. It's a solid recruiting class. It's just a lot of this of what happened today is going to take away the steam just because you're losing, 2 5 stars, losing 2 premier guys that, especially one in KJ, that's an impact guy. So it's going to certainly affect, but at the same time, there's still a few more left. The 4-star defensive end Murray Williams is one that they could possibly pull in, and then and that would kind of ease the pain a little bit with Blunt. But then and then also Denos White later today. I feel good that it's going to be FSU, but overall, you're going to have to do what you did last year and nail it in the portal. Nail these spots that you missed on that you weren't counting on something happening. And like I said last night, things felt good about KJ. And then we learned today he says like, well, he's kind of known for 3 weeks, but recruits say that all the time. Once they make the decision, they're kind of like, yeah, I was, but realistically, it was a last like surge type of thing, that we'd heard last night.
So it's a good class, and it's trending in the right direction for this group. He's just got, meaning Michael, Mike Norvell, excuse me. Michael has to. He's got to assess. Is there some dead weight in this coaching staff?
Right.
Like we got to be honest about how these conversations happen. Are there some guys that are damn dead weight in the recruiting world?
Right. And that's what you have to look at. It's like the development's great, but that's great when they get there. Portal, when they get there, great. You develop them and all that stuff. But at the same time, you need that death piece from high school, and you can't. It's not acceptable to not get a top 100 defensive tackle recruit. I don't think it's asking a lot to get one, or a top 200. Nearly every year. So yeah, that's some stuff they're going to have to figure out. You can't just keep rolling and doing the same thing. It's like there's obviously some issue there. It's now 3 years, so you got to address that. Same thing with linebacker position. You got a few guys I like, but that's like you have to. There has to be, if you're going to talk about the. To me, it's like we talk about the climb and stuff. If you're going to go climb, well, it's also addresses like what parts are not as strong that you have to address as a coaching staff. And Mike does a great job with that. He knows he addresses things where I felt like at one time when they had Woodson there, Woodson's a great guy and all, but they needed a boom, and they certainly got that, I think, with Patrick. But there needs to be parts where you address, whether it's your staff or things you're doing, you have to address it.
It's interesting. We watch the development of the program, Michael, and we see, and you really you think about behind the scenes what you've watched. Remember when I was talking to you, and I'm not going to flip this into a feel good moment, but I am going to, for perspective purposes, have this larger conversation. When I was talking to you 2 years ago, I think, and I'm paraphrasing my own question, but I was asking you about why it is we can't get anybody who's worth a damn to visit.
Mm-hmm.
Remember when they were bringing kids in for camps and you couldn't get anybody who was any good at all? You'd get like a kid here or there. That was it. That's not happening anymore. So they've clearly taken huge steps forward in that regard.
Absolutely.
If you look at the recruiting rankings, Florida State has taken a massive leap forward from 2 years ago, from last year to where we are now. But there's more growth that has to be done. And what I'll be intrigued by is, does the failure of a couple of guys not signing make the difference for Mike Norvell in deciding whether or not he has to make some changes in this offseason? I'll be very curious to see how soon that could happen.
I am too, because it's like when it gets to be a pattern, Mike does not let it last long. We've seen that with certain things that his staff and his team, and he just doesn't allow it. So I'm interested to see that too. Obviously, and two, I talked about this early in the show with both Tom and Aslan that them being in the league they're in kills them, like kills them. Like just I hear that consistently.
You think that's the number one thing they're up against is the sorry ass ACC?
I think it's a big part. I also think the snub really hurt them recruiting wise, because it told people like it left doubt. Anytime and that's recruiting. Anytime there's left doubt in there, the coaches have to do more work to clean it up and say, well, look, we're going to be there and whatever pitch they have. But I think the main problem is the ACC. If you get out of that league and you're in a good league, say the Big Ten or somewhere like that, you don't have to worry about that stuff. That stuff doesn't happen. You don't have you're protected. You're right now you're not protected. You're basically FSU, your name, your program, your prestige. We know they have value. ESPN can't talk about them for 5 seconds when they're doing something. I mean, everyone wants to talk about FSU, but they don't have protection, in my opinion, of a league that protects them.
So I think we're talking about factors, plural. You're not saying it's just the ACC, because obviously Miami's done a good job recruiting, and they have a stone cold killer who's a terrible in-game coach and a really good recruiter. So we're talking about balancing these things, right? Mike's an awesome in-game coach. Right now, he's not a stone cold killer in recruiting, but you got to find some people if you want to get over the hump and sign these top 5 classes. You're going to have to get somebody who is that's the reputation. And is there a guy that they would look at? I mean, I can't ask you to predict the future, but there are some guys out there. Some people will tell you Kevin Steele and people like that, and I roll my eyes. But do you think we'll see that? Do you think Mike will make a move?
I think Mike will address it. Like, I don't know what type of move it will be, but I think he will address it because that's what he's done throughout his whole career at FSU. When there's a problem, he addresses it, and it's clearly a problem, and it's clearly something that they certainly have to do something about. I think it's quite possible. And I can't guarantee no, because I have to see, have to hear what's going on behind the scenes. But this is obviously a problem that you don't grow unless you adjust to what's going on. And I think they have to adjust what's going on. So I definitely think it's something that will be looked at and addressed overall. I think it almost has to be. If you don't, because you'll keep going through the same stuff. But my number one thing for FSU that would benefit them the most is getting out of this league. It just kills them. Like it really sets up everything with these other factors.
Are there kids, final thing, Michael, are there kids that Florida State's on that were sort of fallback measures that they think they had a chance? I know you mentioned a couple of names out there a moment ago when you first hopped on, but there's always a second plan, right? You've always got a way to pivot if something doesn't go the way you want. Are you hearing that there's, maybe fireworks to come that would be good news for Florida State either today or in the portal?
I think mostly in the portal, but yes, there's been fireworks that I've heard that they feel good about. And like I said, when you get people don't understand this. When you get portal kids, you don't have to worry about all that drama and stuff. Like it's focused directly on football, which is perfect for FSU. That's why they do so well in the portal, because they can use development. FSU's really good at development. If you go past and you look at everything on their team, defensive line phenomenal, linebackers very improved. The productivity is there, the development is there. But so I do expect fireworks in the portal. For us to filling these holes, but you have to fix this high school stuff. Like you can't have guys flipping top commits every year. This is like the 3rd year I think they've had a top guy, flip for whatever reason. Like you have to curve that and stop it. And figure out what's causing this, and I guess fix the problem. What that means coaching change, then so be it. You got to do what you got to do. But at the end of the day, it comes down to addressing what the issues are. But do I expect a solid group of in the portal? Absolutely, I do.
Michael, I always appreciate it. I know how hard you work on this day and all the days leading up to it, and you still got more work to do. We'll be tuning in, of course, and checking it out on warchant.com. Be good, brother. Talk to you real soon.
You got it, bud. Take care.
I always appreciate the candor from Michael. He knows. I ask him, what's the story here? He's going to answer it. I appreciate that. Those are tough questions Mike's got to ask. I mean, they're good. The program's good. They're 13-0. They just had an awesome season. You can say, I'm mad about this. I'm frustrated about this. They've won 19 straight games. They're good. They're really good. They are now at another level. And with that come very lofty expectations. And that's fine too.
Nothing is nothing. Everything is everything. If you're in the playoff field right now, this hurts, but it's not quite the same level of frustration across the board from the fan base. There's still pain from that lingers in this discussion. It informs this discussion. And perhaps it led to some things like, for me, I don't know about the damage control for the pitch if you're not good enough to make the playoff out of the ACC. Like, I hear you, and that's probably legitimate to a degree from Michael, but I think also the problem is when you have a locker room that is reeling from that reality. And they are devastated, as they should be, because they were screwed.
Yeah.
But that is what a kid who's on an official visit 2 weekends ago and last weekend comes in to feel that aura. Man, that is difficult, especially they have official hosts. Like, what's their host going to tell them? Man, this thing's pointless. I can't believe this.
We would hope they wouldn't say that, but yes.
In a moment of honesty,
yeah.
We often say that the best the coaches often say the best recruiters are the current players they have on campus.
Yeah.
This ain't an ideal time to come to Florida State for an OV with the feelings and the emotions that are legitimate that those players are feeling from what the College Football Playoff Committee did.
When you put together the conversation around recruiting, you have to talk about all of the aspects, all the facets of what we're discussing. So, for example, I get it. Florida State fans rightfully would look south and say, well, what is Miami doing to get players? Their team sucks every year. They have for 20 years. Useless program. Haven't accomplished a thing in forever. Never even won the ACC. That is a sorry-ass program with a fake indoor practice facility and no stadium. How are you getting people to go there? Well, the number one thing that Mario Cristobal does is recruit. He is an awesome recruiter, and he has to overcome all of the things that I just laid bare. Florida State beat them again, just as they did the year before, and we know that Miami's not the program Florida State is. They're desperately trying to get there. They have failed miserably. They continue to fail, but they do have a good moment every year at this time, and they'll have it so long as he's there. They'll be able to bring good players in because he's a really good recruiter. Now, he'll make colossally stupid decisions game in and game out that will cost them the game with those great players, and they'll grow frustrated with that. But in the interim, you do watch it and you go, oh, man, that kind of sucks.
Well, and the other part is their NIL culture is probably not sustainable, whether it's Ruiz or not. I doubt they're sticking to a plan. But what I'm saying is I doubt they're sticking to a plan of this is the value, and so this is what we're willing to go to, and if you got an issue with that, you can walk. I think they have to fake it. They have to say yes a lot more than they want to say yes in this moment because they're desperate to try and fake it until they make it, until there is legitimacy and they can stabilize the process. But it's a more risky pitch. Like, Mario's a good recruiter, independent of the NIL.
He's a very good
that's
recruiter.
true, independent of NIL. But then in the NIL game, when you're a bad program, you've got to overspend.
Yeah.
And when you overspend, you are begging for culture issues. You're begging for culture issues. So you got to win in order to not let those culture issues rise to the surface. So they're walking a tightrope. They're forced to, but Mario is proof that recruiting still matters in the era of
without
the NIL.
question.
The skill of recruiting, whatever that is, it matters.
That's why I brought up earlier, like, okay, look, there are guys out there who have always been good recruiters. Their reputation as coaches may not be good, but they're really good at recruiters. So what you do when you put together your staff is you find an X's and O's guy that you love, who's maybe at another level, maybe he's preternaturally great. You got a guy who's an unreal recruiter. He's the creme de la creme of recruiting at his segment group or at his position in general. And then you add that to the staff. For every one of those kinds of guys, if they're not great with the X's and O's, you've got to fill a spot with an X's and O's guy. Then you got to fill a spot with a guy that does something else you need as a head coach, as a CEO, right? I need this guy who, you know what? This guy does this very well.
Organizer.
I don't do this very well, but I'm going to bring this guy in because he does. That's the balance you're seeking to create to have a perfect circumstance, perfect situation. Kind of rare, but the more you win, the more you're in a position to do it. Obviously, the more you win, the better the reputation gets, the more money you make, the more money that can be passed around to a staff the better balance you create.
And the more that people want to be a part of your staff,
Yes.
who are really good at what they do. Yeah.
And he's got tough decisions coming up. It's Jeff Cameron Show. We'll come back, wrap it up momentarily.
Game day at Walk-Ons is just different. And it starts with the way our teammates prep each dish from our scratch menu. No shortcuts. We are hand cutting every single mozzarella log straight from the block. Hand peeling, stuffing, and bacon wrapping each voodoo shrimp. Hand carving ribeyes for our steaks and po' boys. And hand slicing, then tossing our boneless wings and our house-made sauces. With wall-to-wall TVs and food like this, why would you want to watch anywhere else? That's game day. The Walk-On's way.
Hand drive in Tallahassee late Monday morning. It was confirmed to be a false report. This incident follows a warning from the FBI on December 12th regarding threats related to the conflict between Israel and Hamas. For tips on identifying concerning behavior which may be connected to violent extremism, the FBI, DHS, and the National Counterterrorism Center published an updated U.S. Violent Extremist Mobilization Indicators booklet. This is Rachel Lene with Real Talk 93.3 Local News Update, brought to you by Macklemore Systems, Tallahassee's go-to Mac store. Check them out online at MacklemoreSystems.com.
This is meteorologist Paul Trombley with your Real Talk 93.3 weather update. Cloudy skies expected this afternoon with daytime highs approaching 57. Winds out of the northeast, 8 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, lows level off around 37. Tomorrow, high temperatures reach up to 61. High temperatures reach up to 65 Friday under mainly cloudy skies. 70 Saturday. This report is brought to you by the Lawn Johns. For all your landscaping and lawn care needs, visit thelawnjohns.com. Currently 56.
Hey, no fans, our partner ISF Inc. is a national management and IT consulting firm located right here in Tallahassee, Florida, solving the future for state governments through strategy, process, and technology. As a trusted advisor for state governments, ISF knows the importance of defining a clear and detailed strategy. Our friends at ISF can help your organization create a strategy that sets you on a path to success. ISF, your vision plus our expertise brings your brilliant ideas to life. Visit ISF.com to learn more. ISF, solving the future. So everybody knows, Eddie, that you are a spectacular cook. Of course they know that. If they go into Bumpa's, the food is always good. I mean, everything on the menu.
Mm-hmm.
Everything at Gordo's is delicious. I always, of course, get the bungalow chungla, as I call it.
The bangko lechon, Jeff.
Is that what is the pork?
The bangko lechon, Jeff.
Okay, the bungalow chungla. It's delicious. All these things, all the items, everything you do, a master cook. But, sir, I would ask you, what is a skill that you possess that you're particularly proud of that nobody would know and that you could share with us here?
Growing hair, Jeff. Growing hair.
You're an asshole. Gordo's, bringing the flavor and flair of Cuban food to Tallahassee since 1996.
The Jeff Cameron Show is a production of the Warchant.com Multimedia Network. Check out Warchant.com today for the latest news inside Florida State athletics. That's Warchant.com. Now, back to Jeff on Real Talk 93.3.
If we're live tomorrow, we will be on the air. Tom, we were going to do, I'll just do our business out here in the open for everybody.
Oh, boy.
We were going to do something tonight, I think, recording-wise. We're not doing anything tonight.
Okay.
A, I'm sick as a dog. B, it's my son's football banquet.
Oh, it was banquet?
Yeah,
All right. Yeah.
which I forgot about.
That's like Jamari Howard's signing ceremony today. They had a banquet beforehand on the table. Like, he went live. And
Yeah.
was like, all right, I got some awards to hand out. And he pivots and he flips. There must have been 40 trophies. Like, there were about 24 trophies and then another 15 plaques. I was like, oh, man, because we were trying to time it out for the broadcast. We're like, he's never going to commit.
Never gonna
so
commit.
Never mind. We're leaving this. Anyway, good luck at the banquet.
Should be a good time. Safe travels for you. You got a long drive.
I do.
We're not doing some big thing because you and I are going to be working together every day, even
That is
though
correct.
you're moving. So I can address this at a different time, but that's what we'll do.
That is true.
That's the way to do it, right?
Yeah.
I think that's the way to do it.
Moving. That is true.
You are moving.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
it's out in the open now.
Yeah, you're moving. But that's fine. You'll be here every day, and we'll do this show together every day, and we can give whatever details you want to give moving forward. So that's how we'll do that. You're going to be back here all the time, too. So I'm not as concerned about that. So I'm going to see you. Otherwise, I'd be blubbering right now. So we're going to be fine. It's all going to be good. Florida Man of Texas, thanks to the whole team for a great full day show. It made working the week before Christmas bearable. Go Noles. Thank you, Florida Man of Texas. Are there others that I just absolutely glossed over that you
There are quite a few. And as Matthew pulls those up, we should thank everybody who was involved in the broadcast today, like Aslan.
Did a great job. Michael,
Director Ben,
Michael, Matthew, you. I was awesome today.
Walk-ons.
This has been really good. Thank goodness for walk-ons. Ian writes, this program was in the trash, 13-0, and we have people losing their minds over stars. Well, they do every year, Ian. You see this every year. Hopefully, Florida State does make some changes to this staff. I think they're going to have to if they want to cash in on top 5 classes. But there's no doubt it is an upwardly mobile situation for Florida State. Jared writes, thanks for the level approach, gents, especially that we can be critical and ask questions while being thrilled with aspects of our class. Biggest concern to me is our rivals closing the gap at positions of need. Linebacker, defensive line, defensive tackle. Sure. Well, I the only area in which I'm not all that rational is I continue to be frustrated by our situation at linebacker.
This is off the beaten path with 30 seconds to go, but just I love you, city of Tallahassee. This is home. That's all.
There you go. Yeah, I figured we wanted to just keep it moving.
Just love this city. Yeah.
Well, you're going to be here next month.
I will probably.
Yeah. Oh, you have to be. I already deemed it so you'll be here.
All right. Thank you for paying for it.
Good work, brother. Good work to you as well, Director. Be well, everybody. Talk to you soon. Peace.